Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to Proxima What If. Today's featured story is What If Harry was reborn as Wednesday's twin and used Adam's necromancy to summon the Founder's ghosts. Love what we do. Show your support by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Every little bit helps us create more content for you. Let's get started with today's story. Chapter 1, The Dead. Remember, the dead were restless tonight. Hadrian Adams could feel them stirring beneath the frost-hardened earth of the family cemetery, dozens of spirits shifting in their graves like sleepers disturbed by a passing storm. He knelt at the center of the burial ground with his palms flat against the frozen soil, eyes closed, breathing steady. The November air bit at his exposed fingers, but he didn't flinch. Adamses didn't flinch at cold. Cold was just death's way of saying hello. Deeper, Grandmama said from behind him. She sat on a crumbling headstone, Great Uncle Balthazar's, who wouldn't have minded, with a cigarette between her teeth and a look of bored expectation. You're skimming the surface like a tourist. Push. Hadrian exhaled slowly through his nose and pushed. Not with his muscles, not with his mind exactly, but with something deeper, that part of him that existed on the same frequency as the dead. The boundary between the living world and what lay beneath it was like a membrane, thin and elastic, and he pressed against it with the quiet authority of someone who'd been doing this since he was 9 years old. The membrane gave. Voices flooded in. Not words, not exactly, more like impressions. Fragments of memory, wisps of personality, the emotional residue left behind when a soul passed from one state to the next. Great Aunt Calpurnia's perpetual irritation. Cousin Mortimer's wheezing laughter. The deep, patient silence of the oldest graves, where the dead had settled into something beyond personality, something vast and still and almost geological. I can feel them, Hadrian said, keeping his voice low to avoid disrupting the connection. All of them. Calpurnia's angry about the new rose bushes. She always hated roses. Said they were too cheerful. Mortimer wants to know if Pugsley's finished his latest bomb. Has he? Almost. He's having trouble with the detonation caps. Grandmama snorted smoke through her nostrils. That boy. Tell Mortimer he should use mercury fulminate, not lead azide. Much more satisfying. Boom. Hadrian passed the message along, not through words but through intention, shaping his thoughts into something the dead could receive. Mortimer's distant laughter rippled through the membrane, warm and faintly sulphurous. Now, Grandmama said, and her tone shifted. No more banter. This was the lesson. Call one of them up. Properly. Hadrian opened his eyes. The cemetery stretched around him in familiar, comforting disarray, headstones listing at drunken angles, monuments to Adamses stretching back centuries, iron fences green with verdigris, gargoyles worn smooth by generations of rain. Above it all, the Adams mansion loomed against a sky the color of a bruise, its windows glowing with amber light. Which one? Your choice. But choose someone with teeth. I want to see you handle resistance. He considered for a moment, then pressed his right hand harder against the ground. Blood welled from a small cut he'd made earlier, the traditional offering, freely given, and he traced a sigil in the dirt. Not a pentagram or anything so theatrical. Adam's necromancy was older than theatrical. The sigil was a word in a language that predated Latin, predated Sumerian, a language that existed only in the space between breathing and not breathing. Great Uncle Fester, he said. The first one. Not Dad's brother, the one from the 1700s. Grandmama raised an eyebrow. Bold choice. He bit a priest in half at his own funeral. Exactly. The sigil glowed a dull, sullen green, the color of foxfire, of swamp gas, of things that lived in the margins. Hadrian felt the membrane stretch, thin, and then the spirit surged upward like a bubble in tar. Fester Adams the first materialized 3 feet above his own headstone, a squat, furious apparition with a jaw like an anvil and eyes that burned with 2 centuries of accumulated grudge. He took one look at Hadrian and lunged. Hadrian didn't move. He held the sigil steady, held his ground, and met the spirit's charge with a wall of calm, patient authority. Not force, authority. The difference mattered. Force made the dead angry. Authority reminded them that someone was in charge of the conversation. Fester slammed into Hadrian's will and stopped dead. The ghost snarled, flickered, tested the boundaries. Hadrian waited. He could feel the spirit's fury like heat against his face, but underneath it was something else: loneliness, confusion, the disorientation of being pulled from rest. He addressed that instead. "Easy," Hadrian murmured. "I'm not here to trap you. Just to talk. You can leave whenever you want." The ghost blinked. Looked at him with something other than rage for the first time. "That's the boy," Grandmama said quietly, a rare note of genuine approval in her voice. "Always give them the door first. A spirit that stays because it chooses to is worth 10 that stay because they're caged." Fester the First settled, losing his violent edge. He studied Hadrian with the shrewd, unsettling intelligence that seemed to be genetic in the Adams line, then nodded once, grudging respect, and faded back into the ground like smoke in reverse. Hadrian let out a breath and sat back on his heels. The sigil dimmed and vanished. His hand stung where the blood had dried. "Not bad," Grandmama said, which from her was the equivalent of a standing ovation. "Your control is better than your mother's was at your age, and Morticia could waltz with the dead by the time she was 12. She dropped her cigarette and ground it out on Balthazar's headstone. But you're still too cautious. You treat them like glass. They're dead, boy, they can't break. Respect isn't caution. Sometimes it is. Sometimes being too gentle is just another way of being afraid." She fixed him with a look that had made grown men and several demons uncomfortable. "You've got more power than any Adams in 3 generations. Maybe more. I want to know you can use it when the time comes and gentleness isn't an option." Before Hadrian could respond, the world lurched. It hit him like a physical blow, a flash of blinding green light, searing across his vision from the inside. A woman screaming. Stone walls closing in. Moving staircases. A hat that talked. A snake made of emerald fire. A castle, massive and impossible, perched on a cliff above a black lake, and the overwhelming, gut-twisting feeling of home. He was on his hands and knees in the dirt, gasping. The cemetery spun around him. The dead beneath the ground had gone silent, every single one of them, as if something had passed through the membrane that was bigger than any ghost. Again. Grandmama's hand was on his shoulder, steadying. Her voice was careful. "Worse this time." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His pulse hammered. The castle again. Green light. A woman screaming. The same woman. Always the same woman. He couldn't see her face. He could never see her face. Just red hair and a voice that broke on a name he couldn't quite hear. It felt real, Grandmama. Not like a dream. Like a memory. She was quiet for a long moment. The wind moved through the cemetery, rattling dead leaves against iron fences. "I've told you before. Some souls carry echoes of where they've been. It doesn't mean anything. You don't believe that?" "No," she admitted. "I don't." She helped him to his feet, surprisingly strong for a woman who looked like she'd been assembled from beef jerky and spite. "Come inside. Your mother wants a family meeting." That stopped him. Since when does Mother call family meetings? Since about an hour ago, when a very large owl delivered a very unusual letter. The Addams family parlor existed in a state of cultivated decay that would have sent most interior decorators into cardiac arrest. The wallpaper peeled in elegant strips. The chandelier hung at an angle that suggested it was one bad sneeze away from committing homicide. The furniture was upholstered in fabrics that had probably been luxurious during the Crimson Plague, and the fireplace was large enough to roast a small horse, which, based on family stories, had happened at least twice. Morticia Adams stood by the window, silhouetted against the dying light, reading a letter on heavy parchment. She wore a dress that clung to her like a second shadow, and her dark hair fell past her waist in a waterfall that seemed to absorb ambient light. She was, as always, the most beautiful woman Hadrian had ever seen, and she radiated a calm so profound it bordered on supernatural. Gomez Adams paced behind her with the manic energy of a man whose default state was 11 out of 10. He was smoking a cigar, gesturing with it, dropping ash on the carpet without noticing. His eyes were bright with the particular gleam they got when something interested him, which was most of the time, because Gomez found the world endlessly, deliriously fascinating. Wednesday sat in an armchair by the fire with a book open on her lap and a look on her face that could have curdled milk at 30 paces. This was not unusual. What was unusual was the slight tightness around her mouth that Hadrian recognized as genuine interest disguised as contempt. "Ah, Hadrian." Gomez spun toward the door as Hadrian and Grandmama entered. "My boy. Come, sit, there's news. Extraordinary news." Morticia read the letter again. "I want to hear the part about the ghosts." "You've heard it 4 times, darling. And each time it gets better. Like fine wine. Or arsenic. Cara mia." The word was a purr. Gomez went visibly weak in the knees. "Mon cher." He kissed her hand. Then her wrist. He was heading toward the elbow when Wednesday cleared her throat with the subtlety of a gunshot. "You called a family meeting," she said flatly. "I was in the middle of an autopsy." "On what?" Hadrian asked, dropping into the chair beside her. "A very annoying squirrel." "Was it dead when you started?" "Eventually." Morticia set down the letter and turned to face the room. When Morticia Adams gave you her full attention, it felt like being gently but firmly taken by the throat. "I've received a letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," she said. "Some of you may recall that the Adams family has historical connections to British Magical Society, the Peveril line, specifically, from which our necromantic traditions partially descend." Hadrian felt something cold move through his chest at the word Hogwarts. It was the castle from his visions. He knew it with absolute certainty, though he'd never been told its name before. "The letter is from Headmistress Minerva McGonagall," Morticia continued. "She writes that Hogwarts is experiencing what she calls unprecedented magical disturbances. The school's ghosts, and apparently the castle has dozens of resident spirits, have become unstable. Several have vanished entirely. Others are in what she describes as severe distress. The castle's protective wards are failing. She has contacted the Ministry of Magic, the International Confederation, and various specialists. None have been able to help. And so she writes to us," Gomez said, beaming. "Because who understands the dead better than an Adams?" "Morticia, it's perfect. It's destiny." "She's asking for a consultation," Morticia clarified. "But I believe the situation may require more than a visit." Wednesday looked up from her book. "You want to send us to their school?" It wasn't a question. Wednesday rarely asked questions. She made statements and waited for reality to catch up. "I want to give you the option," Morticia said. "Both of you. Nevermore Academy has served you well, but this opportunity is, a chance to study British magical tradition firsthand," Wednesday finished. "A castle full of destabilized ghosts and failing wards, suggesting a systemic necromantic disturbance that hasn't been seen in centuries. And a prestigious magical institution that's desperate enough to ask outsiders for help, which means we'd have leverage." Gomez pointed at her with his cigar. "That's my girl. Always thinking strategically." Hadrian hadn't spoken. He was staring at the letter in his mother's hand, and the cold feeling in his chest had spread outward until his fingertips tingled. Hogwarts. He'd seen it in every vision since he was 11 years old. The moving staircases, the talking paintings, the great hall with its enchanted ceiling. "I'm going," he said. Everyone looked at him. Wednesday's eyes narrowed slightly. She'd heard the certainty in his voice, the un-Adams-like urgency, and she was already filing it away for later interrogation. Excellent. Gomez clapped his hands. Then it's settled. Both my children, conquering British wizardry. Morticia, we should write back immediately. We should send gifts. What do the British like? Rain. Depression. Tea. All three, traditionally. Wonderful. We have plenty of depression. There's one complication, Grandmama said from the doorway, where she'd been listening with her arms crossed. The Adams name carries weight in certain circles, but it carries suspicion in others. British wizards are conservative. Necromancy makes them nervous. Everything makes them nervous, Wednesday said. That's why they're British. The girl has a point, Gomez conceded. Nonetheless, Morticia said, Grandmama is right. We should proceed with awareness. Hadrian, you in particular will need to be careful about how and when you practice. The British Ministry of Magic has restrictive laws regarding necromantic arts. Restrictive meaning illegal, Grandmama added. In most applications. Hadrian absorbed this. They have a school full of ghosts but necromancy is illegal. Welcome to institutional hypocrisy, Wednesday said. Pack a sweater. They left 3 days later. Hadrian spent those 3 days in preparation. He practiced with Grandmama every morning, pushing his abilities harder than usual, driven by an urgency he couldn't fully explain. He packed his necromantic tools, the bone-handled ritual knife Morticia had given him on his 13th birthday, the set of Adam's sigil stones passed down from his great-great-grandmother, a vial of graveyard soil from every cemetery an Adams had ever been buried in. Wednesday packed her own arsenal, which included 11 bladed weapons, 4 poisons, and a well-annotated copy of Gray's Anatomy. On the second day, Enid Sinclair showed up at the front door with 3 suitcases, a duffel bag covered in rainbow patches, and a smile so bright it could have been classified as a weapon. I'm coming too, she announced, shoving past Lurch with the breezy confidence of someone who'd survived 2 years of friendship with Wednesday Adams and emerged not only alive but enthusiastic about it. Hadrian watched from the staircase as Wednesday stared at Enid with the expression of someone who'd found a spider in her soup and was deciding whether to eat the spider or train it. No one invited you. My pack has roots in the UK, the Sinclair clan originated in Scotland. Technically I have heritage standing to attend a British magical school, and my mom already filed the transfer paperwork with Nevermore. She dropped her bags in the foyer, where things scuttled over to inspect them. Also, you'd be bored without me. I am never bored. Boredom implies a lack of imagination. You'd miss me. Wednesday's left eye twitched. This was her equivalent of a warm hug. Don't project your emotional codependency onto me. That's Wednesday 4th, yes, Enid told Hadrian cheerfully. Hi, Hades. Ready for England? Nobody except Enid called him Hades. He hadn't asked her to. She'd simply decided it suited him and deployed it with the unshakable certainty of someone who believed that nicknaming people was a fundamental human right. Ready as I'll ever be, he said. You know what we're walking into? Haunted castle, screaming ghosts, possible ancient evil, stuffy British wizards who think werewolves are second-class citizens. She ticked items off on her fingers. Sounds like a Tuesday. It's Thursday. Even better. I'm always more optimistic on Thursdays. Hadrian found himself smiling despite the persistent cold weight in his chest. Enid had that effect. She was a living counterargument to the idea that the world was fundamentally dark and cruel, not because she was naive, but because she'd seen the darkness and decided to be bright anyway. He respected that more than he'd ever told her. Wednesday, who noticed everything and commented on things at strategically devastating moments, glanced between them with an expression that suggested she was cataloging this interaction for future weaponization. They took a port key, an old Adam's skull that Gomez had enchanted himself, because Gomez believed that any form of magical travel that didn't involve the risk of death was hardly worth the effort. The skull deposited them in the Scottish Highlands at dusk, on a windswept hillside overlooking a vast black lake. Hadrian saw the castle and nearly fell to his knees. It rose from the cliff face like a living thing, towers and turrets reaching toward a sky streaked with the last light of day. Hundreds of windows glowed amber. Bridges connected towers at impossible angles. The whole structure pulsed with an energy that Hadrian could feel in his bones, a deep magical hum that resonated with something inside him at a frequency he didn't know he had. He knew this place. He knew it the way you knew your own heartbeat, not intellectually but cellularly, fundamentally, in the architecture of his being. The moving staircases. The seventh-floor corridor. The room that appeared when you needed it most. The passage behind the one-eyed witch. Knowledge he had no right to possess flooded through him in a torrent that made his vision blur and his breath catch. Hadrian. Wednesday's voice, sharp and precise, cut through the deluge. Her hand was on his arm. You're shaking. He blinked. Steadied. Drew a breath of cold Scottish air and pushed the knowledge down to where he could examine it later. I'm fine. You're lying. I'm fine in the way that matters right now. She studied him for 3 long seconds, then removed her hand. We'll discuss this later. I know. Enid, standing slightly behind them, looked between the twins with the particular expression of someone who knew she was missing context but trusted the people involved enough not to push. She squeezed Hadrian's shoulder once, briefly, and said nothing. They walked toward the castle. Professor Minerva McGonagall met them at the entrance to the Great Hall. She was exactly as her letter had suggested, tall, severe, her grey hair pulled back in a bun so tight it could have been used as a weapon, her posture communicating the fundamental belief that spine curvature was a moral failing. She wore emerald robes and square spectacles, and she looked at the 3 teenagers standing before her with an expression that blended relief with deep, instinctive wariness. Miss Adams. Mr. Adams. Miss Sinclair. Her voice was clipped, Scottish, precise. Thank you for coming. I trust your journey was acceptable. We traveled via Enchanted Skull, Wednesday said. It was adequate. McGonagall's lips thinned. Charming. If you'll follow me, the other students are at dinner. We'll sort you first. Sort us? Enid asked. Into houses. Hogwarts has 4. The sorting hat will determine where you're best suited. She paused, and something flickered across her face, a shadow of memory, gone almost before Hadrian could register it. It's a tradition as old as the school itself. She led them through corridors that Hadrian navigated in his peripheral vision, his feet wanting to turn down passageways his conscious mind had never seen. Past suits of armor that creaked as they passed. Past paintings that whispered and pointed. Past ghosts. He felt them before he saw them, ragged, distressed presences flickering at the edges of his awareness like candle flames in a draught. When he looked directly, he could see them, translucent figures drifting through walls and ceilings, but wrong somehow. Their edges were fraying. Their forms kept losing cohesion, blurring into static before snapping back. One ghost, a portly friar, was weeping silently in a corner, his hands passing through his own face as if he'd forgotten he had one. Hadrian's necromantic senses screamed. Whatever was happening to these spirits, it wasn't natural decay. Something was pulling at them, draining them, tugging at the fundamental threads that tethered their spiritual essence to the physical world. And it was getting worse. How long has this been happening? He asked McGonagall. The first signs appeared 6 months ago. Minor disturbances, ghosts becoming confused, wards flickering. It's accelerated dramatically in the past month. She didn't look at him as she spoke. Her gaze was fixed forward, her stride measured, but her jaw was clenched. She was scared. She was Minerva McGonagall, and she was scared, and she was handling it the way she handled everything, with iron discipline and sheer force of will. We've lost 4 ghosts entirely. Simply, dissolved. Dissolved how? Their one moment, gone the next. No residual ectoplasm, no spectral trace. As if they'd never existed. Hadrian exchanged a glance with Wednesday. Her expression hadn't changed, but her eyes had sharpened. Spirits didn't just dissolve. Even the most degraded ghost left traces, emotional imprints, residual energy, echoes. Complete dissolution meant something was consuming them. Taking their energy. Feeding. The great hall doors opened, and the sound hit them first, hundreds of teenagers talking, laughing, eating, the comfortable chaos of communal dining. Then the sight, for long tables beneath a ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky outside, currently a deepening purple studded with early stars. Floating candles. Golden plates. And every single eye in the room turning toward them. The conversations didn't stop so much as stutter. Whispers replaced words. The name Adams moved through the hall like a virus, jumping from table to table, carried by widened eyes and not quite subtle pointing. Enid, to her eternal credit, waved. McGonagall produced a wooden stool and an ancient, battered hat. The Sorting Hat, even the name triggered a pulse of impossible familiarity in Hadrian's chest. He watched as McGonagall placed it on the stool and the tear near its brim opened wide. Well, well, the hat said. Its voice filled the great hall, and several first-years who hadn't yet recovered from their own sorting jumped. Transfers. How unusual. How exciting. It's been ages since I've had a fresh head to rummage through. Who's first? Sinclair, Enid, McGonagall called. Enid bounced forward, dropped onto the stool, and had the hat placed on her head. It barely touched her hair before it shouted, Gryffindor. The table on the far left erupted in applause. Enid grinned, hopped off the stool, and headed toward them with the social ease of someone who'd never met a stranger, only future friends. Adams, Wednesday. Wednesday walked to the stool the way other people walked to the executioner's block, with grim acceptance and an implication that someone was about to regret this. She sat. The hat descended. Silence. 10 seconds. 20. Hadrian could see the hat's brim twitching, its folds contorting. Wednesday sat perfectly still, her expression blank, and Hadrian had the strong suspicion that the hat was discovering what happened when you tried to rummage through a mind that rummaged back. Slytherin, the hat announced, sounding slightly breathless. Definitely Slytherin. Please take me off now. Wednesday removed the hat herself, set it back on the stool with deliberate care, and walked toward the green and silver table without acknowledging the scattered, nervous applause. Adams, Hadrian. He stepped forward. The hall was very quiet now. He sat on the stool and felt the hat settle onto his head, and the world contracted to two voices, his and the hat's. Well, the hat said, and its mental voice was nothing like its speaking voice. It was old. Ancient. And deeply, unsettlingly intimate. This is interesting. What is? You, Mr. Adams. Or should I say? No. No, I suppose I shouldn't. The hat's presence in his mind moved carefully, almost reverently, through his thoughts. You've been here before. The cold in Hadrian's chest spiked. What do you mean? I sort thousands of students. I remember every single one. Your mind has a shape I recognize, Mr. Adams, but the last time I touched it, it belonged to someone else. A pause. Long, waited. How extraordinary. I didn't know such things were possible. What things? His heart was hammering. He fought to keep his face neutral. That's not my secret to tell. Or yours to hear. Not yet. The hat's tone shifted to something businesslike, but underneath it Hadrian could feel a vast, complex emotion he couldn't name, wonder, perhaps. Or grief. Let's focus on the task at hand. Where to put you? You have courage, plenty of it. Intelligence, certainly. Loyalty so deep it's practically geological. And ambition, not for power. For understanding. For mastery. For the ability to protect the people you love. Sounds like you've already decided. I decided the moment I touched your mind, Mr. Adams. The same house I chose last time. Slytherin. The word rang through the great hall, and Hadrian felt something click into place, a rightness, bone-deep and undeniable, that had nothing to do with house colors and everything to do with coming home to a place he'd never been. He set the hat down and walked toward the Slytherin table, where Wednesday had already claimed a seat at the end of the bench and was radiating a force field of antisocial energy that had cleared a 4-foot radius around her. He sat beside her. She didn't look at him, but her foot pressed against his under the table, their silent childhood signal for "I'm here." Dinner resumed. The Slytherins around them were a careful mix of curious and cautious. A few introduced themselves, surnames that sounded old, moneyed, and deeply invested in bloodline politics. Hadrian was polite. Wednesday was Wednesday. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, Enid had already made friends with half a dozen people and was telling an animated story that involved elaborate hand gestures. And nearby, a tall, broad-shouldered boy with copper-red hair and a jaw that could have been used to break rocks was staring directly at Hadrian with an expression of undisguised suspicion. Rowan Ashworth. Hadrian didn't know his name yet, but he recognized the type, principled, brave, certain that he was right about everything, and ready to fight about it. The boy's posture radiated challenge like a furnace radiated heat. You'll be trouble, Hadrian thought, and turned his attention to his dinner. He waited until the castle was asleep. Midnight in Hogwarts was a different world from the bustling energy of dinner. The corridors were silent except for the distant drip of water through ancient stone and the occasional creak of a staircase adjusting its position. Moonlight fell through tall windows in silver slabs, painting geometric patterns on the flagstone floors. The paintings slept in their frames, snoring softly. The suits of armor stood at attention, their visors dark. Hadrian moved through the castle in silence, guided by instinct he didn't trust and couldn't ignore. His feet knew where to go. Down this corridor, left at the tapestry of trolls in tutus, he knew about the tutus before he saw them, and the wrongness of that knowledge made his skin crawl, down 2 flights of stairs, past a door that smelled of soap and water. The ghosts found him before he found them. Nearly headless Nick materialized from a wall like a man surfacing from water. He'd been a grand figure once, Hadrian could see the echoes of it in the ruff, the doublet, the plumed hat. But tonight the ghost was a ruin. His edges flickered and sparked like a bad television signal. His face kept losing resolution, features smearing into blank translucence before snapping back. "You're the Adams boy," Nick said. His voice warbled, cutting in and out. "The necromancer. Hadrian. You can see what's happening to us. I can feel it." Hadrian held up his hand, and the air around Nick shimmered with visible distortion, the spiritual equivalent of heat haze. "Something's pulling at you. Drawing your energy somewhere else." "It's agony," Nick whispered. The word came out fractured, syllables arriving out of order before reassembling themselves. Like being pulled apart thread by thread. "We can feel ourselves dissolving. The younger ghosts, the ones with less energy, they've already." He couldn't finish. His form flickered violently, static filling the spaces where his face should have been, and Hadrian reached out instinctively with his necromantic sense, not to control but to steady, to anchor. Like placing a hand on a shaking shoulder. Nick solidified slightly, his features reassembling with a gasp of something that might have been relief. "Thank you," the ghost breathed. "That's the first peace I've felt in weeks." "Where is it coming from?" "The pull. Below." Nick's eyes, transparent, flickering, terrified, went wide. "Deep below. The Baron knows more. He's been raving about it for weeks, but none of us understand him anymore. He's too far gone. Take me to him." Nick hesitated. The Bloody Baron was the Slytherin ghost, and even among the dead, he was feared. But the desperation in Nick's flickering form won out over caution, and he turned, drifting downward through the floor with Hadrian following via the stairs. The Bloody Baron was in the deepest dungeon Hadrian could access without a key, a vaulted chamber of sweating stone that smelled of iron and age. The ghost drifted in a slow circle near the ceiling, and one look at him told Hadrian that whatever was happening to Hogwarts spirits, the Baron was bearing the worst of it. He was barely there. His form was more absence than presence, a vaguely human-shaped distortion in the air, flickering silver-black, his chains appearing and disappearing like a signal from a dying star. He was speaking, or trying to. The words came out in fragments, some in English, some in something older, and some in a language that wasn't language at all but pure emotional transmission, rage, terror, grief, warning. Hadrian closed his eyes and opened his necromantic senses fully. The Baron's spiritual signature slammed into him. It was massive. This was one of the oldest, most powerful ghosts in the castle, but it was shredded. Torn in a dozen directions at once. And beneath the Baron's distress, beneath the screaming spiritual static, Hadrian could feel the source. Something below. Something vast. Something that had been imprisoned for so long that its patience had become indistinguishable from the stone around it, and that patience was finally ending. The old prisoner, the Baron managed. The words were audible for the first time in what might have been weeks, drawn out by Hadrian's stabilizing presence. Before the school. Before the houses. Before the four. We built on its bones. We sealed it with our souls. And now. His form convulsed. Cracking. The seals. The old ones. The four anchors. Cracking. What old prisoner? Hadrian pressed. What's down there? But the Baron was gone, collapsed back into incoherent fragments, his chains rattling through dimensions that living ears shouldn't have been able to hear. Hadrian couldn't hold him. The pull from below was too strong. He stood alone in the dungeon for a long moment, breathing, thinking. Then he pulled out his ritual knife and knelt. The floor was bare stone, old, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Hadrian drew the blade across his palm in a precise cut, let the blood well, and began to trace. Not a summoning sigil this time. A sensing sigil, one of Grandmama's specialties. A way to read the spiritual topography of a place, to map the flow of death energy through an area the way a surveyor maps the flow of water. The sigil was complex. It required blood, concentration, and words in the old language, the one that existed between breathing and not breathing. Hadrian spoke them quietly, feeling each syllable vibrate in his sternum, and pressed his bleeding hand flat against the stone. The world fell away. His awareness plunged downward through solid rock, through layers of castle foundation, through substrate and bedrock and geology that shouldn't have been possible in the Scottish Highlands. Down past buried chambers he could sense but not see. Down past ward lines that burned against his consciousness like electric fences. Down, down, down to a depth that had no business existing beneath a school, and there it was. It wasn't a presence so much as an absence, a hole in the fabric of reality shaped like hunger. It occupied a space at the very bottom of Hogwarts' foundations, a void that swallowed his sensing sigil's energy like a drain swallowing water. It was ancient. It was aware. And it was vast in a way that made the word meaningless, not large in physical space but large in implication, as if the thing down there existed in more dimensions than three and was only partly intersecting with the reality Hadrian could perceive. It felt him. He knew the exact instant it happened because the void contracted, focused, and suddenly all of that vast, ancient, patient awareness was concentrated on a single point, him. A necromancer. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It didn't enter through his ears. It entered through his blood, through the sigil, through the cut on his palm. It was beautiful. It was terrible. It resonated at a frequency that made his bones hum and his teeth ache. How long it's been. How long since anyone walked the boundary close enough for me to touch. Come find me, child. Come set me free. Hadrian's training kicked in. He slammed the connection shut, a brutal, emergency severance that grandmama had drilled into him since childhood, the necromantic equivalent of slamming a door on an intruder's fingers. He ripped his hand from the floor, broke the sigil with a sweep of his boot, and staggered backward. Too late. The entity's response was instantaneous and disproportionate, not an attack but a pulse, a shockwave of raw spiritual energy that erupted upward from the castle's foundations like a depth charge detonating. Hadrian felt it tear through the floors above him, felt it rip through every ghost in Hogwarts like a blade through tissue paper, felt it hammer against the castle's ancient wards with enough force to crack stone. Above him, windows shattered. He heard them, a cascade of breaking glass that rippled outward from the dungeons through the ground floor, through the upper stories, a wave of destruction that lasted 3 full seconds and sounded like the world ending in miniature. Somewhere in the castle, ghosts screamed, a chorus of spectral agony that cut through stone and silence with knife-edge clarity. Then silence. Hadrian stood in the dungeon, breathing hard, his hand dripping blood onto the floor. The air was thick with stone dust and the ozone smell of disturbed magic. His heart was slamming against his ribs. Footsteps. Running. Multiple people, converging from different directions. The door to the dungeon burst open and McGonagall swept in, wand drawn, still in her tartan dressing gown, her hair loose for the first time Hadrian had seen it. She looked 10 years older than she had at dinner. Behind her came Professor Voss, the defense against the dark arts teacher, who Hadrian had met only briefly during the feast. She was a willowy woman in her 40s with kind eyes and prematurely silver hair, and she moved with the coiled alertness of someone trained for crisis. She'd thrown a coat over her nightclothes, and her wand was already casting diagnostic spells, blue light sweeping the chamber. Behind them both, silent as a shadow, Wednesday. She was fully dressed, she'd never gone to bed, Hadrian realized, or had woken the moment the pulse hit. Her dark eyes found his immediately, catalogued the blood on his hand, the broken sigil on the floor, the dust in the air, and drew conclusions faster than anyone else in the room could form questions. Mr. Adams. McGonagall's voice was steel wrapped in ice. Explain. He didn't waste time with preambles. I performed a sensing ritual. Standard Adams diagnostic, non-invasive, designed only to read spiritual energy patterns. Something responded from deep beneath the castle. Deep. Pre-foundation deep. Something. An entity. Aware, intelligent, imprisoned. The ghosts, the Baron specifically, called it, the old prisoner. It's been sealed under the castle since before the school was built. The seals are failing, and the entity has been feeding on the ghost's energy to accelerate the process. Silence. McGonagall stared at him. Voss stopped casting, her wand frozen mid-gesture. Wednesday leaned against the doorframe and watched. You made contact with this entity? Voss asked. Her voice was careful, measured. Interested. It made contact with me. The sensing ritual gave it a channel. I closed the connection, but it sent a pulse through the castle before I could fully sever it. The windows, the ghosts, that was its response. McGonagall's lips were a thin, bloodless line. You performed unauthorized magic in the middle of the night, in the deepest dungeon of a school full of sleeping children, and provoked an unknown entity into attacking the castle. With respect, headmistress, the entity was attacking the castle long before I arrived. Your ghosts have been dying for months. I just gave it a reason to stop being subtle. Wednesday's mouth twitched. The smallest possible movement. Anyone who wasn't her twin would have missed it. McGonagall looked at him for a long time. Her expression was unreadable, but Hadrian caught a flash of something underneath, not anger, not fear. Recognition. As if she'd seen someone else stand in a room full of adults and deliver uncomfortable truths with exactly this kind of calm certainty. What do you recommend? She asked finally. The question surprised them both, Hadrian thought. She hadn't meant to ask it. It had come out of a place deeper than professional judgment, some instinct, some echo, some memory of a green-eyed boy who'd always known what needed to be done. Right now? Nothing, he said. I need to research. The Baron mentioned 4 anchors. He said, we sealed it with our souls, and the we was the Founders. Whatever's down there was imprisoned using the Founders' spiritual essence as a binding agent. If the anchors are failing, I need to understand the original seal before I can do anything about it. Research, Voss repeated. She'd lowered her wand, and her expression was one of genuine engagement, warm, almost eager. The restricted section has extensive archives on the Founders' era. I could arrange access for you, Headmistress permitting. McGonagall nodded slowly. Very well. But no more midnight rituals, Mr. Adams. Not without my express permission. Is that clear? Crystal. She turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. You should know, a representative from the Ministry's Department of Spectral Regulation will be arriving tomorrow. Madame Seraphina Blackwood. She's been monitoring our situation and has decided to intervene personally. Something in McGonagall's tone suggested that intervene was a diplomatic word for something considerably less pleasant. What does the Department of Spectral Regulation do? Hadrian asked. Regulate specters, Wednesday said from the doorway. And the people who interact with them. Which, in your case, means us. Madame Blackwood has strong views on necromantic practice, McGonagall said, which was clearly the understatement of the century. I suggest you be cautious in her presence. She left. Voss lingered for a moment, looking at Hadrian with an expression he couldn't quite parse, admiration, certainly, and something else. Something that lurked behind her kind eyes like a shape beneath ice. You're remarkably composed for someone who just made contact with an ancient entity, she said. My family has a different relationship with the supernatural than most. Clearly. She smiled. If you need anything for your research, anything at all, my door is always open. I've studied Hogwarts' deep history extensively. I might be able to help. Thank you, Professor. She nodded and followed McGonagall out. Hadrian waited until her footsteps faded, then turned to Wednesday. You didn't go to bed. I don't sleep when you're being reckless. It's a policy I established when we were 7 and you tried to summon Napoleon's ghost during a thunderstorm. Napoleon was very cooperative, as I recall. Napoleon tried to possess Pugsley and declare war on the mailman. Details. He looked at his bleeding hand. The cut was shallow but still seeping. I need to tell you something. You recognized this castle before you'd ever seen it. He stared at her. She stared back, unmoved. You staggered when we arrived, she said. Your pupils dilated. Your breathing changed. You navigated the corridors tonight without hesitation, including 3 turns that aren't marked on any map. And the Sorting Hat spoke to you for nearly 2 minutes, which is 4 times the average. You knew this place, Hadrian. Before tonight. Before the letter. He sat down on the cold stone floor and told her. Not everything, he didn't have everything to tell. But the visions. The green light. The screaming woman. The castle with moving stairs that he'd been dreaming about since he was 11. The Sorting Hat's cryptic comment about having been here before. Wednesday listened without interrupting, which was how he knew she was taking it seriously. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Reincarnation, she said. I don't know. The Addams family has documented cases of souls returning. Great-great-aunt Dementia lived 6 consecutive lives as increasingly irritated versions of the same woman. She paused. You may have been someone who attended this school. Someone who lived and died in this place. Someone whose soul found its way into an Addams body and brought its memories with it. That's a lot of someone's. It's a theory. We'll need more data. She stood. In the meantime, You've made first contact with an ancient imprisoned entity, drawn the attention of a ministry inquisitor, and managed to break approximately 40 windows in a school you've attended for less than 6 hours. Even by Adam's standards, that's efficient. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. She turned for the door, then paused. The barest hesitation. Be careful, brother. Whatever you were before, you're an Adams now. And Adamses don't lose themselves to the past. She left. Hadrian sat alone in the dungeon for a while longer, listening to the castle settle around him, groaning stone, rattling pipes, the distant moan of traumatized ghosts. The entity below was quiet now, as if the pulse had exhausted it. But he could still feel it, a vast and patient hunger crouched in the dark beneath the foundation of everything. Morning came to Hogwarts like a grudging concession, grey light filtering through repaired windows. The house elves had been busy overnight, the smell of breakfast drifting through cold corridors, and the low buzz of hundreds of students processing the fact that last night's disturbance had been significantly worse than usual. Hadrian found Wednesday and Enid in the Great Hall, which was a study in contrasts. Wednesday sat at the Slytherin table eating a precisely bisected grapefruit with the focused attention of a surgeon. Enid sat at the Gryffindor table surrounded by 5 new friends, gesticulating over a plate of eggs and toast, already deep in a story about the time she'd arm-wrestled a minotaur at Nevermore. Hadrian slid into the Slytherin bench and reached for coffee. Before his fingers touched the pot, a shadow fell across him. Adams. He looked up. The red-haired boy from last night, copper hair, rock jaw, shoulders like a wardrobe, was standing at the end of the Slytherin table with his arms crossed and an expression that suggested he'd been rehearsing this confrontation since dawn. Rowan Ashworth, the boy said, as if his name was a credential. Gryffindor 6th year. School dueling champion 3 years running. Hadrian Adams, Hadrian said. Slytherin. Transfer. Coffee deprived. Several Slytherins snickered. Ashworth's jaw tightened. I want to know what happened last night, Ashworth said. The whole castle shook. Windows blew out. The ghosts were screaming. And word is, it happened right after you went wandering around the dungeons doing necromancy. News travels fast. Glass-shattering shockwaves travel faster. Did you cause it? Hadrian poured himself coffee. Took a sip. It was terrible. British coffee always was. He drank it anyway, because the pause gave him time to assess the boy in front of him. Ashworth wasn't posturing, he realized. He wasn't showing off or trying to establish dominance for its own sake. He was genuinely concerned. The rigidity of his posture, the set of his jaw, the slight tremor in his hands that he was trying to hide, this was a boy who'd spent the night making sure younger students were safe, who'd probably patrolled the Gryffindor Tower until dawn, who'd come to the Slytherin table not because he wanted a fight but because he wanted answers and didn't trust anyone else to give them. I didn't cause it, Hadrian said. But I provoked the thing that did. What thing? Something under the castle. Old. Imprisoned. Getting loose. He met Ashworth's eyes directly. I'm here to help fix it. Fix it. Ashworth's lip curled. By what? Raising the dead? Summoning ghosts? Playing with forces that what? That scare you? The temperature at the Slytherin table dropped several degrees, and it had nothing to do with the weather. Ashworth went very still. Around them, students were watching with the rapt attention of spectators at a duel that hadn't officially started. I'm not scared, Ashworth said quietly. Then don't talk like you are. Hadrian set down his coffee. Necromancy is a tool. Like any magic. It can be used well or badly. You don't know anything about how I use it, so I'd suggest you learn before you judge. I know what necromancy does. I know what it costs. I know the kind of people who practice it. You know what British wizards have told you about it. That's not the same thing. Ashworth leaned forward. He was a good 6 inches taller than Hadrian and built like a dueling champion. "I've got my eye on you, Adams. This school doesn't need dark magic stirring up more trouble." "I'd recommend a different eye," Wednesday said, without looking up from her grapefruit. "The one you're using seems defective." Ashworth turned toward her. Whatever he saw in Wednesday's face, and Hadrian suspected it was something that would feature in his nightmares for years, made him reconsider his next words. He settled for a flat glare at Hadrian, turned on his heel, and stalked back to the Gryffindor table. "Charming boy," Wednesday said. "I give him 3 weeks before he either becomes an ally or requires medical attention. Don't hurt him. He's not wrong to be suspicious. He's wrong to be rude about it. There's a difference between vigilance and poor manners." Hadrian drank his terrible coffee and watched Ashworth sit down across from Enid at the Gryffindor table. The werewolf girl glanced between Ashworth's thunderous expression and Hadrian's calm one, read the situation instantly, and launched into a strategic charm offensive that Ashworth had no defenses against. Within 5 minutes, Enid had Ashworth smiling despite himself. Hadrian watched this with something between admiration and bewilderment. Enid Sinclair was, in her own way, more dangerous than anyone else in the castle. The day's classes were a crash course in Hogwarts normalcy, or what passed for normalcy in a castle full of stressed teenagers, destabilized ghosts, and enough ambient magical energy to power a small city. Hadrian and Wednesday attended charms, adequate, transfiguration, impressive. The professor was a small, ancient wizard who turned his desk into a pig and back without blinking, and potions. The dungeon classroom made Hadrian's skin crawl with proximity to the entity below, but the work itself was soothing, precise, methodical, almost ritualistic. He noticed things. The way the castle's magic stuttered in certain corridors, like a heart skipping a beat. The way the paintings sometimes froze mid-movement, their enchantments glitching. The way the staircases moved with a jerky, uncertain quality, as if they'd forgotten where they were supposed to go. Hogwarts was sick. The sickness ran deep, and it was getting worse. Between classes, he caught glimpses of the ghosts. They were avoiding the main corridors now, congregating in the upper towers and less trafficked wings, huddled together like refugees. The ones he passed flinched at his approach, then froze when they realized he was different, that his presence actually helped. A small ghost, a girl of maybe 10, old enough to suggest she died centuries ago, drifted toward him in an empty corridor and simply hovered beside him for a moment, soaking in his stabilizing energy like a plant turning toward sunlight. "Thank you," she whispered, and vanished through a wall before he could respond. After his last class, Hadrian found the defense against the dark arts classroom and Professor Voss. She was arranging books on her desk when he arrived, old books, leather-bound, with titles in Latin and what looked like Old English. She looked up with a warm smile that reached her eyes and gestured for him to come in. "Mr. Adams. I hoped you'd take me up on my offer. Please, sit. I've pulled some texts that might be relevant to your research." Hadrian sat across from her and examined the books. Founders of the Four, A Complete History. The Great Working, Theories on Hogwarts Foundational Magic. Bin's Treatise on Spectral Containment. And, at the bottom of the stack, a handwritten journal with no title, its pages yellowed with extreme age. "What's this?" He picked up the journal. "Something I found in the restricted section years ago. It's... well, it appears to be a personal account of the castle's construction. Author unknown. But some of the details suggest it was written by someone present during the founding." Hadrian opened it carefully. The handwriting was cramped and archaic, the ink faded to brown. He could make out fragments, the place of power beneath, the Four agreed, the seal must hold, should it fail. "Professor, how long have you been researching this?" "Years." She sat on the edge of her desk, and something in her posture softened, became less professional, more personal. "I've always felt that Hogwarts was, more than a school. Does that sound strange?" "Not from where I'm sitting. The castle has layers, Mr. Adams. Physical, magical, spiritual. Most people only ever see the surface, the classes, the houses, the Quidditch pitch. But underneath. She trailed off, looking toward the window. I've always wanted to understand what's underneath. There was something in her voice, a vibration, a resonance, that Hadrian's necromantic senses picked up on. Not deception exactly, but a quality he couldn't name. A whisper of something beneath her words, the way the entity whispered beneath the castle. He filed it away and turned back to the journal. They worked together for 2 hours. Voss was genuinely knowledgeable. She'd spent years studying the Founders' era and could contextualize the journal's fragmented entries with a historian's precision. She didn't shy away from discussing necromancy, which set her apart from every other professor Hadrian had met at Hogwarts. The Founders were all skilled in death magic to some degree, she said. It was more accepted in their era. The stigma is relatively modern, post-Herpo the Foul, really. Before that, necromancy was simply another discipline. Like it still is in my family. Exactly. She leaned forward, engaged and intense. The Adams tradition is one of the few that preserved the old ways. That's why McGonagall wrote to you. She needed someone who could communicate with the dead on their own terms, not through the sanitized lens of modern wizardry. By the time Hadrian left, he had a preliminary understanding of what the Baron had been raving about. The Founders' great working, the construction of Hogwarts, had involved binding a piece of each Founder's spiritual essence into a physical anchor within the castle. 4 anchors, 4 Founders, forming a seal over whatever lay beneath. The journal hinted at the purpose, containment, imprisonment, binding, but the entity's name and nature were never explicitly stated. Voss had one more thing for him. As he reached the door, she said, "Hadrian," and he turned. "The entity you contacted. Did it speak to you?" "Yes." "What did it say?" He held her gaze. "Come find me, child. Come set me free." "It asked me to free it," he said. Something moved behind her eyes. Fast, involuntary, gone before he could identify it. She nodded slowly. "Be careful. Some prisoners deserve their cages." He left her office with the journal under his arm and a feeling in his gut that Professor Voss was simultaneously exactly what she appeared to be and something else entirely. He was halfway to the Slytherin common room when news of Seraphina Blackwood's arrival reached him, in the form of Enid Sinclair, who materialized around a corner at speed, slightly out of breath, her colorful scarf flying behind her. "Hades. You need to know. There's a ministry woman here, she arrived about 20 minutes ago, and she's already asked to see your student file. McGonagall's holding her off, but she looks like the kind of person who eats resistance for breakfast." "How do you know this?" "I was walking past McGonagall's office and may have accidentally pressed my ear to the door. Werewolf hearing is really very efficient. That's eavesdropping. That's survival instinct. There's a difference." She fell into step beside him, and her bubbly energy shifted into something sharper, more focused. The Enid that most people saw, the colorful, chatty, endlessly friendly werewolf, was real, but it wasn't the whole picture. Underneath the sunshine was a girl who'd survived Nevermore Academy, befriended Wednesday Addams, and faced down a monster that would have killed lesser people. She assessed threats with the same efficiency she assessed friendship opportunities. "Her name is Seraphina Blackwood," Enid continued. "Head of the Department of Spectral Regulation. She's been campaigning against necromantic practice for years. There was an incident, her daughter was killed in a ritual. She blames necromancers. All of them. All of them. She's not a bigot, well, maybe she is, but she has reasons. Real ones. The kind of reasons that make people dangerous because you can't just dismiss them." Hadrian processed this. "Where'd you get all this information?" "Your Slytherin classmates. Specifically, a girl named Daphne who knows everything about everyone and will share it for the price of a sincere compliment about her shoes. You've been at this school for 1 day. I work fast." She bumped her shoulder against his. Seriously, though. Be careful with this Blackwood woman. She's not going to care that you're here to help. She's going to see a necromancer in a school full of children and react accordingly. I know. And for the record, I think what you do is amazing. She said it simply, without fuss, like stating a fact about the weather. The way you help the ghosts. The way you talk to them like they matter. Most wizards treat the dead like furniture. You treat them like people. Something in his chest loosened. They are people. Just, finished ones. Enid laughed, a warm, genuine sound that bounced off the stone walls and made two nearby paintings smile. Finished people. I'm going to embroider that on a pillow. Please don't. Too late. Already mentally designing it. It'll have little skulls. And maybe some flowers, to balance the aesthetic. He looked at her, really looked, and found her already looking back. Her eyes were bright blue, the color of a sky that didn't know how to be anything but honest, and in them he saw something that made his breath catch, complete, uncomplicated acceptance. Not tolerance. Not curiosity. Acceptance. She knew what he was, what he could do, and she wasn't afraid. Thank you, Enid. For what? For not being afraid of me. She snorted. Hades, I share a room with Wednesday Addams. You'd have to try a lot harder than talking to dead people to scare me. They parted at the stairs, Enid heading up to Gryffindor Tower, Hadrian heading down to the Slytherin dungeons. He carried the warmth of her laugh with him into the cold, green-lit corridors like a lantern in the dark. Wednesday was waiting in the common room. She sat in a high-backed chair near the fireplace, which burned with green flames that cast unsettling shadows across her face. The common room was empty, the other Slytherins had either gone to bed or were giving her a wide berth, which amounted to the same thing. The ministry woman is here, Wednesday said. I've already prepared a legal defense in case she attempts to restrict your practice. How thorough. 17 pages. I cited international precedent, the Addams Family Charter, 3 separate violations of the Convention on Magical Heritage, and a very specific clause in the Hogwarts founding documents that guarantees visiting practitioners the right to exercise their traditional magic on school grounds. You found that in one day? I found it in 4 hours. The rest of the time I spent identifying structural weaknesses in the castle's architecture. She paused. In case we need to collapse something strategically. Let's call that Plan B. Plan B is poison. Strategic demolition is Plan D. He sat in the chair across from her. The fire crackled between them, green light playing across the stone walls, making the carved serpent seem to writhe. The founders anchored the seal with their own spiritual essence, he said. 4 anchors, 4 founders. The anchors are physical objects hidden somewhere in the castle, and they're failing. Which means the seal is failing. Which means whatever's down there is getting out. Wednesday considered this. Can the anchors be repaired? Maybe. If I can find them. If I can understand the original seal's architecture. If the entity doesn't break free before I get the chance. He stared into the green fire. Grandmama said I treat the dead too gently. She might be right. What's coming, it's not going to be gentle. No, Wednesday agreed. It's not. She rose from her chair, smoothed her black dress with precise hands, and looked down at him with an expression that contained multitudes, all of them carefully hidden behind the same flat, unreadable mask she'd worn since they were children. But you're an Addams, she said. And Addamses don't fear what lives in the dark. The smallest pause. We charge it rent. She walked toward the girls' dormitory. At the entrance, she stopped without turning around. Good night, Hadrian. Good night, Wednesday. She disappeared into the shadows, and he was alone with the fire and the silence and the distant, patient pulse of something ancient and hungry far below his feet. Hadrian sat in the Slytherin common room until the fire burned low, turning over everything he knew. The entity. The anchors. The founders. The visions that had plagued him for years, the castle he'd never visited but knew in his bones, the green light, the screaming woman, the hat's whispered words, "You've been here before." He pressed his palm flat against the cool arm of the chair and closed his eyes. Just for a moment, he let himself feel it, the weight of everything he didn't understand about himself. The suspicion that had lived in the back of his mind since the first vision, unspoken, unexamined, growing stronger with every year, that he was not entirely who he thought he was. That there was something underneath the person he knew, the way there was something underneath this castle. Something sealed. Something waiting. He opened his eyes. "Tomorrow," he said to the empty room. "Tomorrow I start finding answers." The green fire flickered once and went out. Above him, the castle groaned in its sleep. Below him, the Hollow King dreamed of freedom. And somewhere between the two, between the living and the dead, between the person he was and the person he might have been, Hadrian Adams waited for morning. Chapter 2, Bones of the Founders. 3 ghosts vanished overnight. Hadrian learned this before breakfast, standing in the corridor outside the Slytherin common room while the Grey Lady drifted beside him in a state of barely contained panic. Her silver form was steadier than most of the castle's spirits. Helena Ravenclaw had been dead for 1,000 years, and that kind of tenure brought a certain resilience, but even she was fraying at the edges, her translucent robes dissolving into wisps of mist where they trailed along the floor. "The singing spectre," she said, her voice a papery whisper. "The monk of the 3rd floor. And little Edwin, the boy who haunted the astronomy tower. He was only 200 years old. Barely settled." Her hands wrung through each other, fingers passing through fingers. "They didn't fade, Mr. Adams. They were taken. One moment present, the next, consumed. I felt each one disappear. Like a candle being snuffed. When? Between 3 and 4 in the morning. The witching hour. When the boundary between life and death thins naturally." She fixed him with eyes that had seen 10 centuries of students come and go. "It's feeding on us. Growing stronger each time it takes one." Hadrian stood with his back against the cold stone wall and let his necromantic senses extend outward, reading the castle's spiritual topology like a doctor taking a pulse. The results weren't good. Last night's shockwave had weakened every ghost in Hogwarts, thinned their connections to the physical world, made them vulnerable. And the entity had taken advantage of that vulnerability with surgical precision, picking off the weakest spirits while the castle slept. "I need you to do something for me," he told Helena. "Gather the remaining ghosts. All of them. Tell them to stay together. The more concentrated their spiritual energy, the harder they are to pick off individually. Upper floors, away from the foundations. You think proximity to the entity matters? I think distance won't save them forever, but it'll buy time. And right now, time is what I need." Helena nodded, a graceful inclination of her translucent head, and drifted upward through the ceiling. Hadrian watched her go, then headed for the great hall. He didn't make it. The summons arrived in the form of a house elf, a small, trembling creature with ears like satellite dishes who appeared with a crack at the top of the dungeon stairs and informed him, in a voice that suggested he was delivering a death sentence, that the headmistress required his presence in her office immediately. McGonagall's office was a circular room at the top of a spiral staircase, accessible through a gargoyle that responded to passwords. The current password, which the house elf whispered to Hadrian with an apologetic wince, was Ginger Newt. The gargoyle stepped aside with visible reluctance, as if it had opinions about who should be allowed up and Hadrian wasn't on the approved list. 3 people waited inside. McGonagall sat behind a massive desk covered in paperwork, her face carved from the same granite as the castle walls. Professor Voss stood by the window, arms crossed, wearing an expression of studied neutrality that Hadrian's instincts flagged as performance. And seated in a high-backed chair positioned to face the door, positioned, Hadrian noted, for maximum psychological impact, was a woman he'd never seen before. Seraphina Blackwood was in her 50s, with iron-gray hair pulled back from a face that was all angles and authority. She wore ministry robes of deep navy blue, immaculately pressed, with a silver badge on her chest that read Department of Spectral Regulation. Her eyes were dark, sharp, and cold, not the performative coldness of someone trying to intimidate, but the genuine cold of someone who'd been burned so badly that warmth had become suspicious. She held a file in her hands. Hadrian's file, presumably, given that it was thicker than seemed reasonable for someone who'd been at the school for barely 24 hours. "Mr. Adams," McGonagall said. "Please sit." He sat in the remaining chair, directly across from Blackwood. The arrangement put him facing 3 adults with his back to the door, an interrogation setup. He noted it, filed it, and let none of it show on his face. "Madam Blackwood arrived this morning," McGonagall continued. "She has questions about last night's incident." "I have questions about significantly more than that," Blackwood said. Her voice matched her face, precise, controlled, stripped of unnecessary warmth. "Mr. Adams. I've reviewed your family's file with the International Confederation of Wizards. The Adams family has been flagged for unrestricted necromantic practice for over 3 centuries. Your grandmother is personally responsible for 14 spectral disturbance incidents across 4 countries. Your mother's maiden family, the Frumps, have an even longer record. You've done your homework. I do my homework on anyone who practices death magic in proximity to children." The words landed with the precision of a scalpel. Hadrian kept his expression neutral. She was good, she'd framed the conversation in terms of child safety, which made any defense sound like a defense of endangering children. "I understand your concerns, Madam Blackwood. Last night I performed a standard diagnostic ritual, non-invasive, non-summoning, to assess the spiritual disturbance that Headmistress McGonagall brought us here to investigate. The entity beneath the castle used my sensing channel to send a shockwave through the school. I closed the connection as quickly as I could. And in the process, you shattered 47 windows, traumatized every ghost in the castle, and caused 3 spirits to destabilize so severely that they've since been consumed entirely." She flipped open his file. "You've been here 1 day. The entity was consuming ghosts before I arrived. I accelerated a process that was already in motion, and in doing so, I gathered critical intelligence about the threat. Intelligence that could have been gathered through proper channels. Through trained ministry professionals. Through methods that don't involve a 15-year-old boy cutting his hand open in a dungeon at midnight. With respect, your trained professionals have been aware of this situation for 6 months and have accomplished nothing. That's why we were contacted." Blackwood's eyes narrowed. The file closed with a snap. "I want to be clear about something, Mr. Adams. You are a minor, in a foreign country, practicing magic that is restricted under Section 47 of the Spectral Regulation Act. I have the authority to confiscate your tools, restrict your practice, and if necessary, have you removed from this school. You have the authority to try," Hadrian said quietly. The temperature in the room didn't change, but it felt like it did. Voss shifted by the window. McGonagall's quill stopped scratching. Blackwood studied him for a long moment. Not angry, assessing. Calculating. She was looking for the shape of him, Hadrian realized. Trying to determine if he was arrogant, reckless, dangerous, or some combination. He let her look. "I lost my daughter to a necromancer," she said. The words came out flat, factual, stripped of sentiment by years of practice. She was 12 years old. A practitioner in Eastern Europe offered to commune with her dead grandfather, a family ritual, he called it. The ritual went wrong. The spirit he summoned was hostile. It tore through the protections and, she stopped. Breathed. "My daughter died because a man with power and no oversight decided he knew better than the laws designed to prevent exactly that outcome." Silence. Hadrian looked at Seraphina Blackwood and saw, beneath the authority and the anger, the rawness of a wound that had never healed. Not because it couldn't, but because healing it would mean letting go of the fuel that drove her, the rage, the purpose, the absolute certainty that if she could just regulate enough, restrict enough, control enough, no one would ever lose a child the way she had. "I'm sorry about your daughter," he said, and meant it. The practitioner who killed her wasn't practicing necromancy. He was practicing arrogance. There's a difference. That's what they all say. And sometimes it's true. He leaned forward. "Madam Blackwood, I understand why you don't trust me. I understand why you don't trust what I do. But something is eating the ghosts of this castle alive, if you'll forgive the expression, and it's going to get worse. Much worse. You can spend your time watching me, or you can let me work. I'd prefer the latter, but I'll operate under either condition." Blackwood said nothing for a long moment. Then she turned to McGonagall. "I want full documentation of every ritual he performs. Advance notice. Supervised access only. And if anything, goes wrong, I reserve the right to intervene." McGonagall looked at Hadrian. He gave a fractional nod. "Agreed," the headmistress said. "Professor Voss will serve as supervisor." Voss stepped forward with a smile that was just warm enough to be reassuring. "Happy to help." Hadrian left the office 20 minutes later with his practice restricted, his movements monitored, and a political adversary who had every reason to destroy him and the intelligence to actually do it. Not a bad morning, by Adam's standards. Wednesday was waiting at the bottom of the spiral staircase. She fell into step beside him without preamble. "How bad?" "Supervised practice only. Full documentation. Blackwood has ministerial authority to shut me down. I prepared for this." She produced a folded document from inside her sleeve, 17 pages, as promised. International precedent establishes that traditional magical practitioners cannot be restricted from their heritage arts while on foreign soil, provided they operate under invitation from the host institution. McGonagall's letter constitutes formal invitation. Section 47 of the Spectral Regulation Act has a heritage exemption clause that the ministry hasn't enforced since 1847. "You're terrifying." "Thank you. Hold it in reserve. Blackwood's not unreasonable, she's wounded. If I can show her results without incident, she'll back off. If I can't, your legal brief becomes Plan A. It was always Plan A. You just prefer the plan where you charm everyone into cooperation through quiet competence and unsettling eye contact. It's worked so far. Has it?" She glanced at him. "You have a ministry inquisitor watching your every move, a castle full of teenagers who think you're a dark wizard, and an ancient entity trying to eat the school. Your definition of working needs recalibration." They found Enid in the library. She'd commandeered an entire table, covered it in books, and surrounded herself with a fortress of texts on Hogwarts history, Founders-era magic, and spectral theory. A small sign propped against a stack of volumes read Adam's research headquarters in colorful hand-lettered script. "I got bored waiting for you two to finish being interrogated," she said, pushing a book toward Hadrian. "So I started without you." This one mentions something called the Great Working. It's referenced 3 times in Hogwarts, a history, twice in Bathilda Bagshot's early magical architecture, and once in a footnote in this incredibly dry text about ward construction that almost killed me. Wednesday sat down and immediately began reading the ward construction text. Enid blinked. "I said it almost killed me. You're not me." Hadrian pulled up a chair and opened the Founders-era text Enid had flagged. "What did you find?" "Okay, so, the standard history says the founders built Hogwarts because they wanted a school. Safe place for magical children, away from persecution, noble educational mission, etc. And that's true, as far as it goes. But there's a layer underneath." She flipped to a marked page. Bagshot mentions that the founders chose this specific location, this particular cliff, this particular piece of Scottish wilderness, not just for its remote beauty but because it sat on top of what she calls a convergence of extraordinary magical intensity. She doesn't elaborate, but she notes that the founders spent 3 years preparing the site before laying a single stone. 3 years, Hadrian repeated. For 4 of the most powerful wizards in history. That's not preparation for a school. That's preparation for a siege. Exactly what I thought. Enid's eyes were bright. She loved this, the puzzle, the chase, the layered complexity of a mystery that fought back against being solved. Then there's this. She pulled out Professor Voss's journal, the handwritten one she'd lent Hadrian the day before. You left this in the common room, Wednesday brought it to me. I've been translating. The author isn't identified, but they write about the 4 working together to create what they call, a binding of 4 souls unto stone and purpose. 4 anchors. Physical objects imbued with pieces of the founder's own spiritual essence. The Baron mentioned anchors, Hadrian said. 4 of them. Failing. Right. So I went looking for any reference to what the anchors might be, physical descriptions, locations, anything. The journal doesn't say directly, but it mentions each founder contributing something central to their identity. Their heart token, the author calls it. Something that embodied who they were. Wednesday looked up from her book. Gryffindor's sword. Enid pointed at her. That was my first thought too. For Gryffindor, the most obvious heart token is the sword, it's the artifact most closely associated with him. It's currently in McGonagall's office. I've seen it. Hufflepuff's cup. Hadrian suggested. Destroyed, Wednesday said flatly. Dark wizard named Voldemort turned it into a soul container decades ago. It was destroyed in a war. The name hit Hadrian like a fist. He didn't know why. The word, Voldemort, detonated something deep in his memory, a cascade of fragmented images, a graveyard, green light, a high cold voice laughing, pain in his forehead so intense it whited out everything else. He gripped the edge of the table until his knuckles went pale. Wednesday's foot pressed against his under the table. I'm here. Hades? Enid was watching him, concern cutting through her research enthusiasm. You okay? Fine. He breathed. Released the table. The name just hit wrong. If the cup was destroyed, what's Hufflepuff's anchor? That's what I was getting to. Enid pulled out another book. Hufflepuff wasn't just about the cup. Before the cup, before any of her famous artifacts, she was known for one thing above all else, her connection to the earth. Literally. Helga Hufflepuff was a master of earth magic, growth, harvest, nurturing. There are references to her sacred soil, earth from her family home that she carried with her everywhere and that supposedly had healing properties. A basin of enchanted earth, Hadrian murmured. Something clicked. Near the kitchens. Hufflepuff's common room is near the kitchens, and the kitchens are in the basement level. If she hid her anchor, she'd hide it near her domain. Enid grinned. Now you're getting it. For Ravenclaw, I'm thinking something related to knowledge or sight, a mirror, a book, a crystal ball. And Slytherin. Slytherins will be in the Chamber of Secrets, Hadrian said, and both women looked at him. How do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Enid asked. He didn't know how he knew. He just did. The knowledge sat in his mind like a stone in a riverbed, it had always been there. The chamber, hidden beneath the school, accessible only to those who spoke the language of serpents. Research, he said, which wasn't entirely a lie. Wednesday's eyes bored into the side of his head. She didn't call him on it. She would, later, in private, with the surgical precision that made her interrogations more effective than anything Blackwood could manage. We start with Hufflepuff's anchor, Hadrian decided. It's the most accessible, and if I can examine one anchor up close, I can learn how the seal was constructed. That tells us what we need to repair it. They left the library in the early afternoon and descended into the castle's lower levels. Hogwarts' basement was a warren of corridors, storage rooms, and forgotten spaces that existed in a state of permanent twilight. The kitchens were here, accessible through a painting of a fruit bowl that giggled when you tickled the pear, which was exactly the kind of security measure that made Hadrian question the sanity of the wizarding world. Beyond the kitchens, deeper into the sub-basement levels, the corridors grew older and the stonework rougher, the blocks cut by hand rather than magic. Hadrian led them through passages that he shouldn't have known but did, navigating by a combination of necromantic sensing and the bone-deep instinct that he'd stopped questioning and started relying on. Wednesday followed without comment. Enid kept up with the alert, loping stride of someone whose werewolf instincts were quietly cataloging every exit, every shadow, every change in air pressure. They found it behind a wall that looked solid but wasn't. Hadrian's necromantic senses had been pinging steadily as they descended, picking up increasing concentrations of spiritual energy, the residual signature of incredibly powerful magic, old enough to have settled into the stone itself. The signal peaked at a stretch of blank wall between two support pillars in a corridor that hadn't seen foot traffic in decades. "Here," he said, pressing his palm flat against the stone. The wall was warm, not ambient warmth but magical warmth, the kind generated by enchantments working overtime. He pushed his senses through it and felt, on the other side, a hollow space. And within that space, a concentration of spiritual energy so dense it was almost physical. "There's a chamber behind this wall. The entrance is sealed. Move." Wednesday stepped forward, examined the wall for 30 seconds, then drew her wand and tapped a specific stone 3 times in a pattern that Hadrian recognized as an old Adam's unlocking sequence. Nothing happened. She tried a different pattern. Nothing. Enid leaned close to the wall and sniffed. "There's air moving behind it. I can smell old soil. Really old. Like, centuries old." Hadrian considered the wall. Hogwarts was built by 4 people who'd spent 3 years preparing. They wouldn't use a simple locking spell. The anchor was protected by something more fundamental, something tied to identity. He placed both hands on the stone and spoke, not in English or Latin or the old necromantic language, but in Parseltongue. The hissing syllables left his mouth before he'd consciously decided to use them, drawn from a place in his mind that operated below thought. The wall shuddered. Stone ground against stone. And a doorway appeared, a narrow arch, just wide enough for one person, leading into darkness. Behind him, Enid said, "Was that snake language?" "Parseltongue," Wednesday said. She was staring at Hadrian with an expression that would have looked blank to anyone else but that he read as controlled alarm. A hereditary magical trait associated with the Slytherin bloodline. She paused. "No Adams has ever been a Parselmouth." "Apparently this one is," Hadrian said, and stepped through the arch before either of them could object. The chamber beyond was small, barely 10 feet across, and dominated by a single object, a wide stone basin set into the floor, filled with earth so dark it was almost black. The soil glowed faintly with an amber light, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. The walls were carved with sigils that Hadrian recognized. They were similar to Adam's necromantic script but older, cruder, carved by people who'd been inventing the language as they went. And the basin was cracked. A fissure ran through the stone from rim to base, and through the crack, the spiritual energy that saturated the earth was bleeding outward, not quickly, not dramatically, but steadily, a slow hemorrhage of the Founder's anchoring power. Where the energy leaked, the stone around it had darkened to the color of rot. "Helga Hufflepuff's anchor," Hadrian said quietly. He knelt beside the basin and extended his senses into the earth. What he felt made him catch his breath. The soil was alive with spiritual residue, not a ghost, not a spirit, but an imprint. A piece of Helga Hufflepuff's soul, given willingly 1,000 years ago, embedded in the earth she'd loved. It was warm, nurturing, and fundamentally kind in a way that made Hadrian's chest ache. Even diminished, even bleeding power through a cracked vessel, the anchor radiated a sense of safety and welcome that was almost overwhelming. It was also dying. The crack was widening, imperceptibly slow but inexorable. Within weeks, maybe days, the anchor would fail completely. Hufflepuff's spiritual contribution to the seal would dissipate, and 1/4 of the prison would collapse. "Can you fix it?" Enid asked. She'd come to stand beside him, close enough that her shoulder nearly touched his. Her voice was gentle, she could feel it too, he realized. The warmth. The kindness. Even non-necromancers could sense a spiritual presence this strong. Maybe. He ran his fingers along the crack. The stone was cold where the energy had leaked away. The crack isn't physical, it's spiritual. Something has been putting pressure on the seal from below, weakening the anchors from the inside. To repair it, I'd need to reinforce the spiritual component. Add energy to replace what's been lost. What kind of energy? He hesitated. This was the part he'd been wrestling with since the night before, the part that made his stomach clench. Hufflepuff's energy. Her specific spiritual signature. To repair this anchor, I'd need to draw on her resting spirit, pull energy from wherever she's settled in the afterlife and channel it back into the basin. Wednesday, who'd been examining the wall sigils with methodical precision, went still. That's summoning without consent. It doesn't have to be. But it could be. If you reach for her and she doesn't want to be disturbed, you'd have to choose, force her participation or let the anchor fail. She turned from the wall. The dead deserve their rest, Hadrian. Even Grandmama has limits. I know. Do you? Because the entity down there is counting on you being willing to cross lines. Every line you cross makes the next one easier. That's how necromancers become the thing Blackwood is afraid of. The words landed hard. Not because they were cruel, Wednesday was never cruel without purpose, but because they were true. The temptation of necromancy wasn't in the power itself. It was in the justification. It was always possible to find a reason to push further, pull harder, cross one more boundary for one more good cause. The rogue necromancer who'd killed Blackwood's daughter had probably started with good intentions too. Hadrian stared at the cracked basin and its bleeding amber light, and he made a decision. I'll leave it open, he said. The ritual. I'll structure it as an invitation, not a summons. An open door that Hufflepuff can walk through if she chooses. If she doesn't want to participate, the door closes and we find another way. And if she doesn't come? Then I'll find another way. Wednesday studied him for 3 long seconds, then nodded once. The smallest gesture. The highest praise. He began. The ritual was delicate work. Hadrian knelt beside the basin and used his ritual knife to inscribe a careful circle in the stone floor, not a binding circle but an invitation circle, the Adam's equivalent of leaving a door ajar with a light on inside. He added his blood to the sigils, spoke the words in the old language, and then did the hardest thing a necromancer could do. He waited. The circle glowed. The amber light in the basin pulsed. The air grew warm, then warmer, carrying the scent of fresh-turned earth and baking bread and summer rain, the smell of a life devoted to growing things, nurturing things, feeding the hungry and sheltering the lost. And then, gently, like sunrise, Helga Hufflepuff's spiritual echo stirred. It didn't manifest as a ghost, there wasn't enough energy for that. But Hadrian felt it, a warm, vast, motherly presence flowing into the invitation circle like water into a cup. Not forced. Not coerced. Drawn by the invitation, by the need, by the fundamental instinct that had defined Hufflepuff in life, the instinct to help. Energy flowed from the circle into the basin. The crack began to close, amber light swelling as the spiritual anchor recharged. The process was slow, gentle, organic, nothing like the violent, forced summoning that gave necromancy its terrible reputation. Hadrian held the invitation open and simply allowed the healing to happen, a conduit rather than a commander. When it was done, the crack had sealed. The basin glowed strong and steady, its heartbeat restored. And the warm presence faded back into the deep, peaceful stillness from which it had come, not diminished, not exploited. Simply asked, and having answered. Hadrian sat back, sweat on his brow, hands shaking slightly from the sustained concentration. The air in the chamber was thick with the scent of summer. It worked, Enid breathed. 1 down, Wednesday said. 3 to go. They emerged from the sub-basement to find Hogwarts in the grip of late afternoon, the corridors busy with students heading to their final classes of the day. Hadrian was tired, the kind of deep, bone-level fatigue that came from sustained necromantic work, but his mind was racing. 1 anchor repaired. 3 remaining. And each one would present its own challenges. Enid walked beside him, and he noticed that she'd positioned herself between him and the crowded corridor, subtle, instinctive, the protective stance of someone whose pack instincts ran deeper than social behavior. She did it without thinking, the way she did most things, naturally, warmly, without calculation. You should eat something, she said. You look like a handsome ghost. Was handsome part of that observation or an editorial addition? Can't it be both? She bumped his shoulder. Seriously. Food. You just channeled a 1,000-year-old spiritual echo through your body. Your blood sugar must be somewhere in the negatives. She's right, Wednesday said, from 3 paces behind them where she'd been walking in total silence. Necromantic expenditure depletes glycogen stores. You'll be useless by evening if you don't eat. Thank you both for the medical concern. Mine is medical, Wednesday said. Hers is romantic. Enid's cheeks went pink. Hadrian's didn't, Adams's didn't blush, but something warm shifted in his chest that had nothing to do with necromancy. They made it to the Great Hall without incident, but dinner brought confrontation. Rowan Ashworth was waiting. He stood at the entrance to the Great Hall with a look on his face that Hadrian recognized from the morning but harder now, more defined, as if the intervening hours had crystallized his suspicion into something actionable. 2 other Gryffindors flanked him, a stocky boy with a shaved head and a tall girl with close-cropped hair and the lean build of a runner. Adams. Ashworth's voice carried across the entrance hall, cutting through the ambient chatter of students heading to dinner. Heads turned. Hadrian stopped. Ashworth. I've been asking around about last night. The ghosts, the ones that haven't lost their minds completely, they say you did something in the dungeons that made everything worse. 3 spirits gone since then. 3. The entity was already consuming them. My ritual gave it a temporary energy surge, but it also gave us intelligence about what we're dealing with. Intelligence. Ashworth's jaw worked. Is that what you call it when people die? They were already dead. Don't. Ashworth took a step forward, and Hadrian saw the pain underneath the anger, real, genuine distress. This wasn't performance. Ashworth cared about the ghosts. He'd grown up in this castle, surrounded by them, treated them as part of the community. Their destruction wasn't an abstract problem to him. It was personal. Don't reduce them to a technicality. They were people. They mattered. I know they mattered. That's why I'm trying to save them. By doing what? More blood rituals in the dark. More shockwaves that crack the castle apart. You've been here 2 days and things are worse than they've ever been. They're worse because the entity is accelerating. It would be accelerating with or without me. The difference is, without me, nobody would understand why. Ashworth stared at him for a long, charged moment. Students had stopped moving, creating a loose ring of spectators. The air was thick with teenage anticipation. Prove it, Ashworth said. I'm sorry. Prove you're worth the risk. You say you're here to help, that your necromancy is different, that the Adams way is better. Fine. He took another step forward. They were close enough now that Hadrian could see the lighter flecks of amber in Ashworth's dark eyes. I'm challenging you to a formal duel. Training hall, 1 hour. Hogwarts rules. If you can back up your words with action, I'll consider giving you the benefit of the doubt. And if I can't? Then I'll petition McGonagall to have you removed from the school before you get anyone else killed. Silence. The crowd of students held its collective breath. Hadrian considered his options. He could refuse. The challenge was informal, unenforceable, the product of a grieving boy's need to do something with his helplessness. Refusing would be the mature choice, the strategic choice. But maturity and strategy weren't the only considerations. Ashworth was the school dueling champion. He commanded respect. If Hadrian walked away, the message wouldn't be, he's above petty challenges. The message would be, he's afraid. And a necromancer that people feared was dangerous. A necromancer that people thought was afraid was useless. 1 hour, Hadrian said. Ashworth nodded sharply, turned, and stalked into the great hall. His 2 flankers followed. The crowd erupted in whispers. Wednesday materialized at Hadrian's elbow. You could have refused. I know. He's the school dueling champion. Undefeated in 3 years of competition. I know. Are you planning to win? He looked at her. Wednesday, I'm an Adams. That's not an answer. It's the only answer that matters. The training hall was a long, vaulted chamber on the 3rd floor with a raised dueling platform at its center and tiered seating along both walls. By the time Hadrian arrived, it was nearly full. Word had spread through Hogwarts with the speed and efficiency of a particularly motivated virus. The new Adams kid was dueling Rowan Ashworth. Speculation ranged from, he's going to get destroyed, to, I heard the Adams family practices blood magic, to, 50 galleons says Ashworth drops him in under a minute. Enid had claimed a seat in the front row, flanked by 3 Gryffindors she'd befriended over the course of the day. She gave Hadrian a thumbs up that managed to communicate both confidence and the implicit threat that she would personally maul anyone who fought dirty. Wednesday sat at the far end of the gallery, alone, in shadow. She didn't acknowledge Hadrian's entrance. She didn't need to. Her presence was acknowledgement enough. Ashworth was already on the platform, stretching with the economical movements of someone who'd spent years training his body for exactly this purpose. He'd changed into dueling robes, fitted, practical, the kind designed for freedom of movement. His wand was already in his hand, oak, 12 inches, rigid. A fighter's wand. Hadrian climbed onto the platform in his school clothes. He didn't stretch. He didn't warm up. He stood at his end of the dueling strip and waited, his wand held loosely at his side. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, ancient wizard who apparently served as the school's dueling master, stood between them with an expression of professional interest laced with concern. Standard dueling rules, Flitwick squeaked. No unforgivable curses, no lethal force, no cursed artifacts. Match ends on disarmament, incapacitation, or submission. Are we clear? Clear, Ashworth said. Clear, Hadrian said. Flitwick backed off the platform. On my count. 3, 2, 1, begin. Ashworth moved like lightning. The first spell came so fast Hadrian barely registered the wand movement, a stunning spell, ruby red, fired at center mass with textbook precision. It was followed instantly by a leg-locking jinx from a different angle, then a disarming charm that came in low while the first 2 spells were still in the air. 3 spells in under 2 seconds, fired in a triangle pattern designed to cover every possible dodge direction. It was beautiful. Clean, efficient, devastatingly fast. Hadrian understood immediately why Ashworth was undefeated. The boy wasn't just skilled, he was a prodigy. His spellwork had the kind of fluid, instinctive quality that couldn't be taught, only discovered. Hadrian didn't dodge. He dropped his weight, twisted his wand in a tight circle, and cast a shield charm so dense it was nearly opaque. All 3 spells slammed into it and dissipated. The shield held. Ashworth pressed forward immediately, not giving him time to recover. A barrage of jinxes and hexes, varied in type and trajectory, each one testing a different defense. He circled as he cast, using footwork that would have made a fencer weep with envy, keeping Hadrian on the back foot, probing for weaknesses. Hadrian let him. For the first 30 seconds, he did nothing but defend. Shield after shield, ward after ward, absorbing Ashworth's attacks with an economy of movement that was almost dismissive. The crowd grew restless. Whispers of "coward" and "just blocking" rippled through the gallery. But Hadrian wasn't being passive. He was reading. Every spell Ashworth cast told him something: the boy's preferred attack patterns, his timing, his recovery speed between spells, the micro-expressions that betrayed his next move a fraction of a second before he made it. Adam's combat training wasn't about overpowering an opponent. It was about understanding them so completely that their attacks became irrelevant. Ashworth launched a particularly vicious reductor curse, powerful enough to shatter stone. Hadrian stepped to the left, let the curse pass within inches of his shoulder, and countered. He didn't use a standard spell. He used shadow. The Addams family had a relationship with shadow that most wizards couldn't comprehend. It wasn't dark magic, not in the ministry's definition, anyway. It was older than the classification system that defined dark and light. Shadow was the boundary between things, between light and dark, between presence and absence, between life and death. And Addams could touch that boundary and make it do things. Hadrian's shadow detached from the floor and lunged. It moved like a living thing, like a serpent, like a hunting cat, crossing the distance between them in an eye blink. It didn't attack Ashworth directly. Instead, it wrapped around his ankles, cold and clinging, and the Gryffindor boy stumbled for the first time in the duel. His next spell went wide, slamming into the ceiling and showering sparks. Hadrian pressed the advantage. He moved forward now, casting as he went, and the difference between his style and Ashworth's became immediately apparent. Ashworth fought like a trained duelist, by the book, refined, each spell a perfected form. Hadrian fought like an Addams, unorthodox, unsettling, a mix of standard wizardry and techniques that didn't appear in any textbook. A stunning spell that left a trail of green-black mist. A disarming charm that came wrapped in a pulse of necromantic energy, not enough to harm, but enough to make Ashworth's hand go numb for a critical half-second. Shadow manipulation that disrupted the Gryffindor's footwork, made the platform treacherous, turned the ground itself into an unreliable ally. And underneath it all, the most unsettling weapon in Hadrian's arsenal, calm. Complete, unshakable, Adam's calm. While Ashworth's face showed effort, strain, the intensity of a competitor pushed to his limits, Hadrian's expression was as flat and still as a winter lake. Ashworth broke free of the shadow and came back with renewed fury, a three-spell combination that was the best magic Hadrian had seen anyone his age produce. The first spell was a feint. The second was a true attack. The third was a trap, cast at the ground in front of Hadrian's feet, creating a zone of magical quicksand that would immobilize anyone who stepped into it. Hadrian stepped into it and kept walking. The quicksand spell clung to his feet, pulling, sucking, trying to drag him down. He ignored it. He pushed necromantic energy into the ground, just a whisper, just enough to disrupt the spell's grip, and walked through it as if it weren't there. Toward Ashworth. Steadily. Inevitably. Ashworth's eyes widened. For the first time in 3 years of undefeated competition, Rowan Ashworth felt something he didn't have a strategic response for: dread. Not fear. Hadrian wasn't projecting fear. He was projecting inevitability. The calm, measured approach of someone who had already decided how this ended and was simply walking toward the conclusion. Ashworth fired one more spell, a blasting curse, powerful, desperate. Hadrian caught it on his wand tip, held it for a heartbeat, the golden light of the curse wrapped around his wand like a captive flame, and redirected it into the ceiling, where it exploded harmlessly in a shower of dust and stone chips. Then he was inside Ashworth's guard, close enough to touch, and he cast a single spell. Expelliarmus. The word was quiet. Almost conversational. The spell hit Ashworth in the chest with precisely calibrated force, enough to disarm, not enough to throw him. The oak wand spun out of Ashworth's grip, arced through the air, and landed in Hadrian's open left hand. Silence. The entire training hall held its breath. Ashworth stood empty-handed, breathing hard, his dueling robes disheveled, a thin line of blood on his cheek from a fragment of fallen stone. Hadrian stood before him, both wands in hand, his expression unchanged from the moment the duel began. He flipped Ashworth's wand around and extended it, handle first. "Good duel," he said. Ashworth looked at the offered wand. Looked at Hadrian. A dozen emotions crossed his face in rapid succession: shock, humiliation, anger, confusion, and something that might have been the first tentative stirring of respect. He didn't take the wand. He reached out, grasped it, and pulled it from Hadrian's hand with a sharp tug. Then he turned, stepped off the platform, and walked out of the training hall without looking back. The doors slammed behind him. The crowd erupted. Cheers, arguments, hurried exchanges of betting money. Flitwick was on the platform saying something about excellent technique and sportsmanship, but Hadrian wasn't listening. He was looking at the doors Ashworth had walked through, and he was thinking about the look in the boy's eyes in that final moment. Not defeat. Not acceptance. Something more complicated. The beginning of a question. Enid appeared at the edge of the platform, practically vibrating. That was incredible. The shadow thing. The walking through the quicksand. The way you Hades, that was, efficient, Wednesday said, appearing behind Enid like a particularly well-dressed spectre. You could have ended it in the first 10 seconds. That wasn't the point. No. The point was to let him show his best before you showed yours. Generous. A fractional pause. Tactically sound. From Wednesday, that was practically a sonnet. The next 3 days blurred together in a rhythm of research, ritual preparation, and navigating the increasingly complex political landscape of a school under siege. Hadrian spent his mornings in classes, his afternoons in the library or the sub-basements, and his evenings in carefully documented necromantic practice under Professor Voss's supervision. The professor was an excellent supervisor, attentive without being intrusive, curious without being pushy, and possessed of a deep knowledge of Hogwarts' magical history that made her invaluable as a research partner. She also knew things she shouldn't have. It happened on the third evening, while Hadrian was performing a diagnostic sweep of the castle's spiritual topology, mapping the flow of death energy through Hogwarts' foundations, building a picture of the seal's architecture from the outside in. "Have you checked the northeastern foundation?" Voss asked casually, marking something in her observation notes. "The energy flow tends to eddy there. It might be masking a secondary anchor point." Hadrian paused mid-sigil. "How do you know about eddies in the energy flow?" "I've studied the castle's magical infrastructure extensively." "You've studied its physical infrastructure. Its ward structure. Its architectural history. None of those would tell you about spiritual energy eddies. That's necromantic terminology." Voss looked up from her notes. Her expression was open, guileless, slightly amused. "I read widely, Mr. Adams." He held her gaze for a moment longer than was comfortable. She didn't flinch. Her smile didn't waver. But underneath it, at the very edge of his necromantic perception, where awareness became intuition, something whispered. Something cold and patient and not entirely Voss. "The entity," he said quietly. "You called it the Hollow King. The other day, in your office. You named it. I found the name in my research. I've read every text in this library that references the Founder's era. None of them use that name." For a fraction of a second, so brief that he would have missed it if he hadn't been watching with every sense he possessed, Voss's expression flickered. Like a signal losing reception. Like a mask slipping. And in the space behind the mask, Hadrian caught a glimpse of something that wasn't Professor Voss at all, a vast, dark, desperate loneliness that went deeper than personality, deeper than identity, all the way down to the bedrock of a soul that had been slowly, imperceptibly compromised. Then the mask was back. The smile returned. The warmth reasserted itself. "Perhaps I misremember the source," she said lightly. "Shall we continue?" Hadrian continued. But he filed what he'd seen in the same locked vault where he kept his most dangerous observations, right next to the growing certainty that Professor Voss was not entirely in control of herself. Seraphina Blackwood, meanwhile, was conducting her own investigation. Hadrian encountered her work indirectly, through the students she interviewed, the records she requested, the quiet conversations she had with professors in corridors when she thought no one was listening. Enid, whose werewolf hearing thought no one was listening, into a relative concept, reported the details each evening. She interviewed 12 students today, Enid said, sitting cross-legged on a bench in the courtyard while Hadrian leaned against the wall beside her. The evening air was cold and sharp, carrying the smell of approaching winter. All of them about you. What they'd seen you do, whether they felt threatened, whether they'd noticed anything unusual. And most of them were neutral, they don't know you well enough to have opinions. A couple of Gryffindors repeated Ashworth's line about dark magic. But, and this is interesting, 3 Slytherins told her you'd help stabilize the ghosts near their common room. That the spirits were calmer when you were nearby. She wrote that down, but she didn't look happy about it. It doesn't fit her narrative. No. But she's not ignoring it either. She's genuinely investigating, Hades. She's not just building a case, she's looking for the truth. She just doesn't want the truth to be that necromancy can be good. Hadrian watched a group of first-years hurry past, their robes clutched against the cold, their faces tight with the low-grade anxiety that had permeated the school. The castle's magical instability was getting worse. Spells misfired more frequently. The staircases sometimes stopped moving entirely, stranding students on landings between floors. 2 classrooms had been closed after their enchantments collapsed, turning one into a zero-gravity chamber and the other into something that made everyone inside temporarily invisible. She's not wrong to be careful, Hadrian said. Necromancy is dangerous. The power to touch the dead, to communicate across the boundary, it's seductive. The temptation to push further, reach deeper, take more than you should, it's real. Every necromancer feels it. Enid turned her head and looked at him. Really looked, with those blue eyes that saw past the composure, past the atom's control, to whatever lay beneath. Do you feel it? Every time. And I choose differently. But the choice never gets easier. That's what Blackwood doesn't understand. She thinks necromancers are people who gave in to temptation. The truth is, the good ones are people who fight that temptation every single day and choose restraint every single time. The choice is the point. Enid was quiet for a moment. Then she reached over and took his hand. Her fingers were warm, werewolf warm, a core temperature that ran several degrees above human normal, and they wrapped around his cold ones with a gentleness that made his breath catch. You know what I like about you, Hades? My devastating good looks and dark family legacy. She laughed. Your honesty. You don't pretend to be safe. You don't pretend the things you do aren't dangerous. You just do them carefully. Respectfully. You treat the dead like they matter and the living like they're worth protecting. That's not dark magic. That's just magic, used by someone with a good heart. He looked at their intertwined hands. Her warmth against his cold. Light against shadow. Adamses don't have good hearts, he said. We have interesting ones. Same thing, from the right angle. The discovery of Ravenclaw's anchor came from an unexpected source. Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, found Hadrian in the library at midnight, 3 days after the duel. She drifted through the restricted section shelves like a silver wind, her form more stable than most ghosts thanks to her age and power, but still showing signs of strain, her edges flickering, her voice cutting in and out like a radio losing signal. My mother, she said, without preamble. You found her anchor. Hufflepuff's. Not Ravenclaw's. Find hers next. Helena's translucent hands twisted together. I know where it is. I've always known. Mother told me, before she died. She said. The ghost's voice cracked, fragmented, reassembled. She said the anchors were not just prisons. They were invitations. A way for the founders to be called back, if they were ever needed. Hadrian set down his book. Called back how? Summoned. By someone who could walk the boundary between living and dead. Someone with the skill and the authority and the... She searched for the word. The courtesy. Mother was very particular about courtesy. She said that if the anchors ever failed, a necromancer of sufficient power could use them as focal points to summon the founder's spirits back to the physical world. But only if the necromancer understood that summoning was asking, not commanding. The information hit Hadrian with the force of a revelation. The anchors weren't just seals, they were summoning points. The founders had built in a failsafe. If the prison ever cracked, a necromancer could call them back to help repair it. They'd anticipated this exact scenario, 1,000 years ago, and they'd left a door open. "Where is your mother's anchor?" he asked. Helena led him to a forgotten room on the 7th floor, a chamber that had been sealed behind a tapestry so old it had faded to uniform gray. The room beyond was small and circular, dominated by a tall mirror in a silver frame that reflected nothing. Hadrian stood before the mirror and felt its power immediately. This wasn't a standard enchanted mirror, it was a piece of Rowena Ravenclaw's soul, made manifest. It reflected thoughts instead of images. When he looked into its surface, he didn't see his own face. He saw ideas. Connections. Patterns. The architecture of the seal, laid out in elegant mathematical precision, flowing through the castle's foundations like a nervous system through a body. "My mother's mind," Helena whispered. She poured her intellect into this glass. Everything she understood about the working, about the seal, about the entity beneath, it's all here. For whoever was clever enough to read it. The mirror's anchor was damaged too, a thin crack running through the silver frame, leaking energy in fine, luminous threads. But it was more stable than Hufflepuff's had been. Ravenclaw's intellectual rigor had built redundancies into the design, layers of self-reinforcing enchantment that slowed the degradation. Hadrian didn't repair it immediately. Instead, he studied it. Read the mirror's reflected thoughts, letting Ravenclaw's knowledge flow into his understanding. The seal's architecture was staggering, for anchor points, each contributing a different aspect of the binding. Hufflepuff's earth for stability. Ravenclaw's mirror for awareness. Gryffindor's heart token for strength. Slytherin's for secrecy and depth. Together, they formed a prison that was also a promise: we will return if we are needed. Call us. Ask us. We will come. But only if all 4 anchors were intact. Only if they were activated simultaneously. And only if the summoner had the power to bridge the gap between the living and the dead on a scale that hadn't been attempted in recorded history. "Can you do it?" Helena asked, reading the expression on his face. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But I'm beginning to think I have to try." He repaired Ravenclaw's anchor that night, using the same invitation-based approach he'd used for Hufflepuff's. Ravenclaw's spirit responded differently. Where Hufflepuff had been warm and nurturing, Ravenclaw's echo was sharp, analytical, pleased. The spiritual equivalent of a professor grading a paper and finding it satisfactory. 2 anchors repaired. 2 remaining. The days tightened around them. Blackwood's investigation continued with bureaucratic relentlessness. She'd expanded her scope beyond Hadrian to include the castle's broader magical failures, and her reports to the ministry were generating political pressure that McGonagall was increasingly struggling to contain. Rumors of Hogwarts instability had leaked to the Daily Prophet. Parents were writing letters. The ministry was considering intervention, which meant bureaucrats were circling and politicians were positioning themselves to benefit from whatever happened next. Ashworth had stopped confronting Hadrian directly, but he hadn't stopped watching. He was in the training hall every evening, practicing with a focused intensity that bordered on obsessive. He'd seen what Hadrian could do, and it had broken something in his self-image, the certainty that hard work and skill were sufficient. He was rebuilding, and Hadrian respected that even as he worried about what Ashworth might rebuild into. Voss continued to supervise Hadrian's research with warmth and expertise and that unsettling undercurrent of something not quite right. She never said anything overtly suspicious. She never steered him in a clearly wrong direction. But her knowledge kept coming from places it shouldn't, and the whisper behind her eyes grew louder each day. And below everything, the Hollow King waited. Hadrian could feel it constantly now, a bass note beneath the castle's magical hum, a presence that pressed against the weakened seal with growing confidence. It had stopped consuming ghosts directly, which worried him more than the attacks had. A predator that stopped hunting wasn't sated. It was preparing. The breaking point came on a Tuesday evening. Hadrian was in the Great Hall, eating dinner, reviewing his notes on the two remaining anchors. Wednesday sat across from him, reading a text on medieval ward breaking with the casual intensity of someone planning a heist. Enid was at the Gryffindor table but kept glancing over, and each glance carried a warmth that Hadrian felt like a physical touch. The doors to the Great Hall opened, and Seraphina Blackwood walked in. She was accompanied by two ministry wizards in identical charcoal robes, the magical equivalent of enforcement officers, Hadrian realized. They flanked her with the practiced positioning of people accustomed to backing authority with force. The hall went quiet. The stutter-stop of conversation that Hadrian had noticed on his first evening, but amplified by a week of tension and the unmistakable body language of someone about to make an arrest. Blackwood walked directly to the Slytherin table. Her face was set in the expression of someone performing a duty she took no pleasure in but would not shirk from. "Hadrian Adams," she said, and her voice carried through the silent hall with the crisp projection of someone accustomed to formal proceedings. "I have conducted a thorough investigation into your activities at this school. I have documented 3 separate instances of unauthorized necromantic practice, specifically, 2 unsanctioned anchor repair rituals and 1 diagnostic sweep that provoked a hostile entity into attacking the castle." McGonagall was on her feet at the staff table. "Madam Blackwood, this is I have ministerial authority, headmistress. I've filed formal charges with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement under Section 47 of the Spectral Regulation Act. Mr. Adams is to cease all magical practice immediately and surrender his wand pending a formal hearing." The silence was absolute. 400 students stared. Professors exchanged alarmed glances. The ministry wizard stepped forward, hands on their wands. Hadrian set down his fork. He looked at Blackwood and saw what he'd expected to see, conviction. Absolute, rock-solid, born of tragedy conviction that she was doing the right thing. She believed every word she was saying. She believed the law was correct, that necromancy was dangerous, that restricting him would protect the students. She was wrong, but she was sincere, and that made her more dangerous than a dozen corrupt officials. He opened his mouth to respond. And the castle screamed. The sound came from everywhere at once, a deep, grinding, tectonic roar that shook the floor and rattled the floating candles and sent goblets crashing off tables. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a peaceful evening sky, went black. Not dark, black. The absolute void of a sky with no stars, no moon, no light of any kind. Then the shadows moved. They peeled from the walls like living things, dark, amorphous shapes that moved with terrible purpose, flowing across the stone floor, climbing the walls, converging on the students from every direction. Not shadows in the conventional sense. Shadow constructs, extensions of the Hollow King's will, projected through the weakened seal, given form and hunger. The first one reached a cluster of first-years near the Hufflepuff table. A girl screamed as the shadow wrapped around her ankles, and Hadrian watched the color drain from her face, not metaphorically but literally, the warmth and vitality being drawn from her skin as the construct fed. She went pale, then gray, then started to collapse. Panic erupted. Students scrambled from their seats. Professors drew wands. Spells flew, but the constructs absorbed standard magic like water absorbing ink, swelling larger with each curse that hit them. A professor's stunning spell disappeared into a shadow without effect. Another's Patronus, a shimmering silver hawk, lasted 3 seconds before being consumed. Blackwood and her ministry escorts were casting trained combat magic that cut through the nearest constructs with more precision than the professors managed. But there were too many. Dozens of shadows, pouring from every dark corner, from beneath every table, from behind every pillar. Hadrian stood. The world narrowed to a single, crystal-clear imperative. Not thought. Not strategy. Something deeper, the instinct of someone who had spent his entire life walking the boundary between living and dead and knew, with absolute certainty, which side the shadows belonged to. He stepped into the center of the great hall, dropped to one knee, and drew his ritual knife across his palm. Blood hit the stone floor, and he began to trace. Not a sensing sigil. Not an invitation circle. A ward sigil, the most powerful form of Adam's defensive necromancy, a glyph that claimed dominion over the boundary between life and death within a defined space. His grandmother had shown him the theory. He'd never cast it at scale. He didn't know if he could. He had to. The sigil blazed to life beneath his bleeding hand, green-black light, the color of the boundary itself, spreading outward from his palm in a network of lines that raced across the great hall floor like cracks in ice. Students scrambled out of the sigil's path. The light passed beneath them, beneath the tables, beneath the shadows. And then Hadrian stood up, raised both hands, and pushed. The ward erupted upward. A dome of green-black energy expanded from the sigil, rushing toward the ceiling, encompassing the entire great hall in a hemisphere of necromantic force. Where it touched the shadow constructs, they screamed, a sound no human throat could make, the sound of hunger meeting authority, and burned away. Not destroyed. Commanded. The shadows within the dome bent to the ward's will, and the ward's will was Hadrian's. He held it. His arms shook. His nose bled freely, twin tracks of crimson down his upper lip. His eyes blazed with emerald light, the same shade as the green in his visions, bright enough to cast shadows of their own. The ward was enormous, the biggest piece of necromancy he'd ever attempted, and it was trying to tear him apart from the inside. Every shadow in the great hall was pushing against his control, and behind them, driving them, feeding them, reveling in the chaos, the Hollow King's awareness pressed against the dome like a hand pressing against glass. Impressive, the ancient voice whispered through the blood sigil. But you can't hold this forever, child. He couldn't. He knew that. The ward was draining him at a rate that would leave him unconscious in minutes. But he didn't need forever. He needed enough. Professors. His voice cut through the chaos, amplified by the ward's resonance. Get the students out. Upper floors. Now. McGonagall rallied first, decades of crisis management snapping into place. She began directing evacuation, her wand firing spells that created corridors of safety through the weakened shadows. Other professors joined her. Students ran, sobbing, clutching each other, streaming through the doors under the protection of Hadrian's ward. Wednesday was at the Slytherin table, calmly herding younger students toward the exit. She caught Hadrian's eye as she moved, and he saw understanding in her face, and something he'd never seen there before. Fear. Not for herself. For him. Enid reached Hadrian's side in 4 strides. She didn't transform, the great hall was too crowded, too chaotic for wolf form, but her eyes had gone amber and her hands curled into shapes that weren't quite human. She positioned herself at his back, facing outward, a wall of werewolf instinct between him and anything that might try to interrupt the ward. How long can you hold? She asked, her voice low and steady beneath the screaming. Long enough. That's not an answer. It's an Adam's answer. Hades, I've got this, Enid. Just watch my back. She watched his back. Claws out, eyes burning, teeth bared. Anyone looking at her in that moment would have understood, viscerally and immediately, that bubbly werewolf was a disguise worn by something that could tear through steel. The evacuation took 4 minutes. 4 minutes of Hadrian holding a ward the size of a cathedral against the concerted assault of an ancient entity that had been gathering power for centuries. 4 minutes of blood running from his nose, of his vision tunneling, of the emerald light in his eyes flickering like a failing bulb. 4 minutes of every shadow in the great hall clawing at his will with the desperate fury of hunger denied. When the last student was out, Hadrian released the ward. It didn't collapse, it retracted, pulling back into the sigil on the floor, the green-black light dimming and fading until only the blood-drawn lines remained. The shadows, freed from the ward's dominion, surged forward, and found nothing to feed on. The hall was empty. The students were gone. The shadows writhed in frustration, thrashing against walls and floor like beached sea creatures, then slowly sank back into the stone from which they'd emerged. The Hollow King's presence retreated, pulling back beneath the foundations with a rumble that shook dust from the ceiling. Silence. Hadrian stood in the center of the empty great hall, breathing hard, blood on his hands and face, the emerald light fading from his eyes. His legs were shaking. His heart hammered against his ribs with the desperate rhythm of an engine pushed past redline. Every nerve in his body screamed with the aftershock of channeling that much power through a frame never designed to hold it. Enid was still beside him, her claws retracting slowly, her amber eyes returning to blue. Her hand found his forearm, not gripping, just touching. Grounding him. Reminding him that the world was still solid, still real, still here. Footsteps. Running. The great hall doors burst open and McGonagall swept in, followed by Voss, followed, a step behind, her face drained of color, by Seraphina Blackwood. They took in the scene. The blood on the floor. The fading sigil. Hadrian, swaying but upright, with a werewolf girl at his side and the aftermath of impossible magic hanging in the air like smoke. Blackwood's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Hadrian looked at her. Blood on his hands. Light fading from his eyes. Exhaustion etched into every line of his body. "Arrest me tomorrow if you like," he said. "Tonight, let me save your students." Blackwood stared at him. The silence stretched. In it, Hadrian watched the architecture of her convictions flex, not break, not collapse, but bend under the weight of what she'd just witnessed. A necromancer who'd used his forbidden art not to harm, not to control, but to shield 400 children from an attack that conventional magic couldn't stop. She didn't speak. She turned on her heel and walked out of the great hall, her ministry escorts hurrying to keep up. At the door, she paused for the briefest moment. Her shoulders were rigid. Her hands were fists at her sides. Then she was gone. McGonagall approached Hadrian with the careful steps of someone approaching a bomb that might or might not be defused. "Mr. Adams. Are you fine? Tired?" He wiped the blood from his upper lip with the back of his hand. The entity, the Hollow King, it's testing the seal. Those constructs were probes. It wanted to see how far it could project through the weakened points. And it can reach the Great Hall. The ground floor is compromised. Students should sleep in the upper floors tonight, as high as possible. He paused. "This is going to get worse. What do you need?" The question again. The same question she'd asked the first night, drawn from the same deep place, the same instinct. Hadrian met her eyes and saw, for just a moment, the shimmer of tears she would never shed. Not for him. For someone else. Someone she'd asked the same question of, years ago, in this same hall, in a life that Hadrian remembered only in fragments. "I need to summon the Founders," he said. The words fell into the silence like stones into still water. "The Founders," McGonagall repeated. "They're ghosts. They're spirits. Whatever remains of them on the other side of the boundary. The anchors aren't just seals, they're summoning points. The Founders built them specifically so that a necromancer could call them back if the prison ever failed. That's never been done. In 1,000 years of Hogwarts history, no one has ever, because no one's ever needed to. And because no one with the right abilities has ever been in the right place at the right time. He held her gaze. I need to find the other two anchors. Gryffindors and Slytherins. I need to repair them. And then I need to activate all four simultaneously and use them to summon Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. McGonagall was quiet for a very long time. The great hall was still around them, empty tables, scattered goblets, the lingering smell of fear and magic. Can you do it? She asked. I don't know, he said, for the second time in as many days. But I don't see another option. She nodded once. The gesture was stiff, formal, the acknowledgement of a headmistress authorizing something that terrified her. But underneath the formality, Hadrian caught something else, a flicker of something fierce and desperate and almost like faith. Do what you need to do, Mr. Adams. He found Wednesday and Enid in the Slytherin common room an hour later, after the students had been relocated to the upper floors and the professors had established defensive wards around the lower levels. The common room was empty except for the three of them. The other Slytherins had been moved to temporary quarters on the 5th floor. Hadrian sat in his usual chair by the green fire and laid it out. All of it. The anchors' dual function as seals and summoning points. Helena's revelation about the Founder's failsafe. The need to find and repair the remaining two anchors, then activate all four simultaneously to summon four spirits who'd been dead for 1,000 years. It's the largest necromantic working in recorded history, he said. For simultaneous summonings, channeled through four anchors, drawing on spiritual energy that's been accumulating in this castle for 10 centuries. The power required is. He searched for the right word. Substantial. Substantial meaning dangerous, Wednesday said. Substantial meaning it might kill me. The fire crackled. Green light moved across the stone walls. Enid, who had been listening with her knees drawn up to her chest and her arms wrapped around them, said nothing for a long moment. Her face was very still, not Wednesday still, the mask of control, but the stillness of someone holding back a storm. What are the odds? She asked. I don't know. Nobody's ever attempted something like this. The theoretical models suggest that the human body can channel approximately. I don't want theoretical models. I want your gut. He looked at her. At the blue eyes that held no fear of him, no fear of what he could do. Only fear of losing him. Better than even, he said. I think. With the anchors providing structure and the castle's ambient energy acting as a buffer, the power flow should be manageable. Should be. Should be, she repeated. Enid, don't. She held up a hand. Don't tell me it'll be fine. Don't tell me not to worry. Just tell me what you need. He told her. He told them both. The plan required finding Gryffindor's and Slytherin's anchors, repairing them, then staging the summoning in the Great Hall with all four anchors positioned at cardinal points. He needed people he trusted to anchor the ritual, literally, to stand at each cardinal point and act as conduits for the spiritual energy flowing through the summoning circle. 4 points, Wednesday said. You need 4 people. Yes. You, me, and Enid are 3. I can't be at a cardinal point. I'll be in the center, conducting the summoning. I need 4 others. Then we need a 4th person you trust. She paused. The pause was loaded with implication. Ashworth. Hadrian looked at her. He doesn't trust me. He doesn't need to trust you. He needs to trust that the school is in danger, which he already does, and that helping you is the best way to protect it, which he's beginning to suspect. She stood. I'll handle Ashworth. You handle the anchors. She walked toward the door with the unhurried stride of someone who had already decided how a conversation would go and was simply walking toward the conclusion. Wednesday. She paused. Be gentle. No. She left. Enid unfolded from her chair and came to sit on the arm of his, close enough that her warmth seeped into him through the layers of his robes. She smelled like soap and coffee and the particular ozone-tinged scent of a werewolf running hot. "I'm not going to tell you not to do this," she said quietly. "Because it needs to be done, and you're the only one who can do it. But I want you to know something." "What?" "If you die doing this, I will personally dig you up and be very, very angry at your corpse." He laughed. It surprised him, the sound of it, the way it broke through the tension and the exhaustion and the fear. He laughed, and it felt like a crack in a wall letting light through. "That's essentially what Wednesday said. Great minds." She leaned against him, her head close to his shoulder, not quite touching. "You're going to be okay, Hades. You don't know that." "No. But I'm going to believe it anyway, because the alternative is unacceptable." She tilted her head and looked up at him. "Close. Warm. Real. That's what hope is. Believing in the face of uncertainty. You Adamses should try it sometime." He looked down at her and felt something shift in his chest, not the cold weight that had lived there since his visions began, but something new. Something warm and fragile and terrifying in its vulnerability. "I'm trying," he said. The green fire burned low. The castle groaned in its troubled sleep. And somewhere below them, in the dark spaces between stone and history and the bones of the earth, the Hollow King stirred and smiled. It could wait. After all, it had been waiting for 1,000 years. What was one more night? Chapter 3, The Séance of Hogwarts. The Chamber of Secrets smelled like 1,000 years of standing water and forgotten ambition. Hadrian stood at the base of a massive stone statue, a bearded face carved into the bedrock with the cold precision of someone who wanted to be remembered exactly as they were, and let his necromantic senses extend into the dark. The chamber was vast, cathedral-sized, its ceiling lost in shadows so deep they might as well have been solid. Stone serpents lined the walkway, their carved scales glistening with moisture, their blind eyes reflecting the wandlight that Wednesday held aloft behind him. "Charming place," Enid said, from Hadrian's other side. Her voice echoed off damp stone and came back changed, flattened, as if the chamber didn't approve of levity. "Really captures that abandoned lair of a paranoid dark wizard aesthetic. Very on trend." "Slytherin wasn't a dark wizard," Hadrian said, stepping over a puddle that had been accumulating since the Renaissance. "He was a pragmatist with boundary issues. There's a difference. About 3 centuries of historical revisionism." They'd entered through a bathroom on the 2nd floor, a girl's lavatory, specifically, haunted by a wailing ghost named Myrtle who'd taken one look at Hadrian and burst into a different kind of tears entirely. The entrance was a sink with a tiny serpent engraved on the tap, and when Hadrian had spoken to it in Parseltongue, the hissing syllables rising from somewhere deeper than memory, the sink had dropped away and a pipe had opened into darkness. Wednesday had gone first, because Wednesday always went first into dark places. It was a point of principle. The pipe had deposited them in a tunnel of rough-hewn stone, which led to a door carved with intertwined serpents, which led to the chamber itself. Every barrier had responded to Parseltongue. Every door had opened at the sound of a language Hadrian had never been taught and couldn't remember learning. He'd felt Wednesday's eyes on him the entire descent. She hadn't said anything. She was saving it. Building a case, assembling data points, waiting until she had enough evidence to construct a theory she couldn't dismiss. The Parseltongue. The knowledge of the castle's layout. The Sorting Hat's cryptic words. The visions of green light and a screaming woman. Wednesday Adams didn't believe in coincidence, and the coincidences were piling up. "The anchor will be near the statue," Hadrian said, moving forward. His boots splashed through shallow water. Slytherin would have placed it at the heart of his private space, the one place in the castle only he could access. Only he and anyone else who spoke Parseltongue, Wednesday corrected. In 1,000 years, there have been maybe a dozen Parselmouths. Slytherin was betting on exclusivity. A bet he lost, apparently. She paused. Given that you walked in here like you had a key. He didn't respond to that. Couldn't, yet. Didn't know enough to respond honestly, and Adamses didn't lie to each other. The statue's base was a massive block of carved stone, and behind it, accessible through a narrow passage that required pressing against the cold, damp wall and sliding sideways for several uncomfortable feet, was a second chamber. Smaller. Hidden. The kind of space you'd only find if you already knew it was there. Hadrian knew it was there. The anchor was beautiful, in a severe, reptilian way. A serpent skeleton, perfectly preserved, impossibly delicate, coiled around a core of silver enchantments that hummed with a frequency just below audible. The bones were translucent, almost crystalline, and they glowed with a faint silver-green light that pulsed in rhythm with the castle's magical heartbeat. "That's not a normal snake," Enid said, crouching beside it with the careful fascination of someone who found the intersection of beautiful and dangerous deeply compelling. "It's a basilisk." The word surfaced in Hadrian's mind from the same deep place that produced the Parseltongue. A juvenile one. Slytherin bred them. This one died young, natural causes, probably, and he used its skeleton as the housing for his anchor. The serpent skeleton was wound with silver wire inscribed with sigils that Hadrian recognized as a variant of the ones he'd seen on the other anchors. Same language. Same fundamental structure. But where Hufflepuff's anchor had been warm and Ravenclaw's had been precise, Slytherin's was something else entirely. It radiated secrecy, depth, and a fierce protective instinct that reminded Hadrian of a mother coiling around her eggs. The crack was there too. Thinner than the others, hairline fine, running along the basilisk's spine. Through it, silver-green energy seeped like luminous blood, pooling on the stone floor and evaporating in wisps of ethereal mist. The damage was less severe than the other anchors. Slytherin had built his deep and hidden, and the Hollow King's assault had taken longer to reach it, but it was unmistakable. Hadrian knelt beside the skeleton and began preparing the invitation ritual. Blood on the sigil stones. The old language murmured in the cold, wet dark. An open door, an offered hand, a request rather than a demand. He was halfway through the first sigil when the shadows moved. Not the ambient shadows of a poorly lit underground chamber. These moved with intent. They gathered in the corners of the hidden room, pooling and thickening, and Hadrian's necromantic senses screamed a warning that arrived about half a second before the shadow construct attacked. It was different from the ones in the Great Hall. Bigger. Denser. More coherent. Where those had been probes, mindless extensions of the Hollow King's will, testing the seal's boundaries, this one had been placed here deliberately. A guardian. A trap. Left in the chamber specifically to protect against anyone who found Slytherin's anchor and tried to repair it. It dropped from the ceiling like a piece of night given weight and purpose. Wednesday moved first. Her wand came up and she fired a curse that would have stopped most threats dead, a bolt of concentrated force that hit the construct dead center and passed through it without effect. The shadow absorbed the magic, swelled larger, and lashed out with a tendril that cracked the stone wall where Wednesday had been standing a fraction of a second before. She'd already moved. Wednesday fought the way she did everything, with cold, mechanical precision and an absolute refusal to panic. She rolled, came up casting, and switched from offensive spells to a severing charm that actually bit into the construct's mass, shearing off a chunk of shadow that dissolved into mist before it hit the floor. The construct screamed, that inhuman, boundary-straddling sound, and split. Two tendrils whipped toward Wednesday simultaneously, one high, one low, forcing her to choose which to dodge. She chose high, dropping flat, and the low tendril missed by inches. Enid didn't give it a chance to try again. The transformation was faster than Hadrian had ever seen it. One moment she was Enid Sinclair, colorful scarf and bright eyes, and the next she was something else entirely. Not full wolf form, the space was too confined, but partial. Her hands became claws. Her jaw lengthened. Her eyes blazed amber gold, and the sound that came from her throat was not a scream but a roar, deep, primal, the sound of an apex predator declaring that this was her territory and everything in it was under her protection. She hit the construct like a wrecking ball. Claws that could shear through steel tore into the shadow's substance, and unlike conventional magic, the werewolf's attack actually did damage. The construct's mass shredded where Enid's claws struck, chunks of darkness ripping away and dissolving. The shadow recoiled, tried to reform, and Enid hit it again, relentless, savage, covering Hadrian's back with a ferocity that left no room for the construct to reach him. Hadrian worked through the chaos. His hands moved over the sigil stones with desperate precision, drawing the invitation circle around Slytherin's anchor while the battle raged behind him. Blood on stone. Words in the old language. The discipline of an Adams who'd been trained to maintain ritual concentration under any conditions, because Grandmama's training conditions had frequently included her throwing things at his head. A tendril broke past Enid's guard and whipped toward him. Wednesday intercepted it, not with magic but with a blade, a black-handled knife that she'd produced from somewhere within her dress. The blade was iron, cold iron, the ancient enemy of unnatural things, and it cut the tendril clean. The severed shadow writhed on the floor, then died. How much longer? Wednesday asked, flipping the knife to a reverse grip. 30 seconds. You have 15. The construct massed itself for a final assault, gathering every fragment of shadow in the chamber, pulling darkness from the very walls, growing huge and terrible in the confined space. Enid snarled, positioning herself between it and Hadrian, claws spread, eyes burning. Wednesday flanked, blade ready, waiting for the angle. Hadrian finished the last sigil, slammed his bleeding hand against the anchor, and spoke the invitation in Parseltongue. The effect was instantaneous. Slytherin's spiritual echo answered, not warmly, not analytically, but fiercely. A surge of silver-green energy erupted from the basilisk skeleton like a geyser, flooding the hidden chamber with light so intense the shadows had nowhere to hide. The construct screamed one final time, rage and frustration and the Hollow King's fury channeled through a servant that had failed, and then the light consumed it. When the brilliance faded, the construct was gone. The chamber was silent except for the drip of water and 3 people breathing hard. Hadrian sat back on his heels. The anchor glowed strong and steady, its crack sealed, the basilisk skeleton humming with restored energy. 3 anchors repaired. 1 remaining. Enid's transformation reversed, claws retracting, jaw returning to normal, the amber fading from her eyes. She stood over Hadrian, slightly out of breath, a smear of something dark across her cheek that might have been shadow residue or might have been plain old Chamber of Secrets grime. Well, she said, with remarkable composure for someone who'd just gone partial wolf in a 1,000-year-old snake dungeon, that was exciting. Wednesday wiped her blade clean on her sleeve and sheathed it in a location that Hadrian chose not to think about too carefully. The construct was prepositioned. The entity knew we'd come here. It knows we're repairing the anchors, Hadrian agreed. It'll have defenses on the last one too. The last one being Gryffindor's. The sword. Which is in McGonagall's office. Wednesday considered this. Significantly harder to ambush us in the headmistress's office. Which means it'll try something else. They climbed back through the pipe in silence, each processing the fight in their own way. Wednesday catalogued what had worked and what hadn't, already strategizing for the next engagement. Enid ran her tongue over teeth that were still slightly too sharp, her wolf instincts settling slowly back beneath the surface. Hadrian held his bleeding hand against his robes and tried not to think about how natural the Parseltongue had felt. Like breathing. Like remembering. They emerged from the second-floor bathroom to find Rowan Ashworth waiting in the corridor. He was alone. No flankers, no audience, no Gryffindor entourage. Just a tall, broad-shouldered boy leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and an expression on his face that looked like it had been put there by force, the expression of someone doing something difficult because it was right. Adams. Hadrian stopped. Enid and Wednesday stopped behind him. The corridor was empty, late evening, most students confined to the upper floors after the Great Hall attack. Ashworth pushed off the wall and stood straight. He was visibly uncomfortable, his jaw was working, his hands opening and closing at his sides, every line of his body radiating the particular tension of a proud person about to do something that cost them. "I don't like you," he said. "I know. I don't trust necromancy. I think it's dangerous. I think the power to disturb the dead is the kind of power that corrupts people, and I think the fact that you've been doing it since childhood means the corruption is probably so deep you can't even see it." Hadrian said nothing. He waited. Ashworth had more to say, and the saying of it was clearly causing him physical pain. "But..." The word came out like a pulled tooth. "Those shadow things last night almost killed my sister. She's a second year. 12 years old. She was sitting at the Hufflepuff table when the constructs reached her, and if you hadn't done what you did, the shield, the ward, whatever the hell that was, she'd be dead. Or worse." Silence. Ashworth's hands were fists now, tight at his sides. "Wednesday came to see me," he said. "An hour ago. She told me what you're planning. The summoning. The founders." He paused. "She also told me that if I refused to help, she would ensure that I spent the remainder of my school career experiencing what she called creative consequences." "I believe her." "You should," Wednesday said mildly. "She said you need 4 people at the cardinal points. 4 people you trust." "That's right." Ashworth met his eyes. Hadrian saw the war in them, principle against pragmatism, suspicion against necessity, the burning need to protect the people he loved against the bitter medicine of accepting help from someone he despised. "I don't trust you," Ashworth said again. "But I trust that you want to save this school. I saw it last night. Nobody shields 400 students with their own blood because they're corrupt." He ground his teeth. "What do you need?" Hadrian looked at him, really looked, and saw something he recognized. The stubbornness of conviction. The courage to act even when it meant abandoning a comfortable position. The willingness to be wrong, if being wrong meant doing right. "I need someone who can hold a cardinal point during the summoning. Someone strong enough to channel spiritual energy without breaking, brave enough to face the Founder's ghosts without flinching, and stubborn enough to hold their ground if the Hollow King tries to disrupt the ritual. That's a lot of requirements. You meet all of them." Ashworth blinked. He hadn't expected that, the straightforward assessment, offered without flattery or manipulation. Just a simple statement of observed fact. "You meet the requirements. I need you. Will you help?" "Fine," he said. The word was rough, ungracious, dragged out of him by sheer force of character. "But when this is over, you and I are going to have a long conversation about the ethics of necromancy. I look forward to it." Ashworth turned to leave, then stopped. He looked back over his shoulder at Hadrian with an expression that was already shifting, still wary, still suspicious, but leavened now by something that might, with sufficient pressure and time, become respect. "Your shadow trick in the duel. The one where it grabbed my ankles. What about it? Can you teach me?" Hadrian stared at him. Wednesday's eyebrow rose 1 millimeter. "It's not a spell," Hadrian said. "It's a necromantic technique. You just told me you don't trust necromancy. I don't trust it. But I want to understand it." Ashworth's jaw set. "If I'm going to stand at a cardinal point while you summon 4 ancient ghosts, I want to know what I'm standing in." "Fair enough. After the summoning." Ashworth nodded once and walked away. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, steady and sure, the footsteps of someone who just made a decision and intended to live with it. Enid watched him go. "That went better than I expected." Wednesday threatened him with creative consequences, Hadrian pointed out. "The threat was a formality," Wednesday said. "He'd already decided to help before I arrived. He just needed someone to give him permission to change his mind. I provided context. You provided terror. Context and terror are often synonymous. The hospital wing was quiet when Hadrian found Enid there an hour later. She was sitting on the edge of a bed, holding her right arm at an angle that suggested she was trying to pretend it didn't hurt. One of the shadow construct's tendrils had caught her during the chamber fight, a glancing blow that she'd shrugged off in the heat of combat, but that had left a mark, a band of discolored skin around her forearm, cold to the touch, the spiritual equivalent of a burn. "It's fine," she said when Hadrian sat down beside her. "Madame Pomfrey said it'll fade in a couple of days. Werewolf healing is, why are you looking at me like that?" He was looking at her like she mattered. It wasn't something he did consciously, the Adam's composure, the careful mask of control, didn't have a setting for looking at someone like they mattered. But the mask had cracked somewhere between the chamber and the corridor and hadn't fully reformed. "You got hurt because of me," he said. "I got hurt because a shadow monster attacked us in a snake dungeon. That's a different thing. You were protecting me." "Yes. Because I chose to. Because I wanted to." She turned to face him fully, and the lamplight caught the fading amber in her eyes. "That's what people do for the people for people who matter to them. They choose to stand in the way of the scary thing. You should know. You did it for 400 students last night. That was different." "How?" "I didn't, I wasn't," he stopped. Breathed. Words were failing him, which didn't happen often. Adamses were articulate by nature and training, capable of constructing cutting remarks in 3 languages and delivering eulogies that made the dead themselves weep with appreciation. But sitting beside Enid Sinclair in the quiet of the hospital wing, with her warmth against his cold and her eyes asking questions that his vocabulary couldn't answer, Hadrian Adams was, for once, at a loss. "You're scared," she said softly. Not an accusation. An observation, offered with the same gentle precision she applied to everything. "Yes." "Of the Hollow King?" "No." He looked at his hands, pale, blood-stained, the hands of a necromancer. "Of what the summoning might cost. Of what I might lose." She waited. Patient. Present. "I've walked the boundary between life and death since I was 9 years old," he said. "It's never frightened me. Death is, it's natural. It's the other half of the equation. Grandmama taught me that. Morticia taught me that. And Adams doesn't fear death." He paused. "But I've never had something I was this afraid to leave behind." The words hung in the hospital wing's silence. Enid's eyes went wide, not with surprise, exactly. With recognition. The moment when a feeling you've been carrying stops being private and becomes shared. She reached over and took his hand. Her fingers interlaced with his, warm and deliberate. She didn't say anything for a long time. She didn't have to. "You're not going to die," she said finally. "You don't know that." "No. But I know you. And you're the most stubbornly alive person I've ever met." She squeezed his hand. "You don't get to die before I've embroidered that pillow." He laughed. The sound surprised them both, raw, genuine, cracking through the tension like sunlight through storm clouds. And in the space that the laughter created, the space between fear and hope, between shadow and warmth, between the boy who walked with the dead and the girl who burned like the sun, something shifted. She kissed him. Or he kissed her. Or they kissed each other. It wasn't clear who moved first, and it didn't matter. What mattered was the contact, gentle, certain, the simplest and most complicated thing in the world. Her lips were warm. His were cold. They met somewhere in the middle, and the middle was perfect. When they pulled apart, her eyes were bright and his composure was in ruins and the hospital wing was very quiet and very still. "I've been wanting to do that since the train," she said. "We didn't take a train. Since the Enchanted Skull, then. Less romantic, but the principle stands." He was smiling. Hadrian Adams, who smiled with the frequency and enthusiasm of a solar eclipse, was smiling in a hospital wing with blood still under his fingernails and an ancient entity trying to eat the school beneath his feet. The smile felt alien on his face and absolutely right at the same time. Enid, don't. She put a finger against his lips. Don't say something serious. Don't make a speech about how you might die and I should be prepared. Just, be here. Right now. With me. Okay. Okay. She leaned her head against his shoulder. He rested his cheek against her hair. The hospital wing settled around them, moonlight through tall windows, the distant hum of the castle's wounded magic, the smell of healing potions and clean linen. A shadow moved in the doorway. Wednesday, standing just inside the entrance, having arrived at exactly the worst possible moment with the precision that only a twin could achieve. Her eyes took in the scene, Hadrian's arm around Enid, Enid's head on his shoulder, the unmistakable aftermath of a first kiss, and her expression didn't change by even a single muscle. She looked at them for exactly 2 seconds. Then she turned and walked out without a word. Hadrian closed his eyes. She's going to bring that up at the worst possible moment. Oh, absolutely, Enid agreed. She's going to weaponize it. Are you worried? Terrified. But in a fun way. They sat together in the moonlight, and the castle breathed around them, and for a few minutes the Hollow King and the anchors and the impossible summoning ahead seemed very far away. Morning brought Seraphina Blackwood. Not the official Blackwood, not the ministry enforcer with the charcoal-robed escorts and the spectral regulation warrants. A different Blackwood. One that Hadrian hadn't seen before. She found him in the courtyard before breakfast, sitting on a stone bench with the founder's journal open on his lap, cross-referencing anchor specifications with the notes he'd taken from Ravenclaw's mirror. The morning was cold and clear, the sky scrubbed clean by a Scottish wind that smelled like heather and approaching snow. Students gave the courtyard a wide berth, partly because of the general atmosphere of crisis, partly because of Hadrian's reputation. Blackwood sat down beside him without invitation. She'd shed the official robes, wore plain traveling clothes, dark and practical. Without the ministry uniform, she looked smaller. Older. More human. I haven't slept, she said, without preamble. Not since the Great Hall. Hadrian closed the journal and waited. I've spent the last 12 hours reviewing every record, every report, every piece of evidence I've collected since I arrived. She stared across the courtyard, her dark eyes fixed on something in the middle distance that wasn't the architecture. And I keep coming back to the same moment. You, standing in the center of the great hall with your hands bleeding and your eyes glowing, holding back an entity that should have been beyond human capacity to resist. Protecting 400 children. Using the exact kind of magic that I've spent my career trying to outlaw. She was quiet for a moment. The wind moved through the courtyard. How do you justify it? She asked. The question was stripped of its official framing, its prosecutorial edge. It was a real question, asked by a real person in real pain. Disturbing the dead for your purposes. Reaching into the afterlife and pulling things out. How do you make peace with that? Hadrian considered his answer. Not because he didn't have one, but because the answer mattered, not just for Blackwood, not just for the political implications, but because it was the question at the heart of everything he was. The question that every necromancer eventually had to face, the question that separated the Adams tradition from the rogue practitioners who gave the art its dark reputation. I don't disturb them, he said. I ask. Blackwood turned her head and looked at him. Every spirit I've summoned during my time here, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, I've contacted through invitation. An open door. A request. They came because they chose to. They gave their energy because they wanted to help. He met her eyes. The difference between necromancy and abuse is consent, Madam Blackwood. Every spirit I contact can refuse. Every soul I reach for can walk away. My family built our entire tradition on that principle. We don't command the dead. We converse with them. She flinched. Not at his words, at their implication. He could see her doing the math, comparing his philosophy against her experience, against the horror of what had happened to her daughter. "The man who killed my daughter didn't ask," she said. Her voice was steady. Her hands were not. He reached into the afterlife and grabbed the first thing he could find. He didn't care what came through. He didn't care about consent, or respect, or conversation. He wanted power, and he took it, and my daughter paid the price. He wasn't a necromancer. He was a thief. Hadrian paused. "I know the distinction feels academic when you're standing over a child's grave. I know that from the outside, what I do and what he did look similar. We both reach across the boundary. We both touch the dead. But a surgeon and a butcher both use knives, and the difference between them isn't the tool. It's the intention. It's the training. It's the respect." Blackwood was silent for a long time. The wind blew. Students crossed the far end of the courtyard, their voices distant and muffled. "Can you prove that?" she asked. "Not to me, I can see it. I saw it in the Great Hall. But can you prove it to the ministry? To the Wiesengemot? To the parents who'll read about what happened here and demand action? I can try. It starts with demonstrating that necromancy, practiced with proper discipline and ethical framework, is not dark magic. It's ancestral magic. Heritage magic. The Addams family has been practicing it for centuries without a single incident of the kind that killed your daughter. Not a single one. Not one." He paused. "We're very particular about consent. It's an Addams thing." Something happened to Blackwood's face. It was subtle, a loosening of the muscles around her jaw, a slight widening of the eyes, the almost imperceptible shift that occurred when a load-bearing belief was tested and found to be more flexible than its holder had assumed. She didn't agree with him. He could see that. The wound was too deep, the conviction too entrenched, the years of crusading too invested. But she was listening. Genuinely listening, with the part of her mind that had made her a brilliant investigator before grief had made her a zealot. "The summoning you're planning," she said. "The Founders. It's going to be the largest necromantic event in recorded history." "Yes. And if it goes wrong, if anything goes wrong, it won't just be your career on the line. It'll be the future of necromantic practice in the entire British magical world. Every law I've ever pushed for, every restriction, every regulation, they'll either be vindicated or demolished by what happens in that great hall." "I know. Then you understand why I can't just step aside and let you do this unsupervised." "I'm not asking you to step aside." He turned to face her fully. "I'm asking you to stand at a cardinal point." She stared at him. "I need 4 people I can trust to anchor the ritual. 4 people strong enough to channel the Founder's spiritual energy and disciplined enough to maintain control under pressure. Wednesday and Enid have 2 points. Rowan Ashworth has the 3rd. And you want me for the 4th. You're the head of spectral regulation. You've spent your career studying how the living interact with the dead. You have more practical knowledge of spectral dynamics than anyone in this castle except me." He held her gaze. "And if you're standing inside the ritual when it happens, if you see it from the inside, feel the Founders respond, understand what necromancy actually is when it's done right, you'll have the experience to write laws that protect people without destroying a legitimate magical tradition." Blackwood's expression was unreadable. Her hands had stilled. The wind moved through the courtyard, and for a moment the only sound was the distant rumble of the castle's troubled magic. "You're asking me to participate in the thing I've spent 12 years fighting against. I'm asking you to understand it before you legislate it." She stood up. Looked down at him with an expression that contained multitudes, conflict, curiosity, the ghost of a grief that would never fully heal, and underneath it all, the fundamental integrity of a woman who cared more about truth than about being right. "I'll think about it," she said. She walked away. At the courtyard's edge, she paused without turning back. "Your mother," she said. "Morticia Adams. She wrote to me." Hadrian blinked. "She what?" "A letter. Arrived this morning." She said, Blackwood's voice caught, just slightly. "She said she understood my loss. That the Adams family had never lost a child to necromancy, but that they understood what it meant to live with death as a neighbor. She said that grief was not a weakness, and that the desire to protect children from dangerous magic was noble, even when the methods were misguided. That sounds like my mother. She also said that if I arrested her son, she would come to England personally and, quote, explain the Adams' position on maternal prerogatives in terms that leave no room for bureaucratic interpretation." Hadrian closed his eyes. "That also sounds like my mother." Blackwood almost smiled. Almost. The expression flickered across her face like lightning across a night sky, brief, illuminating, gone. "I'll think about it," she repeated, and left. The Sword of Gryffindor waited in McGonagall's office. Hadrian climbed the spiral staircase that afternoon with the weight of the entire plan pressing against his shoulders. 3 anchors repaired. 1 remaining. And the last one required something none of the others had, permission. He couldn't sneak into the headmistress's office and repair the sword in secret. Couldn't treat it as a simple recovery mission. The Sword of Gryffindor was the most famous magical artifact in the castle, a symbol of the house, a piece of living history. McGonagall was its guardian. She had to know what he was doing and why, and she had to agree. The gargoyle admitted him without requiring the password this time. He took this as either a sign of trust or an indication that the castle's security enchantments were deteriorating further. Possibly both. McGonagall was standing by the window when he entered, looking out over the grounds with the particular stillness of someone who spent a great deal of time lately contemplating the gap between what was and what might be. She turned at his entrance, and he caught the tail end of whatever she'd been thinking, something heavy, something old, something that lived in the lines around her eyes and the gray in her hair. "Mr. Adams. Sit." He sat. The Sword of Gryffindor rested in a glass case behind her desk, gleaming silver and ruby in the lamplight. Even from across the room, Hadrian could feel its spiritual signature, fierce, bright, ringing with the echo of a personality that had been all passion and courage and the absolute refusal to stand down. "I need the sword," he said. No preamble. McGonagall didn't seem like a woman who appreciated preamble. "I know you do." She sat behind her desk. "Miss Adams, your sister, came to see me this morning." She explained the plan in detail. All 4 anchors, simultaneous activation, summoning the founders. She paused. She also provided a 17-page legal brief establishing your right to perform the ritual under international magical heritage law, which I found both impressive and mildly threatening. Wednesday's legal briefs tend to have that effect. Indeed. McGonagall folded her hands on the desk. "I have questions. I'd be worried if you didn't. The summoning. You say it requires channeling more spiritual energy than any single person has ever managed. The founders have been dead for 1,000 years. Their spirits are not lingering ghosts, they've passed on. Fully. What you're proposing isn't communication with the nearby dead. It's a recall from the deepest layers of the afterlife." "Yes. And you believe you can do this?" "I believe the anchors were designed for exactly this purpose. The founders built the failsafe into the seal, for summoning points, for spiritual signatures, a system designed to call them back when the prison fails. I'm not improvising, headmistress. I'm activating a mechanism they created 1,000 years ago. A mechanism that has never been tested. The founders tested it when they built it. They trusted their own work." McGonagall's eyes were sharp behind her spectacles. "And what happens to you?" "The conduit. The person standing at the center of 4 simultaneous summonings, channeling the spiritual energy of the most powerful wizards in history through their own body. I'll survive. That's not a guarantee. No. It's an intention. She studied him. The silence stretched, filled with the ticking of a dozen magical instruments on shelves around the office and the soft, sleepy murmur of portraits pretending not to listen. You remind me of someone, she said. The words hit Hadrian in the chest. Not like a blow, like a key turning in a lock. A boy who sat in that chair, years ago, telling me things I didn't want to hear about dangers I couldn't face. A boy with green eyes who was always running toward the worst possible situation because he couldn't stand the thought of someone else getting hurt. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright. He saved this school. Multiple times. At costs that no child should have had to pay. The room was very quiet. What happened to him? Hadrian asked. His voice came from far away. He died. Simple. Factual. The grief was old enough to have become geology, something that didn't move anymore but that shaped everything around it. He died saving the world, as I always knew he would. He was the bravest person I ever knew, and he was 17 years old. Hadrian's throat tightened. He didn't know why. The words triggered something deep in his memory, not a vision this time, not a flash of green light, but a feeling. The feeling of being known. Of being seen by someone who cared, who had always cared, who had carried that caring through years and loss and the particular loneliness of outliving the people you were supposed to protect. I don't know why you remind me of him, McGonagall said. You shouldn't. You're nothing alike, different family, different background, different everything. But when I look at your eyes. She trailed off. Shook her head. Forgive an old woman's sentimentality. There's nothing to forgive. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she stood, walked to the glass case, and opened it with a tap of her wand. Take it, she said. Save my school, Mr. Adams. He lifted the sword from its case, and it sang. Not audibly, spiritually. The sword's anchor responded to his touch with a resonance so powerful it made his teeth vibrate. Gryffindor's spiritual signature was overwhelming: courage, passion, fierce joy, the absolute conviction that standing between the innocent and the terrible was not just right but glorious. The signature welcomed Hadrian with the enthusiasm of an old friend throwing open a door. Underneath the welcome, he felt the crack. Deeper than the others. The sword's anchor had been damaged not just by the Hollow King's assault but by years of use and misuse. Hadrian caught fragments of its history, moments when the sword had been drawn and wielded and returned, each use straining the spiritual housing that Gryffindor had embedded within it. He repaired it there, in McGonagall's office, with the headmistress watching from her desk. The invitation ritual was the same, blood, sigils, the old language, but Gryffindor's response was different from the others. Where Hufflepuff had been gentle and Ravenclaw precise and Slytherin fierce, Gryffindor was ecstatic. His spiritual echo didn't just answer the invitation, it charged through the open door with the enthusiasm of a warrior called back to battle. The sword blazed with ruby light. The office trembled. McGonagall gripped her desk as the spiritual energy peaked, flooded the anchor, sealed the crack, and then settled into a steady, powerful hum. 4 anchors. All repaired. All active. Hadrian set the sword down on McGonagall's desk, breathing hard, and looked at the headmistress. Tomorrow night, he said. The Great Hall. I'll need the room cleared and the anchors positioned at cardinal points. You'll have everything you need. Thank you, Professor. She nodded. Her eyes were still bright. Thank you, Mr. Adams. The evening before the summoning, Hadrian found something wrong. He'd gone to check on Hufflepuff's anchor, the first one he'd repaired, the one he was most worried about. It was the oldest repair, the most exposed, and the one the Hollow King had the longest time to work on. He descended to the sub-basement alone. Wednesday was coordinating the logistics for tomorrow's ritual. Enid was briefing Ashworth on what to expect at a cardinal point. Hadrian had an hour, and he wanted to spend it making sure his work was holding. The hidden chamber behind the blank wall was exactly as he'd left it, narrow, dark, dominated by the stone basin of enchanted earth. But as he approached, his necromantic senses went cold. The anchor was damaged. Not cracked, sabotaged. The repair he'd made days ago had been carefully, surgically undone. Not by brute force. Not by the Hollow King's assault from below. By someone who understood the sigil work well enough to unravel it strand by strand, like unpicking a tapestry. Someone with access to the chamber. Someone he'd shown the chamber to. He spun toward the entrance and found Professor Voss standing in the doorway. She was crying. The tears ran silently down her face, tracking silver lines through the lamplight. Her wand was in her hand, pointed at the floor, and her expression was one of the most terrible things Hadrian had ever seen, the expression of someone watching themselves do something monstrous and being unable to stop. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry. I can't, I've been trying to stop, and I can't." Her wand hand rose. Not smoothly, not voluntarily, it jerked upward in small, puppet increments, as if invisible fingers were wrapped around her wrist, guiding it. Her face contorted with effort, muscles straining against the movement, tears streaming faster. "It whispers," she choked. "In my dreams. When I sleep. When I research. It's been whispering for years. It showed me how to be better, how to understand the castle, how to find the texts, how to help." Her voice broke. "I thought the knowledge was mine. I thought I was discovering things. I didn't realize it was feeding me answers. I didn't realize I was." Her wand pointed at the basin. A spell gathered at its tip, dark, corrosive, designed to shatter the anchor completely. Hadrian didn't draw his wand. He stepped forward. "Professor. Look at me." Her eyes found his. Behind the tears, behind the terror, he could see it, the Hollow King's influence, threaded through her consciousness like roots through soil. Not possession, nothing that crude. The entity had spent years gently, imperceptibly reshaping her thoughts, feeding her knowledge that came with invisible strings, building a relationship of trust and dependence until the line between Voss's ideas and the Hollow King's suggestions had dissolved entirely. She hadn't been compromised by force. She'd been compromised by kindness. The most insidious form of corruption there was. "It showed me how to protect my students," she whispered. "How to be the teacher they deserved. I was mediocre before. Average. Forgettable. And then the whispers started, and suddenly I understood things. The castle's deep history. The wards. The magical architecture. Everything I'd always wanted to know just appeared. Like it had always been there. "There's always a price," said Wednesday's voice from behind Hadrian. He hadn't heard her approach. Hadn't felt her presence. But she was there, standing in the corridor outside the chamber's entrance, her dark eyes fixed on Voss with an expression that contained something Hadrian had almost never seen in his twin's face. Compassion. Not warmth. Not softness. But a recognition of suffering that ran deeper than sympathy, the acknowledgement of one person's pain by another person who understood what it meant to be at war with your own mind. "Put the wand down, Professor," Wednesday said. "Not because we'll hurt you if you don't. Because you want to." Voss's hand trembled. The dark spell at her wand's tip flickered, swelled, flickered again. Her face was a battlefield, the entity's influence pushing the wand forward, her own will pulling it back. Muscles twitched. Sweat mixed with tears. And then, with a sound like a snapping rope, she dropped the wand. It clattered on the stone floor, and Voss collapsed to her knees, gasping, shaking, her hands pressed against her face. The dark energy that had been gathering at her wand tip dissipated into mist. Hadrian knelt beside her. His hands were gentle, gentle in the way that Grandmama had said was caution but that he knew was something else. Something that recognized a person in pain and chose to ease it, regardless of what they'd done. "How long?" he asked. Years, she whispered through her fingers. Since before you arrived. Since before the disturbances started. It was subtle at first. Just, ideas. Insights. A feeling that the castle was talking to me. I thought I was special. I thought Hogwarts had chosen me. A bitter, broken laugh. I suppose it did. Just not the Hogwarts I thought. Can you fight it? I am fighting it. Every moment. Every second. She lowered her hands. Her face was ravaged, raw. But it's getting stronger. The seal is weaker. The closer it comes to freedom, the more control it has. By tomorrow night, I won't be able to, she couldn't finish. Wednesday stepped into the chamber and picked up Voss's wand. She held it for a moment, examining it, then slipped it into her own sleeve. We'll ward you. Hadrian can construct a necromantic buffer that should insulate your mind from the entity's influence. Should. Will. Hadrian's voice was firm. I'll build it now. Adam's shielding, designed to protect the boundary between a living mind and external spiritual influence. It's what my family uses to keep the dead from getting too close. He worked for 20 minutes. Precise, careful sigil work drawn on Voss's skin, her wrists, her temples, the back of her neck. The marks were invisible to the naked eye but blazed with green-black light to necromantic senses, creating a shell around her consciousness that the Hollow King's whispers couldn't penetrate. When he finished, Voss sat up straighter. The tension in her face eased by degrees. The tears stopped. She looked at Hadrian with eyes that were, for the first time since he'd known her, entirely her own. Thank you, she breathed. I can hear myself again. The buffer is temporary. It'll hold for 48 hours, maybe 72. After the summoning, we'll find a permanent solution. She nodded. Then she looked at the damaged anchor, Hufflepuff's basin, its repair unraveled, its amber light flickering. I did that. It was using my hands, my knowledge, but I let it in. I was proud of what I was becoming, and I didn't question where the becoming was coming from. You're questioning now. That matters. Hadrian repaired the anchor for the second time. The process was faster, he knew the sigil work, knew Hufflepuff's spiritual signature, knew the shape of the repair. Within an hour, the basin glowed steady and strong again. As they left the chamber, Voss walking between the twins like a woman emerging from a long illness, Wednesday said quietly, the entity learns. It compromised Voss over years. It'll have other agents. Other whispers. I know. The summoning will give it exactly what it needs. For anchors activated simultaneously, the boundary between life and death stretched thin across the entire Great Hall. If it's going to make its final move, it'll make it then. I know that too. And you're doing it anyway. Do you see another option? Wednesday was silent for 3 steps. Then, no. I just wanted to confirm that you'd considered the risks and chosen to proceed with full awareness of the potential for catastrophic failure. I have. Good. An Adams who walks into disaster unaware is a fool. An Adams who walks into disaster fully aware is simply an Adams. The Great Hall looked different in the dark. Without the floating candles, without the enchanted ceiling, without the noise and warmth and chaos of 400 students, the hall was what it had always been underneath the school's cheerful veneer, a vast stone chamber, ancient and cold, built on foundations that went deeper than architecture. The long tables had been pushed against the walls. The floor was bare stone, scarred by centuries of footsteps and the ghost of Hadrian's blood-drawn ward from the attack. It was midnight. The castle was silent. The students were confined to the upper floors under layers of protective wards maintained by every professor Hogwarts had. McGonagall had drawn the line at the Great Hall's doors, inside was the ritual space. Outside was her responsibility. 4 anchors sat at the cardinal points of a ritual circle that covered most of the hall's floor. North, Hufflepuff's basin of enchanted earth, glowing steady amber. East, Ravenclaw's mirror, reflecting thoughts that moved like fish beneath ice. South, Slytherin's basilisk skeleton, wound with humming silver enchantments. West, Gryffindor's sword, blazing with ruby light. Between the anchors, Hadrian had spent 3 hours inscribing the ritual circle itself. It was the most complex piece of necromantic work he'd ever attempted, a synthesis of Adam's tradition and Hogwarts magic, two systems that had never been combined before. The sigils covered the floor in an intricate web of blood-drawn lines, each one serving a specific function: channeling, amplifying, directing, protecting. The old language flowed from symbol to symbol like a river system, connecting the anchors into a unified whole. At each cardinal point, a person waited. Wednesday stood at the north, behind Hufflepuff's basin. She wore black, as always, but tonight the black seemed deeper, not a color but an absence, as if she existed at a slightly different frequency than the world around her. Her face was calm. Her hands were steady. She was ready. Enid stood at the south, flanking Slytherin's skeleton. She'd tied her hair back, and the colorful streak seemed muted in the dark, as if the hall's gravity was pulling the brightness from everything. But her eyes were bright, blue shading to amber at the edges, her wolf never far from the surface. She met Hadrian's gaze across the circle, and in her expression he saw everything she'd said in the hospital wing and everything she hadn't. Rowan Ashworth stood at the east, beside Ravenclaw's mirror. He was pale, tense, his wand gripped in a hand that was steady through pure force of will. He'd committed to this. He understood what was at stake. And he was terrified, and he was here anyway, because Rowan Ashworth did not know how to be anywhere other than where the fight was. Seraphina Blackwood stood at the west. She'd arrived 30 minutes ago, without announcement, wearing simple robes and an expression that suggested she'd been arguing with herself for 12 hours and had finally lost. She'd taken her position at Gryffindor's sword without a word, and when Hadrian had looked at her, a question in his eyes, she'd said only, "If I'm going to rewrite my laws, I should understand what I'm legislating." 4 points. 4 people. 4 anchors. And in the center, Hadrian. He stood at the exact convergence of the ritual circle's lines, in the geometric heart of the pattern. He'd removed his robes, worked in shirt sleeves, the cold air biting at his arms. His ritual knife was in his right hand. His left palm was already cut, blood ready. "When I begin," he said, and his voice carried through the silent hall with an intimacy that belied its volume, "the boundary between life and death will thin across this entire space. You'll feel it. You'll feel cold. You may hear voices, people you've lost, people who've passed on. Don't be afraid. Don't engage. Just hold your positions and channel whatever energy flows through you into the anchors." "And if something goes wrong?" Ashworth asked. "Then you leave. All of you. Immediately. Don't try to help me. Don't try to maintain the ritual. Just go." "That's not going to happen," Enid said. "Enid, I said what I said." Her voice was quiet and absolutely inflexible. "We're not leaving you." He looked at her across the circle. Across the distance and the darkness and the sigils drawn in blood. She looked back. And in the space between them, something held, fragile, strong, certain. "Okay," he said. He knelt. Pressed his bleeding hand against the central sigil. Closed his eyes. And reached. The boundary between life and death was not a wall. It wasn't a barrier or a border or a line in the sand. It was a membrane, organic, elastic, breathing. It existed everywhere simultaneously, thinner in some places than others, thinnest of all in places where death had been present often and recently. Hogwarts, built over a sealed entity that existed in the gap between life and death, had a membrane so thin it was nearly translucent. Hadrian pressed against it, and it gave. Not all at once. In stages. Like opening a door an inch at a time, letting the cold air seep through gradually. He felt the boundary stretch, thin, become permeable. He felt the temperature in the great hall drop, not the physical temperature but the spiritual temperature, the warmth of the living world bleeding away as the dead world bled in. The anchors activated. 4 pulses of energy, amber, silver, green, ruby, erupted simultaneously from the cardinal points. The sigil lines that connected them blazed to life, and the ritual circle became a closed system, a self-sustaining loop of spiritual energy that cycled through all 4 anchors and converged on Hadrian at the center. The power was staggering. It hit him like a wave, 4 spiritual signatures, each representing a founder's complete essence, channeled through anchors that had been accumulating energy for 1,000 years. It was more than he'd expected. More than the theoretical models had predicted. More than his body was designed to hold. His nose bled. Both nostrils, simultaneous streams of crimson that painted his upper lip and dripped onto the floor. His eyes opened, and they blazed, not the subtle green he'd shown in the Great Hall attack but a deep, profound emerald that cast its own light, painting the stone floor with shadows that moved independently of any source. "Hold," he called to the cardinal points, and his voice echoed with harmonic overtones that weren't human. "Hold your positions." At the north point, Wednesday felt Hufflepuff's energy surge through her, warm, nurturing, so profoundly kind that it made her eyes sting. She gritted her teeth against the unfamiliar sensation and held. At the south, Enid gasped as Slytherin's energy touched her, cold, deep, protective. Her wolf rose in response, recognizing a kindred territorial instinct, and she channeled it through clenched fists and amber eyes. At the east, Ashworth staggered as Ravenclaw's energy hit him, sharp, analytical, relentlessly curious. It rifled through his mind like fingers through a filing cabinet, and he pushed back with the stubbornness that was his defining trait. At the west, Blackwood caught her breath as Gryffindor's energy washed over her, fierce, passionate, demanding. It asked her why she fought, what she feared, whether she had the courage to face the answers. She closed her eyes, thought of her daughter, and held. Hadrian reached deeper. Past the membrane. Past the boundary. Into the spaces beyond, where the dead existed in states that the living had no words for. He reached not with force but with invitation, the Adam's way, the right way, extending himself across the gap like a hand extended in greeting. "Come back," he asked. Not demanded. Asked. "You're needed. Your school needs you. Your students need you. Come back." And the dead answered. The frost came first. It crawled across the great hall floor in fractal patterns, turning the stone white, crackling in the silence. Then the whispers, thousands of them, millions, the ambient voices of every soul that had ever passed through Hogwarts, every student, every teacher, every ghost, every person who had lived and learned and loved within these walls. They whispered through the ritual circle like wind through leaves, and the students in the upper floors heard them even through the wards, the voices of the dead, saying hello. Then the founders came. Godric Gryffindor arrived like a thunderclap. He blazed into existence above his anchor with a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, a warrior's spirit, vast and fierce, his spectral form towering, bearded, eyes burning with a fire that had survived death itself. He was everything the legends said and nothing like the statues. He was alive with a ferocity that transcended mortality, laughing, actually laughing, the joyous, reckless laughter of a man who'd been called back to battle and couldn't be happier about it. "By the founders," he bellowed, and his voice was a physical force, pressing against the walls. "Someone actually did it. The fail-safe works." Helga Hufflepuff appeared like dawn breaking. She rose from her basin of enchanted earth, and warmth flooded the great hall like a fireplace in a snowstorm. Her form was soft, round, radiating a kindness so fundamental it was almost architectural, not a feeling but a fact, an axiom of her existence. She looked around the hall with eyes that had seen 10 centuries of peace, and she smiled. "Oh," she said quietly. "The children. They've grown so." Rowena Ravenclaw materialized with the precision of a theorem being proven. She stepped from her mirror into the hall fully formed, tall, angular, her spectral robes flowing with mathematical precision. Her eyes swept the space in 2 seconds flat and processed everything, the ritual circle, the anchors, the 4 human conduits, the 15-year-old boy at the center holding all of it together. Her expression shifted from curiosity to evaluation to impressed in the time it took most people to blink. "Elegant work," she said. "Non-coercive summoning framework with a 4-point resonance structure. The integration of Adam's tradition with our original sigil work is inspired." Salazar Slytherin arrived last. He didn't blaze or dawn or materialize. He simply was, one moment absent, the next present, standing beside his basilisk skeleton with the quiet authority of someone who'd never needed to make an entrance because his presence was entrance enough. He was not the monster of legend. He was not the sneering purist, the architect of magical supremacy, the dark wizard that 1,000 years of revisionist history had created. He was tired. Old, in the way that spirits could be old, worn smooth by centuries of existence beyond the physical, carrying the weight of a reputation that had outlived his ability to correct it. He looked at Hadrian with silver-green eyes that saw too much. "You've been here before, boy," Slytherin said. His voice was quiet, measured, carrying the cadence of someone who chose words the way a surgeon chose instruments. "I can taste the echo on your soul. Old magic. Old pain. Old courage." He paused. "You died in this castle." The silence that followed was absolute. Gryffindor stopped laughing. Hufflepuff's warmth flickered. Ravenclaw's analytical gaze sharpened to a point. For Founders, dead for 1,000 years, stared at a 15-year-old boy who knelt at the center of their summoning circle with blood on his face and emerald light in his eyes. "I don't know what I was," Hadrian said. His voice came from far away, from a place where the boundary between his lives had thinned to nothing. "I have fragments. Memories that aren't mine. A language I shouldn't speak. A castle I've never visited that feels like home." Slytherin studied him. The silence stretched. Then the ancient wizard nodded slowly, and something that might have been respect, or grief, or recognition, moved across his spectral features. "Another time," he said. "There are more pressing matters." "The seal," Gryffindor said, sobering instantly. The warrior's spirit turned serious, his massive form dimming from blazing to merely luminous. "The Hollow King. We felt it breaking loose. We felt it from wherever we were." "What is it?" Hadrian asked. "The journal didn't say. The histories don't name it." "What did you imprison?" The Founders exchanged glances, 1,000 years of shared history passing between them in a look. Ravenclaw spoke. "Before us, magic had no structure. No rules, no discipline, no framework. It was raw, wild, responsive to emotion rather than intention. Beautiful, in its way. But dangerous beyond measure. A child's tantrum could level a village. A wizard's grief could poison a river for generations. Magic was chaos. The Hollow King is the embodiment of that chaos," Hufflepuff said, and for the first time, her warmth carried an edge. "Not a creature. Not a spirit. A principle. The principle of magic unchained, ungoverned, unlimited. It existed before we did. Before any organized magical tradition. It is what magic was before anyone thought to give it rules. We changed that," Gryffindor said. "The 4 of us, together. We created structured magic, spells, wands, incantations, schools. Ways for wizards to harness their power safely, to learn control, to build instead of destroy. And in doing so, we gave the chaos a shape. A name. An enemy. The Hollow King didn't take kindly to being made obsolete," Slytherin said drily. "It fought us. For years. We couldn't destroy it, you can't destroy a principle. But we could contain it. Bind it. Build a prison strong enough to hold chaos itself and anchor it with pieces of our own souls. The seal, Hadrian said. The seal, Slytherin confirmed. And the school above it. Hogwarts wasn't just an educational institution. It was a machine. Generations of magical children, learning structured magic, pouring their organized energy into the castle's wards, reinforcing the seal year after year, century after century. The Hollow King was buried under 1,000 years of disciplined magic. But the wards have been weakened, Ravenclaw said. Voldemort's Horcrux, hidden in this castle for decades, was a cancer in the ward structure. Dark rituals performed within these walls over the centuries, each one a crack, each one a breach. The seal that we built to last forever has been eroding from the inside for centuries. And now? Now it's failing, Hadrian finished. The anchors were cracking. I've repaired them, but the repairs are temporary. The fundamental seal is compromised. Yes. Ravenclaw's spectral eyes were grave. The repairs you've made are excellent, truly exceptional work for someone your age. But they're patches on a failing structure. The original seal was designed to be self-sustaining, powered by the castle's ambient magical energy. That self-sustaining mechanism is broken. Without it, the anchors will degrade again. Faster than before. Then fix the mechanism, Ashworth said from the east point. His voice was tight, he was holding Ravenclaw's energy through sheer determination, his face pale with effort. You built it. You know how it works. Tell us how to repair it. The founders exchanged another look. This one was heavier. We can't, Hufflepuff said gently. We're dead, child. The seal was built with living essence, pieces of ourselves given while we still walked among the living. What remains of us are echoes, memories, shadows of who we were. We can advise. We can teach. But we cannot rebuild what was made with living hands. Then what can you give us? Hadrian asked. The answer came as gifts. Gryffindor moved first. The warrior spirit surged forward and placed his spectral hands on either side of Hadrian's head. The contact was electric, not painful, but overwhelming. Information flooded in, combat techniques, magical martial knowledge, the art of fighting that Gryffindor had perfected over a lifetime of battle. Not spells, understanding. The way a body moved through a fight, the way magic could be woven into physical movement, the way courage wasn't the absence of fear but the decision to act in spite of it. The knowledge burned itself into Hadrian's muscle memory, instant and permanent. He gasped, staggered, and when Gryffindor withdrew, Hadrian's body felt different, tuned, calibrated, carrying a warrior's instincts in a 15-year-old frame. Fight well, boy, Gryffindor said. And fight dirty. Rules are for tournaments. Hufflepuff came next. Her touch was gentler, warm hands on his shoulders, warmth flowing through him like honey. What she gave wasn't knowledge but understanding, the nature of connection, of loyalty, of the bonds between people that were stronger than any magic. The seal, she showed him, wasn't just a magical construct. It was a relationship, for people who loved each other enough to give pieces of themselves for a shared cause. That love was the seal's true power. Not the sigils. Not the anchors. The willingness to sacrifice for something larger than yourself. The seal doesn't need your magic, dear, she said softly. It needs your heart. Ravenclaw's gift was the most staggering. She pressed her fingers to Hadrian's temples, and the entire architecture of the ward matrix opened before him like a blueprint, every line, every connection, every mathematical relationship between the anchors and the seal and the castle's ambient energy. It was the most complex magical structure he'd ever seen, and Ravenclaw gave him not just the map but the ability to read it, to understand it, to see the broken connections and know, intellectually, precisely, what needed to be repaired. Knowledge is never wasted, she said. Even when it hurts. Slytherin lingered last. The other three had begun to fade, the summoning's energy was finite, their time limited. But Slytherin remained, his silver-green eyes fixed on Hadrian with an intensity that carried weight beyond the moment. He leaned close. His spectral voice dropped to a whisper, meant for Hadrian alone. "The Parseltongue key phrases," he said, and spoke them, hissing syllables that locked into Hadrian's memory like tumblers falling into place. "They seal the deepest doors. The ones even the other three didn't know about. Doors I built as last resorts, in case the worst happened." He paused. His expression shifted, and for a moment, the weariness fell away, and Hadrian saw the man Salazar Slytherin had actually been, not the villain, not the purist, but a pragmatic wizard who'd loved this school enough to build safeguards into its foundation that his friends didn't know about because they were too decent to think they'd need them. "You were one of mine, in a way," Slytherin said. "And one of Godric's. This time around, be both." He faded. The last thing to go was his eyes, silver-green, ancient, seeing in Hadrian something that crossed the boundary between lives. Then he was gone. All four founders dimmed, their spectral forms thinning, the energy that sustained their physical presence draining back into the anchors. Gryffindor raised a fist in salute. Hufflepuff blew a kiss that carried the scent of fresh bread. Ravenclaw nodded once, the highest compliment her personality would allow. And then they were gone, and the great hall was silent and cold and dark. Hadrian knelt at the center of the ritual circle, drained, overwhelmed, his mind buzzing with 4 sets of gifted knowledge. His nose was still bleeding. His hands shook. The emerald light in his eyes flickered like a dying candle. But he was alive. The summoning had worked. The founders had come, and spoken, and given what they could. For 3 seconds, the great hall was peaceful. Then the floor exploded. The sound was apocalyptic. Not an explosion, a rupture. The stone floor of the great hall split along a line that ran from the entrance to the far wall, a crack so wide and deep that darkness poured from it like smoke from a chimney. The temperature plummeted. The repaired anchors, still glowing at their cardinal points, pulsed wildly as the energy they'd released during the summoning, the energy of 4 founders called back from the dead, cascaded downward into the foundations. Into the seal. Into the prison. And the prison, already damaged, already weakened, already strained beyond its capacity, broke. It happened so fast that Hadrian barely had time to understand it. The seal didn't crack or erode or gradually fail. It shattered, all at once, every remaining structural element collapsing simultaneously, like a dam breaking under pressure it was never designed to hold. The summoning's energy had been the final straw. The founder's power, meant to reinforce the prison, had instead overloaded the damaged system and blown it apart from the inside. The irony was not lost on Hadrian, even as the world came apart around him. Dark energy geysered from the crack in the floor, not shadow constructs, not probing tendrils, but the raw, unfiltered essence of the Hollow King itself. It hit the ceiling and spread outward, covering the enchanted sky with absolute blackness. It ran down the walls like liquid night. It filled the great hall with a cold so intense that Hadrian's breath crystallized in his lungs. Wednesday was blown off her feet. She hit the ground rolling, came up with her wand and her blade, and immediately began cutting her way toward the exit. Enid grabbed Ashworth, who'd been thrown against the wall by the shockwave, and hauled him upright with strength that cracked stone. Blackwood's wand was blazing, she'd thrown up a shield instinctively, protecting herself and the sword of Gryffindor, her face white but her hands absolutely steady. The castle screamed. Not metaphorically, the stones themselves vibrated with a frequency that produced sound, a deep, grinding, tectonic moan that shook paintings from walls and cracked windows on every floor. Students in the upper levels felt it through the wards, the sensation of the world tilting, of the fundamental rules changing, of something that had been locked away since before written history taking its first free breath. And then the voice came. It didn't come from the crack in the floor. It didn't come from any single point. It came from everywhere, from the walls, the ceiling, the air itself. It entered through the ears and through the skin and through the blood. It was beautiful. It was ancient. It was the sound of chaos given a tongue. The jailers are gone. The great hall trembled. More cracks spread through the floor, the walls, the ancient stone that had held for 1,000 years. The door is open. The darkness above the ceiling churned, swirled, contracted, condensing from formless void into something with shape, with intent, with terrible, beautiful presence. I am free. The energy coalesced. Not into a monster. Not into a demon or a beast or anything that could be fought with conventional understanding. It became a figure, androgynous, beautiful, made of pure shifting light and darkness intertwined, standing in the center of the ruined great hall with an expression of serene, absolute satisfaction. The Hollow King looked like magic itself. Because it was. Hadrian, on his knees in the shattered ritual circle, blood on his face, the gifts of 4 founders burning in his mind, looked up at the entity he'd been brought here to contain. It looked down at him. And smiled. "Hello, Necromancer," said the Hollow King, and its voice was the most beautiful sound Hadrian had ever heard. "Thank you for opening the door." The great hall groaned. Stone fell from the ceiling. The anchors flickered at their cardinal points, their connection to the seal severed, their power untethered. In the gallery above, where professors had been watching through protective wards, McGonagall gripped the railing and stared at the scene below with the expression of a woman watching history repeat itself in the worst possible way. At the cardinal points, 4 people held their ground, not because they could fight what had emerged, but because leaving meant leaving Hadrian, and none of them were willing to do that. Hadrian met the Hollow King's radiant, terrible gaze. His nose was bleeding. His hands were shaking. His body was running on nothing but stubbornness and the 4 gifts burning in his consciousness. He stood up. "You're welcome," he said. The Hollow King laughed. The sound shattered every remaining window in the great hall, and somewhere in the upper floors, the ghosts of Hogwarts screamed in chorus, not in pain, not in terror, but in recognition. Chaos had returned to the world. And everything, was about to change. Chapter 4, The Adams' Inheritance. The Hollow King stood in the ruins of the great hall like a god surveying a garden it had outgrown. It was beautiful. Hadrian couldn't deny that, even as his blood cooled and his instincts screamed at him to run. The entity's form shifted continuously, light and shadow braided together in patterns that the human eye couldn't quite track, features assembling and dissolving in a face that was every face and no face, a body that existed in more dimensions than 3. Where it stood, the air shimmered with raw magical potential. The stone beneath its feet wasn't breaking, it was changing, the rigid crystalline structure of granite softening into something fluid, mutable, responsive. The Hollow King didn't destroy. It unstructured. "Look at this place," the entity said, and its voice carried harmonics that made Hadrian's fillings vibrate. It raised one luminous hand and gestured at the great hall, the cracked walls, the shattered windows, the rigid stone geometry of a castle built to contain and channel and control. 1,000 years of imprisonment, and for what? So that children could sit in rows and learn to make their magic small. Its voice carried genuine sorrow. "Do you know what magic was before your founders caged me? Before they decided that power needed rules and structure and curriculum?" "Tell me," Hadrian said. He was buying time. His body was failing, the summoning had drained him to the marrow, and the founder's gifts sat in his mind like 4 burning coals, not yet integrated, not yet usable. He needed minutes. He might not have them. It was art. The Hollow King's form brightened, and for a moment the great hall was illuminated by something that wasn't light, it was possibility. Pure, unlimited possibility, radiating from the entity like heat from a star. A wizard could sing a forest into existence. A witch could dream a river's course. Magic responded to feeling, to passion, to the raw creative force of a soul unleashed. There were no wands, no incantations, no textbooks telling you which way to flick your wrist. There was only you and the magic and the infinite space between. There were also catastrophes, Hadrian said. A child's tantrum leveling a village. A wizard's grief poisoning a river. That's what the founders told me. Casualties of greatness. The Hollow King's expression shifted, not dismissive, not callous, but philosophical. The face of an entity that had thought about this for a millennium and reached conclusions that were internally consistent even if they were horrifying. Every age of discovery has its costs. Your founders looked at those costs and decided the price was too high. So they built cages, for magic, for potential, for me. They called it civilization. I call it cowardice. You call it that from inside a prison. And now I call it from outside one. The entity smiled, and the smile was radiant and wrong and magnetic. But I didn't come here to argue philosophy with a bleeding child. I came to make an offer. The Hollow King turned away from Hadrian and faced the Great Hall's entrance. The doors were open. Beyond them, in the corridors and on the staircases, students had gathered, drawn by the noise, the shaking, the fundamental disruption to the castle's magic. Professors had tried to keep them back, but the wards were failing and curiosity was stronger than fear for a castle full of teenagers. Faces peered through the doorway. Dozens. Hundreds. Wide-eyed, terrified, fascinated. The Hollow King addressed them directly. Children. Its voice carried through the castle like music through water, not loud but omnipresent, reaching every ear, every room, every corner. I am not your enemy. Your founders imprisoned me because they feared what I represent, magic without boundaries, potential without limits. They built this school to teach you that magic must be controlled, contained, channeled through the narrow aperture of wands and words. But that is a lie. The entity raised both hands, and the air around it erupted with demonstrations. A flower grew from bare stone, not slowly, not naturally, but in an explosion of color and form that was breathtaking. A constellation appeared in the ruined ceiling, not the enchanted replica the school used, but real stars, pulled from outside the atmosphere and suspended in the great hall like diamonds on invisible threads. A symphony played from nowhere, instruments that didn't exist producing music that touched something primal and hungry in every person who heard it. This is what magic is supposed to be, the Hollow King said. Unlimited. Responsive. Alive. Before the founders, every witch and wizard was an artist. They made you into technicians. I can undo that. I can teach you what your ancestors were too afraid to learn. Silence. The gathered students stared. The flowers glowed. The stars burned. The music played. And some of them stepped forward. Not many. A handful. But Hadrian watched them move, saw the hunger in their eyes, the longing for something they hadn't known they were missing. A Ravenclaw girl who'd always felt that the textbooks were too small. A Slytherin boy who'd been told his whole life that his ideas about magic were wrong. A Hufflepuff who dreamed in colors that wands couldn't produce. They moved toward the Hollow King like moths toward a flame that understood them. Hadrian stepped between them. He didn't think about it. The decision happened below thought, in the part of him that Gryffindor's gift had tuned into a warrior's reflex. One moment he was kneeling in the shattered ritual circle. The next he was standing between the entity and the student body, blood still wet on his face, his body screaming with exhaustion, placing himself in the one position that mattered, between the danger and the people it wanted. Don't, he said. Not to the Hollow King. To the students. What it's showing you is real. The beauty, the potential, the freedom, it's not lying. But it's not showing you the cost. There is no cost, the Hollow King said, and its voice was gentle, patient, the voice of a teacher correcting a bright student's understandable mistake. That's the point. Structured magic has costs, limitations, restrictions, the constant diminishment of potential. I offer magic without cost. Nothing is without cost. Hadrian turned to face the entity directly. The founder's gifts blazed in his mind, Gryffindor's combat instincts, Hufflepuff's understanding of connection, Ravenclaw's architectural knowledge, Slytherin's pragmatic foresight. He drew on all of them. You're not offering freedom. You're offering dissolution. When magic has no structure, it has no meaning. A spell that can do anything does nothing, because meaning comes from limitation. Art comes from constraint. A painting isn't beautiful because the canvas is infinite. It's beautiful because the artist chose this color, this shape, this moment, from all the infinite possibilities. The Hollow King's expression shifted. Interest. Genuine interest, for the first time, in the bleeding boy standing before it. You understand me, it said. Better than the founders did. I understand you because I walk the same boundary you do. Life and death. Structure and chaos. The membrane between them. That's what necromancy is, standing on the line and seeing both sides. And I'm telling you that the line is the point. The boundary is what makes both sides meaningful. Pretty words. The entity's tone cooled by a fraction. But words don't rebuild prisons. Your founders are gone. Their seal is broken. Their anchors are unmoored. You have nothing left to contain me, necromancer. Nothing but philosophy. I have more than that. Do you? The Hollow King's form expanded, brightening, filling the great hall with an intensity that made students shield their eyes. Show me. It attacked. The assault came not as a single strike but as a wave, raw, unstructured magical energy rolling outward from the entity in every direction simultaneously. It hit the walls and they began to change, stone becoming fluid, geometry becoming suggestion. It hit the floor and the rigid lines of Hadrian's ritual circle dissolved like chalk in rain. It hit the anchors and they flared, their structured energy fighting against the tide of chaos. It hit the students. Those closest to the entrance felt it first, a dizzying rush of sensory overload, magic flooding their bodies without channel or control. A first-year girl's hair burst into flames that didn't burn. A third-year boy levitated involuntarily, his body rising toward the ceiling with no spell to guide it. A Gryffindor prefect's wand exploded in a shower of sparks as the structured magic within it rebelled against the ambient chaos. Hadrian threw out both hands and cast the widest shield charm he could manage, not the necromantic ward he'd used during the first attack, because the ritual had left him too drained for that level of power. A standard shield, broad and desperate, covering the entrance to the great hall and creating a barrier between the Hollow King's energy and the student body. It held for about 4 seconds. The Hollow King's power crashed through it like a wave through a sandcastle, and the shield dissolved into motes of golden light that scattered across the hall like frightened fireflies. Run! Hadrian shouted. Everyone out. Upper floors. Now. Chaos erupted. Students scattered. Professors at the fringes began herding children toward the staircases, casting shielding spells and defensive wards that flickered and failed against the wash of unstructured magic pouring from the hall. But the Hollow King wasn't targeting the students. Not yet. Its attention was fixed on Hadrian, on the boy who dared to stand in its way, who carried the founder's gifts in his mind and the boundary between life and death in his blood. Let me show you what I am, the Hollow King said, and the hall became a battleground. Shadow constructs erupted from every surface, but these weren't the crude probes of previous attacks. These were works of art, shaped with the Hollow King's full creative power, serpentine forms of living darkness that moved with fluid, predatory grace, humanoid shapes of condensed chaos that mimicked the fighting stances of warriors from ages past, vast winged shadows that swooped through the hall's upper reaches like nightmares given flight. They came for everyone. Wednesday took command of the retreat without being asked. She materialized in the corridors outside the great hall with her wand in one hand and her cold iron blade in the other, and she began giving orders with the flat, inarguable authority of someone who expected obedience the way she expected gravity. Prefects, form lines at every staircase. Younger students in the center. Older students on the perimeter. You, she pointed her blade at a shell-shocked 7th year. Take the Hufflepuffs up the east staircase. You, the blade swung to a Ravenclaw girl. West. Move. Now. They moved. Something about Wednesday Addams, the absolute absence of panic, the clinical precision of her voice, the calm certainty that she would personally disembowel anyone who got in the way of an efficient evacuation, cut through the terror and gave people something to follow. A shadow construct surged through the wall beside her. She didn't flinch. Her blade came up in a precise arc that bisected the construct's leading edge, cold iron meeting magical shadow with a sound like tearing silk. The construct split, reformed, lunged again. Wednesday sidestepped, cast a severing charm at its base with her wand while simultaneously driving her blade through its central mass, and the construct dissolved into mist. 2 more came behind it. Then 4. Then 8. Ashworth, she called. Rowan appeared from a side corridor, wand blazing, his face tight with controlled fury. He'd already been fighting, his dueling robes were torn, a bruise was darkening on his jaw, and his wand arm moved with the fluid, instinctive precision of someone operating entirely on muscle memory and adrenaline. "I need you to hold the main staircase," Wednesday said. "Nothing gets past you." "Where are the first years?" 3 floors up. "Flitwick has them." "And Hadrian?" "In the hall. Where he needs to be." Ashworth's jaw worked. He wanted to go back. Every instinct in his body wanted to run toward the fight, not away from it. But he looked at Wednesday, at her calm eyes and her bloodied blade and her absolute, unshakable control, and he understood. The fight wasn't just in the Great Hall. The fight was everywhere. And the staircases were full of children. He turned and ran for the main staircase, firing spells as he went, clearing shadow constructs from the path with the same devastating efficiency he'd shown in the dueling hall. 3 constructs came at him simultaneously. He dropped 2 with a combined reductor blasting combo that blew them into fragments, then caught the third with a spell Hadrian had never taught him but that looked suspiciously like a modified version of the shadow manipulation technique he'd asked about, raw, unrefined, improvised on the spot by a boy who learned by watching and adapted by instinct. The construct shattered. Ashworth didn't slow down. Enid transformed. In the Great Hall, with the Hollow King's chaos washing over everything, she let the wolf out. Not the partial shift she'd used in the Chamber of Secrets, the full transformation. Her bones cracked and reformed. Her muscles swelled. Her jaw extended into a muzzle full of teeth that gleamed in the entity's ambient light. She grew taller, broader, her human frame replaced by something that stood 7 feet at the shoulder and moved with the liquid, terrifying grace of an apex predator in its element. Full-Wolf Enid was not the bubbly girl who made friendship bracelets and told animated stories over breakfast. Full-Wolf Enid was a force of nature, a creature of pure instinct and power that existed to protect its pack, and right now its pack was a bleeding necromancer who wouldn't stop putting himself between danger and everyone else. She hit the first wave of constructs like a wrecking ball wrapped in fury. Claws designed to shear through wood and stone and steel tore through magical shadow with equal ease. Her jaws closed on a humanoid construct and ripped it in half, the pieces dissolving before they hit the ground. She moved between the constructs with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for something her size, each movement an exercise in lethal economy, no wasted motion, no unnecessary aggression, every strike targeted, every kill immediate. A winged shadow construct dove from the ceiling. Enid caught it out of the air with one massive clawed hand, slammed it against the floor, and crushed it with enough force to crack the stone beneath. The construct exploded into mist, and Enid was already moving, already turning, already positioning herself between Hadrian and the next wave. Blackwood fought from the west cardinal point, and she fought like a woman who'd found something worth fighting for after years of fighting against. Her wand work was ministry grade, precise, disciplined, the product of decades of training in spectral containment and defensive magic. She didn't have Ashworth's raw power or Wednesday's cold-blooded efficiency or Enid's primal fury. What she had was knowledge. She knew how spectral energy worked. She knew how spiritual constructs were assembled and how they could be disassembled. She'd spent 12 years studying the intersection of the living and the dead, and that knowledge made her lethal against an enemy composed of exactly that intersection. She dismantled constructs with surgical precision, identifying their energy patterns, targeting their weak points, casting specialized containment spells that collapsed their structure from the inside out. Where other fighters brute forced their way through, Blackwood picked locks. A construct broke through her line and lunged for a cluster of students still trapped near the hall's entrance, younger ones, frozen in place, too terrified to move. Blackwood threw herself between them and cast the strongest shield charm she'd ever produced, a wall of silver light that held the construct at bay for 3 critical seconds. 3 seconds that would have been enough, if a second construct hadn't come from the side. Enid materialized. 7 feet of werewolf fury slammed into the flanking construct with enough force to send it through the stone wall. Enid stood over Blackwood, who'd been knocked to the ground by the impact, and roared. The sound shook dust from the ceiling and made the remaining constructs hesitate, an involuntary reaction to a predator's territorial claim. Blackwood looked up at the werewolf standing over her. At the massive, clawed, fanged creature that had just saved her life, a creature that, under different circumstances, her department would have classified as a dangerous beast requiring regulation. Enid looked down at her. Wolf eyes, amber and ancient. Not human. But not hostile. Protecting. Something broke in Seraphina Blackwood's face. Not visibly, not in a way that anyone watching would have noticed. But Hadrian, who was attuned to the spiritual landscape of the room, felt it, the moment when a load-bearing wall in her worldview cracked, and through the crack, light poured in. Blackwood got to her feet. She didn't speak. She raised her wand, turned to face the oncoming shadows, and fought beside the werewolf with the fierce, clear-eyed determination of a woman who had just discovered that everything she believed about the world was more complicated than she'd assumed. Hadrian fought the Hollow King. Not with spells. Not with necromancy. With everything. Gryffindor's gift activated as if someone had thrown a switch. His body moved with fluid precision that his muscles had never learned, dodging, weaving, closing distance with the Hollow King through a storm of chaotic energy that would have killed an unprotected wizard in seconds. His wand moved in patterns that blended standard magic with combat techniques from an era before wands existed, when wizards had fought with their hands and their will and the raw force of their intention. Ravenclaw's gift mapped the chaos. Where others saw only destruction, Hadrian saw patterns. The Hollow King's energy flowed in currents that had structure even in their structurelessness, fractal patterns that repeated at different scales, weak points where the chaos thinned and the entity's concentration flickered. Hufflepuff's gift kept him grounded. Connected to the people around him, to Wednesday in the corridors, to Enid at his back, to Ashworth on the stairs, to Blackwood by the entrance. Their presence anchored him, kept him human, kept him from being swept away by the tide of power washing through the hall. And Slytherin's gift gave him the words. He spoke in Parseltongue as he fought, hissing phrases that activated deep systems in the castle's foundation, locks and wards and emergency protocols that Slytherin had built in secret, that even the other founders hadn't known about. The castle responded. Walls shifted. Passages opened. Emergency wards slammed into place around the upper floors, layered protections that the Hollow King's chaos couldn't easily penetrate. The entity noticed. Its attention sharpened on Hadrian with a focus that felt like standing in a spotlight the size of a sun. Slytherin's little tricks, it said, amused. He was always the paranoid one. Built safeguards on top of safeguards. Redundancies on top of redundancies. As if enough locks could contain something that predates the concept of doors. Hadrian ducked under a wave of chaos energy that would have unmade him at a molecular level and fired back, a blast of combined necromantic and standard magic, Adam's shadowwork woven with Hogwarts spellcraft, hitting the entity dead center. The Hollow King staggered. Not much. Not dramatically. But it staggered, its luminous form flickering, its expression shifting from amused to surprised. The attack had hurt it. Not because of its power, the entity was orders of magnitude beyond anything Hadrian could match in raw force, but because of its nature. Necromantic energy operated on the boundary between life and death, the same boundary that the Hollow King existed on. When Hadrian attacked with shadow work, he was attacking the entity on its own ground, in its own language. Interesting, the Hollow King said. Something changed in its posture, a shift from playful to engaged, from amused to genuinely attentive. You're not just a structured wizard, are you? You carry the boundary in your blood. The Adams tradition, I remember it. Older than the founders. Older than me, in some ways. A lineage that never forgot what magic was before civilization. We didn't forget, Hadrian said, circling. Gryffindor's combat instincts fed him positioning data, angles of attack, escape routes, optimal distance for the next strike. We integrated. We kept the old ways and learned the new ones. That's the difference between us and you. You think structure is a cage. We think it's a tool. A tool. The entity's form brightened. Tools limit. Tools constrain. A chisel can only cut. A brush can only paint. I am not a tool. I am the stone and the canvas themselves, the raw material from which everything is made. And raw material, by itself, is nothing. Stone is just stone until someone carves it. Canvas is just cloth until someone paints it. Your potential without purpose. Chaos without meaning. And you've been alone with that nothingness for 1,000 years. The words landed differently than the attacks. The Hollow King didn't stagger, but it went still, perfectly, completely still, its shifting form freezing for a heartbeat in a way that suggested the words had found something underneath the power and the philosophy. Something wounded. Alone, it repeated. Alone. Sealed in the dark. No one to talk to, no one to create for, no one to share the beauty with. All that potential, all that unlimited possibility, and nothing to do with it. For 1,000 years. Hadrian lowered his wand. Not in surrender. In recognition. That's the real cost of being unlimited, isn't it? When you can do everything, nothing matters. When you can create anything, nothing means anything. You've been alone with infinity, and infinity is empty. The Great Hall was quiet. The shadow constructs had stopped, not destroyed but suspended, frozen in mid-attack as the Hollow King's attention focused entirely on the boy standing before it. You presume to understand me, the entity said. Its voice was different now. Softer. The harmonics were still there, the impossible beauty, but underneath them was something raw. Something old and tired and honest. You're a child. You've been alive for 15 years. I've been alive for more than that, Hadrian said, and something in the back of his mind cracked open, and the truth poured through. Voss appeared. Not from the corridors, from below. From the sub-basement, from the network of passages that connected the anchor chambers, running with the desperate speed of someone who'd been fighting the longest battle of anyone in the castle. The necromantic buffer Hadrian had drawn on her skin was flickering, its sigils dimming, and her face was a map of the war she'd been waging against herself for years. She ran into the Great Hall through a side entrance, and the first thing she saw was Hufflepuff's anchor. It was failing. Again. Not because of sabotage this time, because the seal it was connected to no longer existed, and without the seal's supporting structure, the anchor had nothing to channel its energy into. The amber light was flickering, guttering, a candle in a wind that would never stop. Voss looked at the anchor. Then at Hadrian. Then at the Hollow King. Professor, Hadrian said. Don't. She knew what needed to be done. Hadrian could see it in her face, the understanding that came from years of research, years of the Hollow King's whispered knowledge, tainted, compromised, but not wrong, years of loving this castle and its students with a devotion that hadn't been diminished by the entity's corruption. The anchor needed energy to survive. Living energy. Human energy. Hufflepuff had given a piece of her soul willingly, 1,000 years ago. Voss walked toward the basin. Professor, I let it in. Her voice was steady. Clearer than he'd ever heard it, the buffer was failing, but in its last moments, it had given her something precious, clarity. Complete, unblemished clarity about who she was and what she'd done and what she could still do. I let it whisper to me for years. I let it use my hands, my knowledge, my access. I sabotaged the anchor. I nearly gave it everything it needed to break free. She reached the basin. Her hand touched the stone rim. This is how I make it right. There's another way. No. She looked at him with eyes that were fully, completely, heartbreakingly her own. There isn't. Not for me. You know that. I can feel the corruption, even with your buffer. It's too deep. Too old. If I live, it'll find its way back in. And next time, I won't have enough of myself left to fight it. She placed both hands on the basin and began to channel. Hadrian lunged forward, Gryffindor's combat reflexes firing, but Voss had already begun, and interrupting a soul energy transfer mid-flow was like interrupting a lightning strike. Her life force poured into the enchanted earth, golden and warm, carrying 20 years of dedication and love and guilt and the fierce, uncompromising desire to protect the students she'd been entrusted with. The anchor blazed. The amber light surged from flickering to blinding, the basin filling with energy so potent it was almost physical. Hufflepuff's repaired sigils drank it in, and the anchor stabilized with a permanence that the previous repairs hadn't achieved, because this wasn't a repair. This was a replacement. A living soul, given freely, stepping into the role that Hufflepuff's echo had occupied for a millennium. Voss's form dimmed as the transfer progressed. The color left her face, then her hands, then her eyes. She became translucent, ghostly, her physical body thinning as its essential energy poured into the stone. "Tell your grandmother," she whispered, her voice already distant, already fading. "I finally understand the difference between control and corruption." She smiled. It was the warmest thing Hadrian had ever seen Professor Voss do, and it was the last thing she did. Her body dissolved, not violently, not painfully. Gently. Like mist in morning sun. The golden light absorbed her, and she was gone, and the anchor hummed with a power and permanence it hadn't possessed since the day Hufflepuff first built it. Hadrian stood before the basin with the afterimage of her smile burned into his retinas. His hands were fists at his sides. His jaw was clenched so tight it ached. 1 second of silence. For her. For what she'd given. For the cost of a mistake made with good intentions and redeemed with the only currency that mattered. Then he turned back to the Hollow King. "You did that," he said. His voice was low, controlled, carrying an edge that was not quite anger and not quite grief. "You corrupted her. You took a good person and used her kindness against her." The Hollow King's expression was unreadable. "She came to me willingly. She wanted what I offered. Knowledge. Purpose. Connection. You manipulated her need. That's not consent. That's exploitation. Is it?" The entity tilted its beautiful, terrible head. "Your founders did the same. They took humanity's natural, chaotic magic and structured it without asking. They built schools to train children in their methods, with no option for refusal. They imprisoned me, an entity that had never harmed them directly, because they decided, unilaterally, that chaos was too dangerous for mortals to handle. Who consented to that?" The argument hit Hadrian in the chest. Because it wasn't wrong. The founders had imposed structure on magic without a referendum. They had decided, for all of humanity, that chaos needed to be contained. And they had been right, probably, but rightness didn't equal consent, and the Hollow King's grievance, buried under 1,000 years of imprisonment and 10 minutes of apocalyptic destruction, had a core of legitimate pain. "You're right," Hadrian said. Everyone in the Great Hall, Enid, still in wolf form, flanking him, Wednesday, who'd returned from the corridors after securing the student evacuation, Ashworth, bleeding from a cut above his eye, positioned at the ruined entrance, Blackwood, wand steady, face pale, stared at him. They didn't ask your permission, Hadrian continued. They didn't try to negotiate. They saw a threat, and they locked it away, and they moved on. That was wrong. Hadrian, Wednesday said, a warning. It was wrong, he repeated. But so are you. You didn't try to negotiate either. You could have worked with them. Structured magic and wild magic aren't mutually exclusive. My family has been practicing both for centuries. The Adams tradition integrates chaos and control, old magic and new, the wild and the disciplined. It's possible. It's not just possible, it's better. But you didn't try. You fought. They fought back. And here we are, 1,000 years later, having the conversation you should have had then. The Hollow King stared at him. So have it now, Hadrian said. With me. The entity's form flickered. Its luminous eyes, if they could be called eyes, narrowed. The shadow constructs, still frozen in mid-attack, trembled like leaves in a wind. You're proposing negotiation, it said. Now. While your castle crumbles and your friends bleed and your professor dissolves herself into my prison. Yes. With what leverage? Your seal is broken. Your founders are gone. You have nothing to bargain with. I have the one thing you've never had. Hadrian took a step forward. Someone willing to listen. The silence that followed was the deepest Hadrian had ever experienced. Not an absence of sound, an absence of everything. The great hall existed in a bubble of suspended reality, the Hollow King's chaos held in check by something that might have been curiosity or might have been hope. Speak, then, the entity said. Necromancer. Hadrian drew on everything. Every gift the founders had given him. Every lesson his family had taught him. Every moment he'd spent walking the boundary between life and death, learning that the boundary itself was not a wall but a place, a space where both sides existed simultaneously, where structure and chaos met and negotiated and found balance. You can't be destroyed, he said. The founders tried. The best they could manage was containment, and containment failed. Any new prison I build will eventually fail too, maybe not in 1,000 years, maybe not in 10,000, but eventually. You're a principle. You're chaos itself. You can't be eliminated any more than darkness can be eliminated by building more lamps. Correct. And I can't let you run free. Unstructured magic is beautiful, but it's also catastrophic. You said it yourself, casualties of greatness. Children dying because a wizard's emotions got out of control. Communities destroyed by magical accidents that structured training could have prevented. That's not acceptable. The founders weren't wrong about that. They were wrong about the method. But the problem was real. Also correct. A pause. You're smarter than the last group. I had better teachers. He breathed. So here's what I'm proposing. Not a prison. Not freedom. A partnership. The word hung in the air. The Hollow King's form shifted, interest, suspicion, something that might have been hunger. This castle runs on structured magic, Hadrian continued. Generations of students pouring organized energy into its wards, its enchantments, its protections. It works. But it's incomplete. The wards are rigid. The enchantments are static. The castle's magic doesn't grow, doesn't adapt, doesn't create. It maintains. He pointed at the Hollow King. You are everything the castle isn't. Your growth. Adaptation. Creativity. Wild magic, the kind that makes new things, that responds to need, that evolves. If your energy were channeled through the castle, not caged, not constrained, but integrated, Hogwarts wouldn't just maintain. It would become something alive. Something that grows with its students. Something that adapts to new threats and new possibilities. Not a museum of old magic. A living ecosystem of all magic. You want to put me back in the castle, the Hollow King said flatly. Just with a nicer room. I want to give you a purpose. A function. A relationship with the structured magic that already exists here, where both systems benefit. Your chaos feeds the castle's growth. The castle's structure gives your chaos form and meaning. Neither one dominates. Neither one is caged. Balance. Balance. The entity tasted the word. The founders never offered balance. The founders were scared. I'm not. You should be. I'm an Adams. We don't do scared. We do informed. The Hollow King's form brightened. Then dimmed. Then brightened again. It was thinking, genuinely thinking, for perhaps the first time in 1,000 years, about something other than escape. And what guarantees do I have, it asked. That this partnership won't become another prison? That the structured wizards won't decide, in 50 years or 100, that my chaos is too disruptive, too dangerous, too uncontrollable, and lock me away again? Me, Hadrian said. You'll be dead in 70 years. My family won't be. The Adams tradition, necromancy, shadow work, the integration of old magic and new, that's the guarantee. My family has been walking the boundary between chaos and order for centuries. We understand both sides. We respect both sides. And we don't abandon our commitments. He paused. An Adams built this deal. An Adams will maintain it. Generation after generation, for as long as the family endures. You're committing your descendants to a pact with chaos. Adams's love pacts with chaos. It's practically a family tradition. The Hollow King stared at him for a very long time. The great hall was silent except for the breathing of the people in it and the distant, troubled heartbeat of a castle on the edge of transformation. You're serious, the entity said. Completely. This could fail. Everything can fail. That's what makes it matter. The Hollow King's form shifted one final time. The blinding luminescence dimmed to something bearable, still beautiful, still vast, still ancient, but no longer aggressive. The shadow constructs dissolved, their substance flowing back into the entity like rivers returning to the sea. The chaos energy that had been flooding the castle pulled back, contracting, concentrating around the entity's form. But it didn't agree. Not yet. There's one more thing, the Hollow King said. A test. Not of your power. Not of your philosophy. Of your nature. Name it. Walk the boundary. All the way. Not the surface, not the edge. The center. The space between life and death where I exist, where your necromancy touches, where the membrane is thinnest and the truth is most naked. If you can walk there and come back, I'll believe you understand what you're asking for. If you can face what you find there, what you are, in the deepest sense, and still choose this path, I'll accept your offer. Hadrian. Enid's voice, human again, she'd shifted back during the negotiation, standing behind him in torn clothes with amber still flickering in her eyes. What does that mean? Hadrian knew what it meant. The boundary between life and death wasn't just a metaphysical concept. It was a place, a real, experienceable space that necromancers could enter under extreme conditions. Grandmama had told him about it. The death space. The threshold. The place where souls passed through on their way from one state to the next. Entering it meant stopping his heart. It means I have to die, he said. Briefly. No. Enid's voice was raw. No, absolutely not. Temporarily. There is no temporary death, Hades. Death is death. Not for an Adams. He turned to face her. She was shaking, not from cold, not from the aftermath of transformation, but from something deeper. Fear. Real, gut-level, animal fear for someone she loved. He took her hands. They were warm. They were always warm. I have to do this, he said quietly. The Hollow King needs to know I understand what I'm asking it to accept. It needs to know I'm not afraid of its world. And I need to know something too. He paused. I need to know what I am. Who I was. The visions, the Parseltongue, the knowledge of this castle, it's all coming from the same place. From a life I lived before this one. If I walk the boundary, I'll find the answer. And if you don't come back. Then Wednesday summons me. She's a better necromancer than she admits. I will do no such thing, Wednesday said, from somewhere behind Enid. If you die voluntarily, you deserve the consequences. See? Motivation to come back. Enid's grip tightened on his hands. Her eyes were bright, not with wolf light, not with amber fury, but with tears she was trying very hard not to shed. 6 minutes, she said. That's the maximum. After 6 minutes, I'm restarting your heart myself. Werewolf CPR. You won't enjoy it. Noted. She pulled him forward and kissed him. Hard, desperate, tasting of salt and iron and the particular alchemy of joy and terror that defined the experience of caring about someone who was determined to do dangerous things for noble reasons. When she pulled back, her eyes were fierce. Come back, she said. I will. He turned to the Hollow King. I'm ready. The entity extended one luminous hand. Hadrian took it. The contact was indescribable. Cold beyond cold. Light beyond light. The sensation of touching something that existed outside the categories his nervous system was built to process. Close your eyes, Necromancer, the Hollow King said. And stop breathing. Hadrian closed his eyes. He stopped breathing. His heart stopped. And the world, both worlds, went silent. The death space was not dark. It was not light, either. It was not anything that Hadrian had words for, a space beyond the reach of human language, existing in frequencies that living senses couldn't process and dead senses couldn't escape. It was the membrane itself, the boundary between living and dead, the place where the two states overlapped and became indistinguishable. He stood in it. Or floated. Or existed. The distinction was meaningless here. Time didn't work. Space didn't work. Identity, the stable, continuous sense of being a specific person with a specific history and a specific body, flickered like a candle in a wind. But Hadrian held on. Adam's discipline, Adam's training, Adam's stubbornness, the bedrock of self that Morticia and Gomez had built into him from birth, that Wednesday had reinforced through 17 years of twinship, that Grandmama had tested and tempered through years of necromantic training. He held on to who he was, and he looked around. The death space was full of echoes. Souls in transit, moving between states, crossing the boundary in both directions. Some were fresh, recently dead, still confused, still carrying the shape of their physical forms. Others were ancient, worn smooth by millennia of existence beyond the physical, barely recognizable as having once been human. They drifted past him like fish in a current, and most didn't notice him. One did. He was young. 17, maybe. Thin, dark-haired, with eyes that were an exact, precise, unmistakable shade of green. He wore clothes that didn't belong to any era Hadrian recognized, a strange school uniform, Muggle sneakers, a robe that had seen better centuries. He was smiling. Took you long enough, said Harry Potter. Hadrian stared at the ghost, the echo, the soul, the whatever it was standing before him in the space between life and death. He knew this face. He'd seen it in mirrors, in dreams, in the visions that had plagued him since childhood. The same bone structure. The same green eyes. The same particular way of standing that suggested someone who'd learned early to be ready to run. You, Hadrian breathed. Me. The echo grinned. It was a young grin, a brave grin, the grin of someone who'd faced the worst the world had to offer and found reasons to smile anyway. Or you. Or us. The lines get blurry in here. You're Harry Potter. Was. Past tense. The echo shrugged, a gesture so casual, so human, that it hurt. Died at 17. Killed a dark wizard first, which was the plan. Didn't expect to come back as Wednesday Addams's twin brother, but life, or whatever this is, has a sense of humor. How is this possible? The Peveril connection. The Addams family descends from the Peverils, the brothers who created the Deathly Hallows. The Master of Death. It's not a title or a weapon. It's a bloodline. A relationship with the boundary between life and death that goes deeper than individual lifetimes. Harry, the echo, the memory, the previous version of the soul that Hadrian currently inhabited, stepped forward. When I died, the Master of Death's inheritance kicked in. My soul didn't pass on. It recycled. Found a new vessel in a family that could hold it. An Addams body, connected to the Peveril line, steeped in necromantic tradition. So I'm you. No. The echo was firm on this point. Gentle, but firm. You're not me. You're what came after me. I'm a chapter. You're the next one. My memories, my experiences, my connections, they're echoes in your soul. They influenced you. But they didn't define you. You were raised by Gomez and Morticia Addams. You learned necromancy from your grandmother. You grew up with Wednesday as your twin. That's who you are. I'm just the footnote. Hadrian stood in the death space with his past life standing before him and felt something he hadn't expected, not confusion, not identity crisis, not the existential vertigo of discovering you were someone else. Relief. He'd been carrying the mystery of the visions, the impossible knowledge, the déjà vu, for years. He'd known something was different about him, something that went deeper than necromantic talent, deeper than the Addams legacy, deeper than the green in his eyes. And now he knew. Not a curse. Not a haunting. Just a continuation. A soul that had lived before, and learned, and loved, and lost, and then found a new home in a family that understood death well enough to welcome a soul that had already passed through it. You did well, Harry said. The echo's voice was warm. Proud. The particular pride of someone passing a baton to a worthy successor. This school, I loved it. I died for it. And you're here now, saving it again, but better. Because you're not fighting alone, and you're not fighting scared, and you're not a 17-year-old kid who was making it up as he went along. He paused. Well, you're making it up too. But you're doing it with style. Hadrian laughed. In the death space, the sound was strange, echoing in directions that didn't exist, bouncing off surfaces that weren't there. Addams style. The best kind. Harry's form began to thin, the death space pulling at him. He was an echo, not a permanent resident, a memory stored in the soul's architecture, surfacing because Hadrian had come close enough to the boundary to access it. One more thing. What? The people you love. Wednesday. Enid. The friends you're making, the family you already have. Hold on to them. That's the lesson I learned too late. Power doesn't save you. Cleverness doesn't save you. People save you. The people who stand beside you when everything goes wrong, they're the real magic. Not the spells. Not the rituals. Not the Deathly Hallows. He smiled, and the smile was an ending and a beginning simultaneously. Go back. Be an Addams. Be better than I was. I'm not better than you. You found a family that taught you death isn't something to fear or defeat. It's something to understand. Harry's form was nearly gone now, a whisper of green-eyed light in the death space, endless gray. That makes you better. Trust me. I'm the expert. The echo faded. The death space shifted around Hadrian, and he felt the pull of the living world, distant, urgent, the feeling of a heart that wanted to beat but had been told to stop. He could stay here. The death space was peaceful, not empty, not cold, but quiet. The kind of quiet that an Adams could appreciate. The perfect silence of a perfectly balanced boundary, where nothing lived and nothing died and everything simply was. But on the other side of that boundary, people were waiting. Enid, with her warmth and her wolf and her stubborn refusal to let him go. Wednesday, with her silence and her blades and the foot pressed against his under the table. Ashworth, who'd swallowed his pride and stood where he was needed. Blackwood, who'd broken her own rules because the truth mattered more than being right. McGonagall, who'd looked at his green eyes and seen someone she'd lost. Hadrian chose life. Not because he feared death, no Adams feared death. But because the living world was full of people who needed him, and dying would really irritate Wednesday, and he'd promised Enid he'd come back, and an Adams kept their promises. He opened his eyes. The great hall rushed in, sound, light, cold, pain. His heart slammed back into rhythm with a force that cracked his ribs, and he gasped, choked, drew a breath that tasted like dust and magic and the particular ozonan copper tang of a reality reasserting itself. He was on the floor. The stone was cold against his back. Faces swam above him, Enid's, streaked with tears, Wednesday's, utterly blank in the way that meant she was feeling everything, Ashworth's, pale and horrified, Blackwood's, rigidly controlled. 7 minutes, Wednesday said. Her voice was flat. Precise. 1 octave higher than normal. You were dead for 7 minutes. I said 6, Enid choked. I said 6 minutes. You went 7. That's fashionably late, Hadrian managed. His voice was a croak. His chest burned. Adam's tradition. Enid hit him. Not hard, an open-palmed slap against his chest that was more sob than strike. Then she was holding him, her face buried against his neck, her body shaking with the particular violence of someone who'd spent 7 minutes staring at a dead body and willing it to breathe. Don't ever do that again. Okay. I mean it. I know. He sat up. Everything hurt. 7 minutes of clinical death was more than the human body was designed to withstand, and his system was making its displeasure known through every available channel. But the Founder's gifts were still there, for sets of knowledge, burning steadily in his consciousness. And something else was there too. Something new. Understanding. He looked at the Hollow King. The entity waited where he'd left it, luminous form dimmed to a patient glow, watching with an expression that was no longer threatening or manipulative or seductive. Just, waiting. The way a person waits when they've asked a question and want the answer more than they want to win. I walked the boundary, Hadrian said. He got to his feet. Enid steadied him, one arm around his waist, warm, solid, unmovable. I saw what I am. I saw what you are. And I'm standing here, making the same offer. You saw the truth about yourself, the Hollow King said. In the death space. Yes. And it didn't break you. No. It clarified things. He looked at the entity with eyes that had seen both sides of the boundary and chosen, freely and fully, to stand in the middle. I know what it means to be between. I've lived 2 lives. I've died twice. I carry structure and chaos in the same soul, Hogwarts discipline and Adam's wildness, wizarding tradition and necromantic freedom. I am the proof that your way and their way can coexist. The Hollow King studied him. The silence was immense. You'll build the channel, it said. Not a question. A condition. I'll build it. A flow of wild magic through Hogwarts structure, integrated with the ward system, feeding the castle's growth while the castle gives your energy form and purpose. And I'll have awareness. Presence. Not a prison. A home. With walls, yes. But also with windows. And a door you can open. The entity's form flickered. Shifted. Something that might have been a smile crossed its luminous features, not the predatory, seductive smile it had worn earlier. Something quieter. Something almost shy. A home, the Hollow King repeated, as if the word were new. I haven't had a home in a very long time. Neither have I, Hadrian said. Not one that felt right. Not until I came here. The Hollow King extended its hand. Hadrian took it. The integration began. He used everything, all four founders' gifts, every ounce of Adam's necromantic training, every fragment of understanding he'd gained from walking the death space and talking to the echo of his former life. The ritual was like nothing he'd ever attempted, not a binding, not a sealing, not a summoning. A synthesis. A marriage of structured and unstructured magic, woven together at the deepest level of the castle's foundations, creating a system that was neither cage nor chaos but something entirely new. He couldn't do it alone. The power required was beyond any individual, but he didn't need to do it alone. Hadrian reached out through the boundary, not downward, not into the death space, but outward. Into the castle's history. Into the accumulated spiritual energy of 1,000 years of magical education. Into the memory of every witch and wizard who had ever loved Hogwarts. He invited them. All of them. The dead answered. They came in thousands. Tens of thousands. Every graduate who'd ever called Hogwarts home. Every professor who'd ever taught within its walls. Every student who'd ever sat at those tables and looked up at that enchanted ceiling and felt, for the first time, that they belonged. They came as spirits, as echoes, as memories so vivid they were nearly physical. They filled the great hall from floor to ruined ceiling, translucent forms crowding the space, overlapping, merging, a vast chorus of the dead rallying to the call of a living necromancer who had asked, not commanded, not forced, but asked, for their help. And at the edges of the assembly, flickering and faint, for familiar figures, the founders themselves, giving what remained of their essence, the last fragments of their spiritual energy poured freely into the working. Hadrian stood at the center of 10,000 ghosts and wove. The Hollow King's energy flowed into the ward system, wild, chaotic, powerful beyond measure. Hadrian channeled it through the anchors, through the founders' gifts, through the ritual circle's remnants, and into the castle's deep structure. Where the chaos touched the wards didn't break, they grew. New connections formed. New pathways opened. The castle's magic, rigid and static for centuries, began to flex, to adapt, to respond to the presence of wild magic the way a garden responds to rain. The stones of Hogwarts sang. Not the grinding, pained sound of the seal breaking, a new sound. A living sound. The sound of magic doing what it was meant to do, growing. The Hollow King's form dissolved, not into nothing, but into everything. Its luminous essence spread through the castle like light through crystal, filling every wall, every corridor, every classroom with a subtle, shimmering vitality that hadn't been there before. The entity didn't disappear. It dispersed. It became part of Hogwarts itself, its chaos woven into the castle's structure, its energy feeding the wards, its creativity infusing the magic. The shadows retreated. The constructs dissolved. The cracks in the walls sealed, not with rigid stone but with something alive, something that pulsed with wild magic held in structured form. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall reformed, and for the first time in recorded history, it showed a sky that was more than a reflection, it showed a sky that was dreaming. Stars that moved in patterns no astronomer could predict. Auroras that responded to the emotions of the people beneath them. A moon that waxed and waned according to the castle's mood. Hogwarts breathed. And the Hollow King, for the first time in 1,000 years, was not alone. Hadrian collapsed. His knees gave out without warning, the last reserve of energy that had been keeping him upright evaporated, and he dropped to the great hall floor like a puppet with cut strings. Enid caught him before his head hit stone, lowering him gently, her hands on his face, his chest, checking his pulse with fingers that were still shaking from the 7 minutes she'd spent thinking he was dead. "I'm alive," he mumbled. "Just tired." "You're always just tired. You're the most exhaustingly tired person I've ever met." Her voice was wet. Her eyes were wet. She was smiling anyway. Rest. I've got you. He let himself rest. Morning came to Hogwarts like a revelation. The castle was transformed. Not physically, the towers still stood, the corridors still wound, the staircases still moved, though now they moved with purpose rather than whimsy, responding to where students needed to go rather than their own architectural boredom. The change was deeper than architecture. It was in the way the light fell through windows that seemed brighter, cleaner, more alive. In the way the air moved through corridors, not the stale, recycled breath of an ancient building but something fresh, something that carried the scent of growing things and distant storms and possibilities. The wards had evolved overnight. Professors reported that their protective enchantments were not just repaired but enhanced, layers of adaptive magic, structured and wild intertwined, that responded to threats with an intelligence the old wards had never possessed. A fiend fire test, conducted safely by Flitwick at McGonagall's instruction, was absorbed and neutralized by wards that literally learned from the attack and reconfigured to prevent future ones. The ghosts were back. All of them, even the ones who'd been consumed. They'd been restored by the Hollow King's integration, their spiritual energy returned by an entity that no longer needed to feed on them because it had something better, purpose. Nearly headless Nick drifted through the great hall at breakfast, fully coherent for the first time in months, his ruff pristine, his plumed hat at a jaunty angle. The bloody Baron was silent and dignified, his chains hanging still, his expression carrying something that might have been peace. The Grey Lady smiled. Nobody could remember the Grey Lady ever smiling. The students returned to the great hall cautiously, filtering in through repaired doors, staring at the enchanted ceiling with its dreaming sky and impossible auroras. The tables were back in place. The food was hot. And the ambient feeling of the room, that intangible quality that defined a space and told you whether you were safe, had shifted from the tense, brittle energy of a school under siege to something warmer. Something alive. Hadrian watched from the Slytherin table, still exhausted, still bruised, still carrying the memory of 7 minutes of death and a conversation with a ghost who wore his face. Wednesday sat beside him, eating toast with mechanical precision, her silence communicating volumes. Enid sat across from them, she'd abandoned the Gryffindor table without discussion, and no one had objected, because anyone who'd seen the werewolf fight in the great hall and hold vigil over a dead body and cry with relief when it breathed again was welcome to sit wherever she damn well pleased. Ashworth joined them. He walked to the Slytherin table with the deliberate stride of someone crossing a line and knowing it, carrying his plate and his pride and the bruise on his jaw like badges of honor. He sat down beside Enid, across from Hadrian, and said nothing for approximately 30 seconds while he arranged his breakfast with unnecessary care. Then he looked up. "You died," he said. "For 7 minutes. And came back. Adam's tradition." Ashworth shook his head slowly. "I was wrong about you." The words came out rough, ungracious, reluctantly honest. "Not about necromancy, I still think it's dangerous. I still think the power to touch the dead is the kind of power that needs watching. But I was wrong about you. You're not what I thought you were. What did you think I was? Someone who'd use power without caring about the cost." He paused. "You care about the cost more than anyone I've ever met. You just pay it anyway." He extended his hand across the table. Palm open. "Offering." Hadrian took it. The grip was firm, brief, honest, the handshake of two people who would probably never be friends in the easy, comfortable sense but who had stood together in a crisis and found each other worthy. "You're still the strangest person I've ever met," Ashworth said. "Thank you." "It wasn't," he stopped. Almost smiled. "Yeah. I guess it was." Seraphina Blackwood found Hadrian after breakfast. She was in the courtyard, the same bench where they'd had their first real conversation. She looked different. Not softer, Seraphina Blackwood would never be soft. But the rigid, armored quality that had defined her since her arrival had cracked, and through the cracks, something human was showing. I'm rewriting section 47, she said, without preamble. The spectral regulation framework. All of it. Hadrian sat down beside her. That's a big change. It's an overdue change. She stared across the courtyard, watching students pass, alive, unhurt, carrying their books and their complaints and their entirely normal teenage concerns, unaware of how close they'd come to losing everything. The current legislation was written out of fear. My fear. My grief. My inability to separate what happened to my daughter from what necromancy actually is. What changed? A werewolf saved my life. She said it simply, as if stating a fact about the weather. A creature that my department classifies as a level 3 spectral threat. She threw herself between me and a shadow construct, and she did it without hesitation, without calculation, without any consideration for the fact that I've spent my career making her life harder. Blackwood paused. And you? A necromancer who bled for strangers. Who died for 7 minutes to save a castle full of children he'd known for a week. Who negotiated with an ancient entity instead of trying to destroy it, because destruction wasn't justice and you cared about justice more than victory. I also have a very persuasive twin who threatened you with legal consequences. That too. The ghost of a smile. I still don't like necromancy, Mr. Adams. I still think it's dangerous. But I was wrong about necromancers. She looked at him. I'd like your family's help. Rewriting the legislation. Building a framework that protects people without destroying a legitimate magical tradition. Your grandmother, specifically. I believe she has strong opinions. Grandmama has strong opinions about everything. Her opinion about bureaucratic regulation of necromancy once made a minister cry. Good. I deserve to cry. It might be therapeutic. She stood. Paused. Something moved across her face, old, heavy, the weight of 12 years of grief that had been channeled into anger because anger was easier than sadness. I'm going to visit my daughter's grave, she said. When I return to London. I haven't been in years. I've been too angry to go. Too busy fighting the living to sit with the dead. She met his eyes. You said that the difference between necromancy and abuse is consent. That the dead deserve to be asked, not commanded. I think the dead also deserve to be visited. To be remembered. Not with rage. Just, with love. They do, Hadrian said. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Hadrian. Thank you, Hadrian. She walked away. At the courtyard's edge, she stopped and said, over her shoulder, your mother's letter. She said that if the Adams family ever required political assistance in Britain, she would consider the ministry, within the scope of her influence. I found that both reassuring and mildly terrifying. That's my mother. She left. They held a funeral for Professor Voss that evening. The entire school attended. McGonagall had debated the format, traditional wizarding rites, a ministry standard memorial, a moment of silence, but Hadrian had asked, quietly, if he could perform Adam's death rites instead. McGonagall had hesitated. Then she'd looked at his face, at the grief in it, the respect, the particular Adam's understanding that death was not an ending but a transition, and she'd said yes. The rites were unlike anything Hogwarts had seen. Hadrian stood in the courtyard at dusk, with the school gathered in a wide circle around him, and he spoke to the dead. Not in Latin or English or the old language. In the language of memory. He told stories about Voss, stories the students knew, stories they didn't, stories he'd pieced together from conversations and observations and the brief, bright time he'd known her. He talked about her passion for teaching. Her love of Hogwarts' deep history. Her willingness to learn, to grow, to change. Her courage in the end, the choice to give everything for the students she'd been entrusted with. He didn't mention the Hollow King's corruption. That was Voss's private battle, fought and won in the last moments of her life. It didn't define her. The choice she'd made defined her, the choice to sacrifice, to protect, to step into the anchor's light and give her soul freely and completely for a cause greater than herself. When the stories were done, Hadrian lit a fire. Not with a wand, with his hands, with shadow work, with a gentle pulse of necromantic energy that ignited a pyre of dark wood and dried flowers. The flames were green-black at the base, amber at the tips, the colors of the boundary between life and death. They burned without heat, without smoke. The light they cast was not warm, but it was beautiful, strange, otherworldly, the kind of beauty that Adams has understood and that the rest of the world was only beginning to appreciate. Students watched in confused, moved silence. Some cried. Some didn't know what to feel and felt it anyway. The fire burned, and the stories lingered, and Professor Alara Voss was mourned by a school that hadn't known what she'd carried and might never fully understand what she'd given. When the fire died, the courtyard was dark, and the enchanted sky above the castle showed stars that dreamed. Later. Much later. The astronomy tower. Hadrian stood at the railing, looking out over the castle grounds. The lake was a sheet of black glass under a sky that moved with slow, purposeful beauty, the Hollow King's influence, subtle and vast, giving the castle's magic a life it had never possessed. The forbidden forest rustled in a wind that carried hints of wild magic, not dangerous, not destructive, but alive. Growing. Becoming. Wednesday materialized beside him. He hadn't heard her approach. He never did. They stood in silence for a long time. The twins. The Adams children. The necromancer and the psychic. Standing on the highest point of a castle they'd saved, looking out at a world that had changed in ways most people wouldn't understand for years. "You died for 7 minutes," Wednesday said. 6.5. The instruments said 7. The instruments were being dramatic. She looked at him. In the starlight, the living, dreaming starlight, her face was the same face it had always been. Pale. Sharp. Composed to the point of geological stability. The face of his twin, his other half, the person who knew him better than he knew himself. "You found something in the death space," she said. Not a question. Yes. Something about who you were before. Yes. She waited. Wednesday waited like other people breathed, naturally, patiently, with the confidence that whatever she was waiting for would arrive because she had decided it would. "I was Harry Potter," Hadrian said. The words hung in the night air. Wednesday didn't react. Not visibly. But her foot pressed against his, the childhood signal, unchanged in 17 years of twinship. "I'm here. The boy who saved this school," she said. McGonagall's green-eyed boy. The one who died at 17. The same soul. Recycled through the Peveril bloodline into an Adams body. He paused. "He told me I was better than him. Because I found a family that taught me death wasn't the enemy." He was right. He was also a ghost, so his perspective might have been biased. Wednesday was quiet for a moment. The wind moved through the tower, carrying the scent of the forbidden forest and the distant lake and the subtle, humming energy of a castle learning to breathe with wild magic in its lungs. "Does it change who you are?" she asked. "No." The answer came without hesitation. "I'm Hadrian Adams. Son of Gomez and Morticia. Twin of Wednesday. Trained by Grandmama. Annoyed by Pugsley. Loved by Thing." He paused. "Whatever I was before, whoever Harry Potter was, he's part of me. But he's not all of me. The Addams family made me who I am. This family. This life." Wednesday nodded once. The smallest gesture. The highest praise. "Good," she said. "Because if you'd said anything else, I would have pushed you off this tower." "I know. And then summoned your ghost to apologize." "I know that too." They stood in silence. The castle hummed beneath them, alive, growing, dreaming. The Hollow King's presence was everywhere and nowhere, a subtle current of wild magic flowing through the structured wards, feeding the castle's evolution, learning, slowly, cautiously, with the wary hope of an entity that had been alone for 1,000 years, what it meant to have a home. Wednesday. What? He didn't say I'm glad you came back. He didn't say I love you. He didn't say any of the things that the moment seemed to call for, because Adamses didn't say those things. They didn't need to. The foot pressed against his said everything. The presence at his side said everything. 17 years of twinship said everything. Thank you, he said. For what? For being here. She was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. Then, where else would I be? It was the most Wednesday answer in the world, and it was perfect. The summons came the next morning. Not from the ministry. Not from the Great Hall. From McGonagall. Hadrian climbed the spiral staircase to the headmistress's office for what he suspected would be the last time in a while. The gargoyle stepped aside without requiring a password. It had started doing that since the integration, responding to the castle's wild magic, which apparently recognized Hadrian as someone worth admitting. McGonagall sat behind her desk. The sword of Gryffindor was back in its case, gleaming. The office's magical instruments whirred and clicked with renewed energy. And on the desk, beside a cup of tea that had gone cold, was a photograph. Hadrian didn't need to look at it to know who was in it. He could feel the echo, faint, distant, the spiritual residue of a soul that had once inhabited this office in a different way. Sit, McGonagall said. He sat. She looked at him for a long time. Her expression was complex, layered with emotions that she normally kept under iron control, surfacing now in the quiet of her office with no one to witness them except a boy who reminded her of a ghost. I knew a boy once, she said. With green eyes. Who saved this school when no one else could. Who stood in this office and told me things I didn't want to hear. Who was brave beyond measure and kind beyond reason and absolutely impossible to keep out of danger. Hadrian's throat tightened. I don't know why you remind me of him, she continued. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not. I've told myself it's coincidence. That green eyes are common. That bravery is not unique. That the desire to protect people at any personal cost is a quality shared by many. She paused. But it's not coincidence, is it? The question hung in the air. Heavy. Fragile. Full of a grief that had waited 20 years to ask it. Hadrian looked at Minerva McGonagall, at the woman who had taught him in another life, who had protected him, who had watched him grow from a confused child into a young man who carried the weight of the world, who had stood at his funeral and wept for the first time anyone could remember, and he made a choice. Not to tell her the truth. The truth would raise questions that had no good answers, would open wounds that had healed into the foundation of her identity, would complicate a grief that had become, over the decades, something almost like peace. But not to lie either. And Adams didn't lie. And Adams found the truth that served. He would have been proud of you, Hadrian said. McGonagall blinked. Whoever he was. Whatever he did. He would have looked at what you've built here, this school, these students, the community you've protected and nurtured for decades, and he would have been proud. Not of the magic. Not of the wards or the walls or the enchantments. Of you. Of the person you are. Of the fact that you're still here, still fighting, still putting yourself between the danger and the children, after all this time. Her eyes glistened. She didn't cry. Minerva McGonagall did not cry. Except when she did. And when she did it silently, with her chin up and her back straight, because even grief had standards. Thank you, Mr. Adams, she whispered. Hadrian. Thank you, Hadrian. She cleared her throat. Straightened her spectacles. Reassembled the armor of professionalism with the practiced ease of someone who'd been doing it for half a century. Now. About your continued enrollment. I've spoken with the Board of Governors and with Madam Blackwood. Given the circumstances, and your rather dramatic contributions to the school's survival, I see no reason why you and your sister and Miss Sinclair shouldn't continue your education here. If you'd like to stay. I'd like to stay. I suspected as much. The ghost of a smile. Welcome to Hogwarts. Properly, this time. Hadrian stood. At the door, he paused. Turned back. Professor? Yes. The boy you knew. The one with green eyes. He held her gaze. Steady. Certain. He didn't just save the school. He loved it. This was his home. The first real home he ever had. A pause. I understand how that feels. He left before she could respond. Behind him, in the quiet office, Minerva McGonagall sat alone with a cold cup of tea and a photograph and the echo of green eyes that she would never, could never, fully explain. She smiled. Hadrian found his people in the courtyard. They were together, all of them, gathered on the stone benches in the thin autumn sunlight, looking like the strangest group of friends Hogwarts had ever produced. Wednesday sat at one end, reading a book with a title in a language that probably predated the Roman Empire. Enid sat beside her, braiding something that looked like a friendship bracelet made of materials that definitely hadn't come from a craft store. Ashworth sat across from them, cleaning his wand with methodical focus, still wearing the bruise on his jaw like a medal. Hadrian sat between Enid and Wednesday. Enid leaned into him immediately, not dramatically, not possessively, just the natural drift of someone whose center of gravity had shifted to include another person. Her shoulder against his. Her warmth against his cold. Morticia wrote, Wednesday said, without looking up from her book. She's pleased with the outcome. Father is already planning a celebration. He used the word mamushka 3 times. What's a mamushka? Ashworth asked. You'll find out when you visit. Fair warning, the last guest who attended a mamushka unprepared required mild psychological counseling. I'll keep that in mind. Enid held up the bracelet. It was black and silver and green, woven with strands that glinted with something that wasn't quite thread and wasn't quite magic. I made you something. Hadrian looked at it. Is that embroidery thread and basilisk scale? I found some fragments in the chamber. They're great for texture. She tied it around his wrist with quick, sure fingers. There. Now you're official. Official what? Officially someone who has a friendship bracelet from Enid Sinclair. Very exclusive club. Current membership, you, Wednesday, and a minotaur named Gerald. I'm honored. You should be. Gerald has very high standards. Hadrian looked at the bracelet on his wrist, black and silver and green, catching the autumn light, made from thread and scale and the particular magic of someone who cared enough to create something with their hands rather than their wand. He looked at Enid. At Wednesday. At Ashworth, who was watching with the expression of someone who'd accidentally joined a family and wasn't sure how he felt about it but wasn't leaving. Beyond them, the castle rose against the Scottish sky, towers and turrets and walls that hummed with a new kind of magic. Wild and structured. Chaotic and ordered. Living and growing and dreaming, the way Hogwarts had always been meant to be. High above, the enchanted sky showed clouds that were just slightly too beautiful to be natural, and stars that were just slightly too bright, and a wind that carried just the faintest whisper of something vast and ancient and, for the first time in 1,000 years, content. Hadrian stood up. The others looked at him. Where are you going? Enid asked. He looked out at the grounds, at the lake and the forest and the sky and the castle and all of it, the whole impossible, beautiful, dangerous, living world that he'd been born into twice and chosen both times. He whispered to the wind, "Thank you, Harry." The wind carried it away. Maybe to the death space. Maybe nowhere. Maybe it didn't matter. The words weren't for the echo. They were for the boy he'd been, the life he'd lived, the love he'd carried across the boundary between lives and brought with him into this one. Wednesday appeared at his shoulder. Talking to yourself is the first sign of madness. In our family, it's the first sign of talent. She almost smiled. Almost. The corner of her mouth moved approximately 1 millimeter in an upward direction, which for Wednesday Addams was the emotional equivalent of a standing ovation with fireworks. They walked back to the castle together. Enid caught up, threading her hand through Hadrian's, warm against cold, sun against shadow. Ashworth fell into step beside Wednesday, maintaining a respectful distance that she acknowledged with a fractional nod that might have been approval or might have been a warning. The doors of Hogwarts opened for them, not because they gave a password, not because a charm was activated, but because the castle recognized them. Because the wild magic woven through its wards knew the people who'd fought for it, bled for it, died for it, and chose it anyway. Because Hogwarts was home. And Hadrian Addams, son of Gomez and Morticia, twin of Wednesday, necromancer, boundary walker, twice born, loved, walked through the doors and didn't look back. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.